I don't know how to check that.
Look at the
so I
little
don't-
KBS in the bottom right corner.
KBS, like when it's streaming already, or
Yeah.
oh, I'm not streamed. I'm not
Oh,
started
okay.
yet, so we'll find out in a moment. And if it doesn't work, it doesn't work.
All right.
All right, so if we can get everyone over to the party box, I'd appreciate that. As I kind of said before, but I know there's a little bit of confusion, and also I had to be a little bit late myself. Today's mission is a Winter Court mission. It is not either narrative or combat or anything, or arena or anything like that. It is a normal mission, but keep in mind that it does involve the Winter Court. So this kind of introduction is going to be a little different than some of my other games. So please kind of zone in, pay attention, and we'll get going with introductions here in a moment. But you guys, the six of you all are sitting in the guild hall, gathered around. You see there is an open portal to the Winter Court with some wardings around it to keep the cold of the heart of winter out of the actual guild hall itself. And there's people kind of moving back and forth freely between here and the court of the Winter Fae. As you guys are all gathered around, you see Matt start to walk towards, the guildmaster Matt, start to walk towards the table that you guys are all seated at. Matt normally wears relatively functional-looking clothing, while his robes are clearly magically enchanted, and he does have several sort of magical doodads that he wears on a regular basis. What he's wearing today is very above and beyond what he would normally wear. He's wearing a robe that looks like it's made of some sort of opal cloth that kind of sheds this weird opalescent light around him in a kind of a halo around his body. It looks a little over the top, and as he kind of strides to come towards you, you can tell that he's not quite put on his customer service face for the day. Beside him, there's an adjunct from the guild, a halfling woman who's got 2 bags of holding, one in either hand, and then she also has 2 more bags of holding underneath each of her arms. That she's sort of doing this weird little waddling thing, keeping up to him with pens in her mouth as she's penning up something on the side of his robes and complaining. Matt comes over to your guild and says, "All right, so as you may or may not know, that there is a ball tonight at the Winter Court. Certain people are required to attend to make sure that everything goes smoothly, but I am going to be requisitioning the 6 of you all to attend at bare minimum here. So, tonight there's going to be a more official soiree, some mingling, that sort of thing, and there is an opportunity here for some wonderful expansion of guild business into the Winter Court." He kind of pulls himself a little bit away from the woman that's tinkering with the hem of his robe, pulls something out of his robe, and clicks it on the center of the table. What he puts in the center of the table looks like it's made out of metal, but when he clicks it down on the table, it makes a more click than a clink, almost like it's made out of ceramic, some sort of dull metal. He looks up and goes, "So, you guys should be all familiar with what this is, but I assume someone might have done the reading to know what this is." And he kind of stares at everyone's face.
Sounds like a quick someone do history check.
You could either do a history check or you could do dungeoneering. So history to say that you've done the required reading. Dungeoneering would say that you actually know what it is that he's put on the center of the table.
Okay, doing history then.
Ishtar has no idea what it is.
It's fine, guys. I'm a Dragonborn. Dragonborns are good at history.
Oh my god.
The ghost of the
Oh
Dark
my
Age.
god.
Hold on. Did I even update my macros yet? I think I'm trained in history actually. That should be a 24.
Well, don't have bad macros, but sounds like Yizdom is the one that knows what's going on.
Well, I've apparently encountered this before or something in my past lives, but
Hey, I beat medium. Hey.
I beat
So,
one.
on your second attempt, your first attempt was
I'm
a
a ghost
17.
of the past. I get 2 attempts.
Fair enough. So, Ishtar, you recognize that basically you were around when someone was making the well, actually, I don't know if your character has this. Does your character wear an Elven chain shirt? I assume that they do.
Yeah.
So you were around when you were watching them make your Elven chain shirt, and it's actually made of an alloy of a bunch of different things, but one of the kind of harder to come by ingredients is mithril. What he just clinked in the center of the table is what it looked like when they were kind of pulling the tiny pieces of mithril that they then work into the metals in the elven chain shirt that you wear. That thing in the middle, however, actually looks like it's pure mithril, and it's a pretty decent sized disc. It's about 3 inches across, and it looks like it's about half an inch thick.
Is that a technical machine for my Zap Dog?
No, it's a hidden machine. Never teach it.
Fair enough. So I'll sort of look at it and look back.
I think you cut out there.
Oh, I just look back at Matt and I'll just questioningly look at him and say pure mithril. Just like I'm not sure what to
He
gather from
nods and says, "Good, someone is paying attention. Yes, this is not only just mithril, but it is the purest mithril that I've come across. There's going to be someone at the Winter Court this evening that gave this to one of the other people in the court. The story is long and varied, but suffice to say I've gotten a hold of it, and I want this person as a client for the guild. They apparently have some task that they have asked the Fae to do, and for one reason or another they have decided not to do it. Why, I'm not entirely sure. They're being very Fae about it. What I do want you all to do is, tonight, there is a masquerade ball. I wish for you to attend the ball. I wish for you to go and talk to the man who gave this to one of the representatives of the summer court, and see what mission it is that he would like to do, and procure his contract for the guild. So he kind of futzes with the halfling that's messing with the other side of his gown and turns to face like kind of half away from you while he's getting the front parts of his robe fixed up.
Oh, how exciting.
mingling with Fae, huh? It sounds worse than
Well, guess you guys get a touch up on your Elven.
a lot of the things we've done recently.
Mingle with Fae.
Just
So-
to make sure, Matt.
It's worse than saving Wendig.
Just to make sure, Matt, are you hiring us for this ball?
He kind of grumbles something and says, not exactly hiring you to get this done. I would like for you to go and procure this contract for yourselves, and I would very, very much prefer that when you procure this contract for yourselves, to get yourself well paid for this, that you make sure that you do not cause problems that would make this person not want to contract with the guild again. You are going to be our first port of contact with this individual, and it needs to be a good first impression.
Of course.
He tries to stare down at you, but it's mostly ruined by him having to cock his head to the side while while the halfling pins up his rope.
Of course, we'll do our very best to make a good impression on the ridiculous fake creatures.
We will do what we must.
He says,
Always make a good impression.
in point of fact, I actually do not think that this individual is Fae. They're known as Aegis, and he kind of waves a hand, and you see a little image of what looks to be a human appear in the air in front of you guys as a little illusion pops up. You see this?
I suppose that is a step up.
You see a phone vibrating.
Did he look like that before?
Actually, yes.
I assume
In
he
that
would not
exact
look something
pose.
different before if it's the same art.
It's just been a while.
Oh, he doesn't have the pointy ears. Sorry. Well, at least he doesn't have the pointy ears.
Indeed, any lack of Fae is a positive.
I've heard stories about how some of the guild members did a mission for him a while back.
Well, technically this is that mission, so,
Yes.
timey-wimey not really happened yet. So,
I heard how the guild
Sorry.
might do a mission for him.
Sometime in the past.
They
So,
may have sometime in the future have done.
Yeah, sometime in the future, from what I heard.
so
Is he in another adventure? Has Hearth met him? I don't.
he is in another adventure. I do not know whether you
I
have
think
met
maybe
him or not.
Conway met him actually. I think about it. And then a Genesis.
So, he kind of shows you this and says he will be at the court. He should be fairly easy to recognize. I need for you to work your way through the crowds to go and find him, secure the contract. It should be fairly simple. Figure out whatever it is that he needs to do, and do that thing. Do you have any questions or any sort of information you would like from me before you're ready to complete your task?
It's a
Has anyone-
masquerade.
Is there an appropriate dress code? Are there any of those weird Fey rules that we're going to need to deal with for going to another place?
So Matt kind of clicks his tongue and goes, actually, that is an excellent point. And as soon as this one gets done mangling my dress, my robe, she will be happy to give you what you need to get properly attired for the evening, including your masks. This is a masquerade ball, after all. And so what we're going to do is kind of at the end of this, rather than doing normal character introductions, I'm going to ask you to do introductions, and then rather than explaining kind of your whole backstory, I want you to explain to me what mask you have the adjunct make for you for tonight's ball. So that is what Matt's going to say, and someone else had another question. I think it was Falrus asked something.
It was, yeah, also about attire, so it was explained.
Okay, so Matt says, of course, we are invited guests. There will be no my brain's not functioning this morning, this afternoon, whatever. There will be no bloodshed at the Winter Court. Don't cause problems. Again, you're here to make good first impressions, not only on the court itself, as we are still relatively new to court, but on this individual. From everything that I've been able to gather, Aegis has a very ironclad word and is respected in all of the circles that I've been able to contact. I've done the normal consulting with oracles and other sorts of nonsense, and while there seems to be some confusion necessarily on exactly what this individual is, what his reputation is not questioned at all. He seems to have enough respect from both of the courts of the winter and summer courts to be welcomed in both as a visiting dignitary. So basically what Matt's saying is he doesn't have a ton of information about him, but what he does have about him is that he is very well respected and his word is always considered to be good.
We know he's kosher, that's about it.
Yes. Mainly because Matt is making a point of the fairies treat him as someone who keeps his word, and for fairies that's really important.
Freaking fairies.
Indeed.
So Matt will kind of finish doing stuff, answering small questions, and then he is going to kind of nod his head and then walk away, and the adjunct will stay behind to get people's masks. So Ishtar, you're first. Give a quick description of Ishtar, and then what mask you were having made for the ball tonight.
Okay. Well, Ishtar is presumably for the ball wearing a long black dress with sort of lightning patterns on it. And in general, her skin is very pale. She's very human-like as a revenant human. But along, instead of like veins in her skin that you would almost see, you can see lightning bolts running through, and all of her occasionally has lightning bolts jumping across her skin or just crackling alongside her, and even her eyes are sort of just at the inside. You can just see little lightning crackling inside of it. She has long white hair done up in a nice ponytail style thing. She's carrying a pair of daggers sheathed at her hips. She has, as far as mask wise, she'll have a black traditional face mask with the same yellow lightning patterns across it to match her dress.
All right, Hearth.
Hearth is going to be decked out in armor as ever. He would, even for a ball, he would like to be in his plate. He's surprisingly agile even within such things. His cloak sort of flows behind him. He makes sure he's replaced his sort of traveling cloak with one that's much more neat and presentable. Each of it sort of etched in with these sort of lines of red and orange that sort of look almost like flames. But then his mask is made of essentially like rose petals layered on top of each other, with the end of each petal sort of going up in flames. And since he's at the Winter Court, he'll have the petals etched in sort of. So the center of the petal is black, and then the edge is blue as it goes up in flames, and have all of those stuck to him to match the circlet of the Winter Court he wears around his neck, which is also a blue and black rose.
Cool. Isdom.
So Isdom is a Deva. He looks like he has slightly pale blue skin, but kind of shimmering like silver. There are lines that go all over his body that are colored like a cyan kind of neon cyan. For the mask, he was thinking of wearing a dark purple mask with the sign of Sehanin at the top, and then going down like the symbols of faith and love, which usually Sehanin really adores in all her whoopee scriptures and such. And as it goes down into the mouth, around the mouth, there'll be tiny little runes that kind of glimmer and speak of respect, honor, honesty, and promise.
Okay, sounds good. And what are you mechanically?
Mechanically, shaman, animist. I'll try to make everyone get an attack as well as I can. Otherwise, it's making the enemy as useless as physically possible.
All right, Ashnard.
Okay, Ashnard, mechanically, he's a Dragonborn fighter. His goal is to get into the middle of everything and try and lock it down and control it as well as possible and take those hits. What he is wearing, he is decked out in his full armor with a large red fur cloak with a white lining, and in fact, I do have a picture that would show what his armor and cloak would look like, although it's not on the right character. As for the mask, he's going for a very bare minimum, and since that he'd have he wants kind of one of those, I almost want to say kind of a half bandana that comes down and just covers the eyes a little bit in black, and that's about it.
Cool. And what do you do mechanically?
Get in there and mark stuff and take the hits, as I said.
Oh, gotcha. Sylviana.
So Sylviana is gonna, I guess, go for a something to match with her, with the court gown that she's gonna wear. So, matching colors. So, what was it? Red, gold, and I think it was purple. Yes, red, gold, and purple, and it's gonna be of a smiling face. So it's not like a jester's mask, but it's as if just a smiling half, just that.
All right.
Okay. Mechanically, I am a tiefling scion, and focus on controlling the field, just proactively as opposed to reactively.
All right. Valrus.
Okay, Faras is a halfling rogue. I think he will be wearing a black suit with his daggers hidden around in it, and for his mask, I'm not sure how intricate can they be, but I think he would get something like a whole black mask with no openings for eyes or anything like that, but through which he can still see, if that is possible.
All right. So, you take a good bit of time, something like a couple of hours, working with the costume designer, and she makes you guys costumes to your exact descriptions, and then you're able to head off to the Winter Court. Make sure that it gets Zapdog. Going into the court of the Unseelie Fae is always a little disconcerting. It's very cold, it's very crisp. There's this sort of weirdly beautiful but also sort of alien music that echoes around these huge crystalline halls. There are people that are dressed in these dazzling gowns, not only of sort of normal mortal materials, but of sort of dazzling displays of light and magic. Many of the different people who are moving along the through the area are dancing through the halls and kind of moving with the grace that is inherent to the Fae. As you guys kind of go in and start to spread out, you can see that near the back of the party, kind of off to one side, as things are just now beginning to get started, there is an obvious gap in the crowd. Some of you guys that had been here before, which I think Falrus, I think Falrus, you're the only person from the from Wanderer 3, correct?
I displayed, yes.
Has anyone else played Wanderer 3?
Yes, I think so.
On Hearth?
I think so. Enter the Fugue, yes.
So those of you guys that played Enter the Fugue noticed that there were a few sort of groups that were kind of off to the side during that mission. You can kind of see what's going on, and kind of everyone was holding their own. Today is very different. So everyone seems to be mixed in. There is this very heavy method of the masquerade where you can see it's very difficult to tell what different people are. You know, there are certain people that are partially invisible. There are certain people that are shrouded in dark or in light. You can see a couple people that are walking that just looks like they are flickering flames. The sort of race of and affiliations of people is very hidden behind this masquerade ball of the Fae. What you can see, however, is a similar effect that what you saw in the previous time coming here, that there is a couple of areas in the Winter Court last time that people tended to avoid. Here, however, there's only one area that everyone seems to be avoiding. Near more where the area where the food has been set up, there's about a 30-foot, there's a circle with about a 30-foot in diameter where no one is going near. A group of three people who are gathered around, two of which seem to be listening to a third. The center man, the one that's speaking right now and is being very animated, is incredibly tall. He's a little bit over 8 feet tall. His picture is over here on the left. He has a bit of a ghastly appearance to him. He's got a very heavy hunter's cloak. It looks like it's made out of green raven's feathers. And he's talking with a basso that very, very lightly kind of comes across the crowd, being very animated as he talks, telling some sort of story. The woman to his right is almost completely hidden in a veil of invisibility, and the only thing you can really see on her is a set of brilliant amber eyes hidden behind a small sort of traditional masquerade mask with feathers of black and white, and the rest of her body and face fades into darkness. In front of the two of them, there is a third figure, which you would recognize from the previous handout, which would be Aegis. Is standing, staring off apparently into nothing. You can see these his eyes are kind of glowing with their own inner light. And as Lord Hearn gets to some point during the story, you hear a loud bark of laughter come from the almost completely invisible woman, and you see Aegis give a small smile. What do you guys do? How would you like to approach them?
Do I recognize the woman's laugh?
If you want to give me a streetwise check or something like that to recognize her laugh.
If she's a regular, I may well have met her.
She's not a regular in the guild, but she is someone that has been in the court before. And you can tell from what little bit of her you can see and being able to hear her voice, and she's a fairly distinctive voice, especially here. That is Melisaya She. That's the envoy of Summer in the Winter Court. So that's the Summer ambassador.
If we met.
Well,
So long since the last
Ashnard is not one for hanging around, so he's going to be walking towards the three of them.
No, hold on. We should probably remember our court etiquette.
Ashnard is not one for court etiquette and is therefore going to be walking towards the three of them.
I'm going to attempt to stop him, before he does something embarrassing.
And do say what?
I try to talk to him and tell him to like hold on for a second.
Remind yourself that we're not supposed to make a scene, otherwise, Matt will have our heads. I respect your encouragement to go ahead and try and make conversation, but we should probably do this according to how this works. If no one's getting close to that, I'm guessing that getting in there might be a problem.
You won't know unless you try. And he keeps walking.
Have you met Matt?
Perhaps we should let someone a little bit more diplomatic attempt.
You can absolutely go with him and try and work around this.
Well, can we at least go over court etiquette first?
As I said, he is walking over there. If you want to go along and try and work
So
with
Ashnard
this.
is walking across, and people seem to be, flowing out of his way as he's moving with a purpose.
I'm literally going behind and trying to get him to stop walking for a second.
It does not work.
So, as you guys are kind of going as a group, heading towards the edge of that little area, you see Lord Hearn kind of finishing up his story. He notices you all approaching. He smiles at you all, which looks a little bit ghastly. Says something very quietly to the other two, and then calls out to you, all of you, in a very friendly sounding voice. Ah, hello! More people from the guild. Ah, young Faurus, it is good to see you here again. The Witcher Court always looks well on you. He bows very slightly to you, Faurus.
I bow back and welcome, Lord Hearn. I see you are all enjoying the party.
He smiles and says, "Ah, yes, us honored outsiders must stay together. I do not know if you have met. This is Melissayashi, one of the fairest little bright flowers here in this desolate place of ice and frost. And this here is a old companion of mine, Aegis."
I believe I have not met either of the two.
A pleasure to meet you all. I am Ashnard.
Honor. So, my name is Zista.
Melisaya, when she turns towards you and bows slightly, you can see the veil sort of fade from around her, and you pretty much get the impression that the mask that she's wearing is probably all she's wearing.
Let's not stare too long, guys.
She basically goes partially visible for a moment and then fades back into being veiled. The Aegis listens to your guys' introduction and then says, Hearn, I believe they are here to get something from me. I think that is how things work at court. You make things known that you are willing to pay for things, and then people come who want to collect this currency. Hearn kind of smiles at him and says, "Well, they have done good service for me in the past, and I believe I still owe you a favor, Lord Faurus." And he nods to Faurus and says, "I would not consider it any part of a favor to give proper introductions and to say that, at least so far as I have seen, they might be worthy of trust. Come with me, my lady." He turns towards the mostly invisible Melisaya and says, "I believe that they are going to talk business." And she chuckles a little bit and says, "Oh no, not business." And then they both sort of walk away, leaving you all standing there with Lord Hearn. Standing there with Aegis.
Ashnard looks a little confused at the way they left.
Farewell, great hunter. Chuckle.
So you can see Lord Hearn. Not Lord Hearn. I don't know why I keep calling him Lord Hearn. You can see Aegis. He doesn't have any pupils or anything in his eyes, but you can see that there is a little bit of movement back and forth. The light that comes from his eyes does shine a little differently every now and again, as you can almost feel like there is some rotating of something inside of his eyes as he's looking back and forth, but you don't really see anything coming like he's noticing anything outside.
So, Aegis, I believe you have work for us.
Yes, I do. There is a certain task that would be a burden upon me. Completing it would be something that would be very against my proper nature, and the Fae do not wish to involve themselves in matters of many other planes of existence. I need something that is fairly simple, but I am willing to pay well for it to be done.
You can always count on the guild.
He smiles, and when he does, you can see, well, his front couple of teeth, like his front two teeth on both top and the bottom, look very human, relatively normal. All the teeth on either side of his mouth looks like he just has rows of canines. It almost looks like a wolf's mouth more than it looks like a person's. He says, trust in mortal greed, indeed. Is this the time that we get down to business?
It appears so.
Unless you have something else to discuss first.
I have many other things that I could discuss. However, I believe what is important now is a bit of understanding. I simply need a message to be taken to some place, and if that message cannot be delivered, I need to know why it cannot be delivered. There is a certain charge of mind that has grown unpredictable, and I need consistency within this time of trial. There is a vault that must be kept secure at all costs. It's on the edge of a very chaotic place. I would like to hire your guild to travel to Shernagar, a realm that is very antithetical to my purpose, to check upon a servant of mine, and deliver a simple message. There is a man who is in a tower on the edge of this dark plain named Kof Amar. I need for you to tell him, from me, to secure the peace.
Say old words to an old friend, placed on guard. How interesting. May I ask what your purpose is, Lord Aegis?
My purpose in this, or my purpose in life?
You have spoken of purpose many times in your speech. You will forgive me if I do not know what that is.
It is wise to try to learn such things, and the specifics of these things must be properly explained. My purpose in this individual mission is to make sure that my contact, my old servant, is still well and able to protect that which needs to be protected. My purpose in this is simply to make sure that all is well for what is to come. My purpose in life is more properly called my nature. What is what I am, it is what I serve, it is the power that I get, and that which limits me. I would not like to go into great detail to explain the exact feeling of nature to you mortals, but I would simply say that protection, the ability to secure order, reason, and to prevent chaos and disorder from infecting the worlds, that is my purpose. Things that are solid and quantifiable.
So you are part of those that will protect the world. How interesting. I feel we have common cause. Good.
We do have common cause, although it is not common that mortals are able to see it. He kind of turns his face towards you all. You can still see that his eyes aren't really seeing you all. You can tell the gesture is supposed to be him kind of giving you more attention. So, what other sorts of things do you need from me before you are ready to take this contract?
I believe we need a means of transportation to this plane.
That will not be a problem. There is a captain of a spelljammer who is currently docked within the city of Sigil who owes me a favor or two. I will pay you, and I will pay him to transport you there.
If I may, my liege, I would also like to know a bit of information. In certain case that your ward is unavailable for any such reason, May it be an attack, may it be a problem that he has to occur. We come directly to you to tell you, or should we try and find this Kothamar ourselves?
Kothamar is my servant. Should there be something wrong with him, or you are unable to reach him for whatever means, if he has been destroyed during the decade which we have not spoken, however unlikely that may be, I wish for you to contact me immediately.
Very well. In the case that we do find him, should be we wary of anything on the way there that could be amiss to our mission?
So he kind of narrows his eyes slightly towards you and says, I forget how limited mortals are. I do not know what all you know of Sharnogar. So he says this, and this is a question now that I need to know in character. You may either do a religion or an arcana check to see what your character knows of Sharnogar.
Leave it to me, guys.
Great at those.
I got this, don't worry.
Oh, get in. Oh.
So, apparently you guys have heard lots of stories of Sharnogar. Sharnogar is the plane of war. There are basically during some of the troubled times in like the ancient past, it was Bane's plane, like Bane, the god of war and tyranny. And when the orc god Groomsh tried to rise up and rip the war portfolio away from Bane, his gambit to basically take the portfolio of war from Bane was to take his plane of existence and crash land it into Bane's plane, basically mashing the two together, and then having a sort of battle royale, and whoever made it out on top would be the one that deserves to have the title of the Lord of War. That's been going on for thousands of years. Sharnogar is a plane where the Baneites, they worship the Banesworn, those that worship the god Bane, and the Battleborn, who are the ones that worship Groomsh, are constantly in this never-ending war, fighting one another for control of the plane, for control of important pieces, to try to win glory and honor and power for their god, to try to get one god or the other to take over the portfolio of war.
So then in the meanwhile, are both of them like have the semi-title to war or something?
Yeah, it is a contested domain, so they both have it and they both don't.
Interesting.
So basically, you asked whether there would be any sort of problems on the way to going to where this place is. It's on the literal plane of war, so expect there to be combat.
Unfortunately,
whose
Ashnod didn't
territory?
roll to know enough.
Whose territory is your servant found?
When last I checked, and it has been quite some time, as this plane, even speaking its name, causes me some amount of discomfort. Shernagar, the particular place where the tower resides, was last in the hands of the Baneites. Although such things frequently change hands on the plains.
Of course.
One more thing.
With the end of the dread, I'm sure messengers can handle.
So when you say that, you get this weird sort of growling sound that emanates from Aegis. When he talks again, it's kind of like being really close to someone's stereo where the bass is on really high, and it sort of echoes through your body. And he goes, "The dread is nothing to do with this. That little upstart is not causing these sorts of problems on this scale. He does not have the power to do so."
I assure you, he has no powers anymore.
You get this weird sort of background grumble, as if something much, much larger than Aegis is growling, and it's coming from roughly where Aegis is standing.
So coming back to pleasant things, you said that we should inform you immediately. Do you have a way of for us to inform you like that?
A simple sending stone. He does a little gesture, and he has 2 stones that appear in his hand. He hands you one. Simply use this to send a message to me. It will only be able to be used once, so I would say choose your words wisely. After the sending has been sent to me, however, you should know roughly where I am if you wish to send a second. Basically, the stone will allow you to get to send a single sending for free and instantly to Aegis, and if you want to do more than one, you can do it because you will know where he is from where the stones are.
Alright, thanks.
So he sort of stares you down and says, so this discussion, is this leading to you accepting this contract?
But of course,
I
sir.
believe so.
Half turns to the party with
Ashnod gives a single nod.
He licks his finger, swipes a line in the air, and then he reaches through what seems to be a very small portal and pulls out a long bar of that same dun metal that Matt had in the guild. It's almost as large as it looks to be about the shape and size of Ashnard's forearm, and hands one of them to Falrus, and then takes a second one from the thing and hands the second one to Falrus. One of these is for your participation in this, and one of these is for the participation of the Captain of the Celestial Dawn, a man named Captain Ransur, which you will find docked at the ports of Sigil. He will take you to where you need to go, and this should leave us very well paid up in full. So basically, one of the bars is for you guys, and one of the bars is for Captain Ransur.
Alright.
So, does anyone have any other questions for Aegis before you guys head to go do other things?
Half would like to know how he fits into the puzzle. If he is friends with, if he is well acquainted with the Intellectus or with Weave Pasha, or if he is a friend of the Traveler, or exactly how he fits into the sort of the alignment of protectors.
So the question I would ask for you is, we can either do the thing where you can talk in character and we can kind of go back and forth, or you can, if you want, you can kind of give me a summary of what sort of information you want with a check associated with it, and we can sort of do it a little bit faster that way, of summaries back and forth.
Yeah. Hearth would just like to know sort of where he fits in with those things, like who he's friends with, who he isn't, and if he sort of fits in along those lines. I don't know.
So Aegis is going to talk in relatively general terms. Talking about some of the other people. When you talk about Intellectus, he will say that he knows of many different creatures that are similar to that. He does not know that one in particular. But if you kind of give him more information, he will eventually kind of realize what you're talking about, and he will say, yes, the Watcher's domain. I am familiar with that which you call Intellectus, although it was known as Marvin when last I spoke with it.
There's a chuckle, and Hearth writes that down.
So he kind of listens and talks to you a little bit, and he will basically say, I am always on the side of those that wish to see things maintained, to continue to exist. The old company. He talks about, he will talk about the kind of old adventuring company, and in his mind he considers them as something that when he talks about things, he talks about this as something that happened relatively recently, but when he speaks, you can tell that it's been a really long time for you guys. It's just been a not very long time in his frame of reckoning.
It's like 200
reckoning.
days for us. It's like yesterday for him.
Yeah, well,
Oh,
it's
sorry,
more
200
like,
years, I mean to say.
yeah, it's like 200 years, and he talks about it like it was a couple of weeks ago. So he talks about there being a group that was Besmahis, the Sphinx. He would not call him Weave Pasha. He would call him Weave Thantarum, the mage. He talks about Morthak the Watcher, Morthak Wastewalker, and talks about Bedvir Lugos, the giant, and talks about sort of them and kind of how they did some things and how they made a lot of friends and made a lot of enemies, and how there were times that he was able to give shelter and succor to the group when their enemies were causing too many problems. And they would sometimes use Aegis as a safe haven, and they would work with Hearn in order to get out of problems. So apparently a good bit of sort of his interactions with Thing is basically as a host. And when he continues to talk about stuff, you can sort of see that everyone sort of treats him as a neutral party. And if you get basically safe haven with Aegis, that you're well and truly protected. And so basically he talks to someone that those people caused problems, and they had all kinds of stuff that was going on, and they were being young and very volatile, and he kind of puts a bit of a very clearly negative spin towards how volatile their group was, but not that it was kind of expected because they're mortal. And then says that they did do what they needed to do to get his protection, and that he protected them for a time, and then they went off on their way. And then they decided at some point that his cost for protection was too high, and so the group split up, and two of them went off to a place that is so far removed from everything else that it is almost impossible to have any sort of conventional or unconventional things come after them. One of which he believes has died since they have left his protection, and another one has sort of faded into obscurity. So Weave Thantarum and Besmahis went and hid in some corner of the galaxy or some corner of the plains that really it's so hard to get to that they were protected by being in the middle of nowhere. Bedvir Lugos sort of fell off the map and kind of went into obscurity. And then the guy Morthak Wastewalker died. And that's kind of what his opinions are of the old people.
Fascinating. Half looks like there's a sort of like really interested, glowing eyes for the whole time of it. He's just like, wow. He'd like laughs at someone describing Weave Tantrum as young. It's like this will chuckle.
And so kind of as he talks through things, and he kind of gets towards the end, and he says, but we do not have an infinite amount of time to be here, although my message does not need to be delivered at the exact moment. It is customary to kind of look, so you see his eyes fade, looking more like normal eyes as he looks around the crowd. Mingle.
Of course. It has been a pleasure, and we will take up your request. But yes, there's a party for us to enjoy.
So,
before Ashnard leaves, before Ashnard walks off, he says, I hope that once we fulfill this request, you will consider myself and the guild in higher regard.
If you are able to complete the request as asked, then I will consider you in the highest regard until you give me reason to doubt.
I shall ensure it.
You see him kind of, as you guys kind of turn and start to make your things to say before you leave, Aegis will have one last moment where he says, I understand that mortals do not take instructions very well and are much more likely to not chafe at things if it is given in the form of advice. In that respect, I would like to advise you not to take anything with you from Sher Nogar. That place is violent and volatile, and in these troubled times, it is a place that is full of dark things. Things that might be able to cause problems if brought back into places that are less well secured than. He kind of gestures around to the entirety of the Winter Court. Than places that are more used to dealing with less than mortal threats.
Aeson will turn at this and say, a well-mannered request from one such as you. Then we will make sure not to bring any such things from that accursed place.
He holds up a finger and says, "Not a request. Advice, little ones." And then he turns and walks away. So, do you guys have anything else you want to do before we continue to head on?
Ashnod does not want to mingle.
Cool. So, as you guys kind of leave the Winter Court, go back towards the guild. The guild does have a way of getting to Sigil. There's a door to Sigil that's in the basement of the guild.
There are so many things in that basement.
There is, but legitimately there was some older missions that went to unlocking a key to a place in Sigil. Yeah. So
I remember that.
So there is a door to Sigil. Sigil itself is a wild, chaotic, crazy place. In the interest of time, I'm just going to say that there's everything that you might need might be in Sigil at some place. So if you guys have anything in particular that you would want to purchase, anything like consumables, that sort of stuff, take a minute to go think if there's anything you guys need before you head off, and then head towards the docks themselves. At the docks, there are all kinds of ships, all kinds of things that are kind of spread around. However, even in this place where there are kind of otherworldly things, there's spelljammers are common. There are ships that look like normal boating docks that are up against this sort of illusion of a dock where water would be. You can see that there is one brilliant ship sort of floating above one of the docks, away from everything else that's glowing with its own life. Ideally, you guys can all see the splash screen.
I approve of this ship.
How elegant.
It's pretty nice.
Is it as enormous as it looks?
Dozens of different languages, the words Celestial Dawn.
Oh, it's this guy again.
And apparently OBS is flipping out.
Oh no.
Okay, apparently he just died for a second there. Okay, so so you guys can see easily the Celestial Dawn. There are lots and lots of people working back and forth on ropes. The ropes seem to be coming down from the Dawn, which is floating about 40 feet off of the pier. And the ropes will get tied to something, and they will sort of magically pull themselves back up to level with the ship. As you see things kind of supplies being loaded and unloaded from the ship itself. What do you guys want to do?
Looking around for someone who looks captain-y, important.
So as you guys get close to the ship, kind of seeing what's going on, you see a very rakish-looking man float over towards you. Every time he takes a step, he goes the distance of about 2 or 3 steps before he touches back down. He's very clearly a wind genasi. He has a scar that looks like a crystalline crack that runs all the way across the side of his face and down his neck. You see this man.
Oh, that guy.
So he comes a little closer and says, "Hello there. Not to say that you aren't welcome to admire my beautiful ship, but if you're not going to be here loading and unloading, I need to keep things relatively clear on the docks, you understand?" He is very much has a kind of smiling, calm demeanor, kind of like a customer service thing of making sure people move along and don't cause problems.
It is quite a vessel indeed.
Beautiful, in fact.
I guess I will tell him that we're here on business from ages.
He goes, someone here for Aegis. Well, Aegis is a good friend of mine, as long as he doesn't think hard at you. I've weathered many a storm under his shelter, both of magic and of men. What business do you have with Aegis and with me?
I tell him we need to get to Chernogar.
He kind of gives you a weird looking, okay. I don't know exactly why you'd want to be heading over on those troubled waters, but, that's a quite expensive proposition that you have there.
He has paid for your services, and Ashnod looks over for us.
Yep, I bring out the one with mithril that was meant for him and hand it to him.
I am checking to make sure that it's still full. Like, I'm taking a look at it as he hands it over.
I mean,
We
it's a
did hand it
solid
to the
chunk.
rogue.
How can it not be?
I thought it was
Shaded.
like coins.
No, it's not cut into coins. It's just one. It looks like it could be cut into coins, but it's one solid bar.
Oh, okay.
So, that is a question for you, Falrus. Would you want to try to find a way to either take off part of the bar that's meant for him, or anything like that?
No, not this time.
Okay, so as soon as his eyes sort of light upon the very lightweight little bar of mithril, he goes, well, he's definitely one that pays exactly what is needed. Good. So you're crazy enough to head to Chernogar. I can get you there. The Celestial Dawn is one of the fastest ships on the Astral Sea, and, well, you're paying up front, so that's not just me fleecing you for extra coin. Lots of people out there would pay to get their hands on the ship, and Aegis is one of the few reasons that I can that those that can keep up can never sink their little grubby mitts onto my Dawn. If you guys are really ready to head out to Chernogar, we should be loaded up pretty quickly and able to take you on your merry, but I want to be very clear about this. It's not necessarily a matter of payment. Depending on where you need to go on the plane, I might not be able to just directly fly you there. That place is a troubled place at the best of times, and let's just say right now is not the best of times. He slides that little bar of mithril into his coat, and since his coat doesn't bulge at all, you're not entirely sure where he just slid it into.
It's okay, he's got a coat of deep pocket cloak or something.
Yeah,
I'm sure.
It's actually what it looks like. Yeah, he's got a cloak of many pockets.
Well, we have a tower, a specific tower we need to travel to. Get us as close as you can, and we'll do the rest.
Hold on. Can we possibly acquire a map of Chernogar?
He shrugs and goes, yeah, I mean, we can get you a map of pretty much anything here in Sigil, but I'm not sure how much good it's going to do you. That place changes every 5 minutes. You might get a rough lay of the land, but I can tell you that much.
Here's the map. That's the plane. That's as accurate as you're going to get.
Yeah.
I think you're missing some scribble marks all over it. and
Oh,
stuff.
okay, there you go.
It's like
there you go.
Other bad guys.
More bad guys.
Large pile of bad guys here.
And then it's just the whole thing is just circled with the word.
Hang on, let me finish this for you. There you go.
So does someone tell Rancer where you guys are going?
I think he said the
I
tower.
don't know if we
Just
actually
that's
got the name of the tower. But we were told.
we got the name of the person in the tower.
that Kothamar is holed up in, or at least was holed up in.
So he, after you tell him, he shakes his head aside and he goes, right, of course. Because if you're gonna go flying towards the terrible darkness, you might as well fly towards the middle of the terrible darkness. Damn it. He shakes his head, yes, I know where Kothamar's tower is, that's for damn sure. But if you're trying to find a place just for a little bit of extra oomph on the plane of war, well, you've picked the right place to go for a summer vacation.
I like the sound of this. Ashnod's eyes are lighting up at the prospect of getting into the middle of something big.
Sounds like a nice change from our previous environment.
So he kind of rubs his hand on his chin and goes, well, listen. The Dawn is a beautiful, fast, wonderful ship. Filled with everything that you would need to get you from point A to point B, but she's not a warship. We are not Marines, we are not soldiers, we are sailors and merchants mostly. I've got a couple people that were pirates, and people of questionable past on my crew, no doubt, but we're not going to be able to fight our way in there or really hold our own if anything comes at looking at us. Aegis does pay well, but I'm not going to risk my ship and my crew to get you any closer to that place than I need to. I'll get you to the plane and I'll get you aimed in the right direction, but I'm not getting anywhere near that blasted tower. If you need to get out in a hurry, I can see what I can do, but as far as getting close and staying close, that's not going to be something that's in the cards, boys.
Ashnod shakes his head and says, "Would not ask of you to join a fight that is not yours. Getting us close is good enough."
Yep.
Out of character question: how the hell does traveling on this sort of plane work? Does the ship fly?
I would imagine.
Can it like float above the plane?
So the ship does appear to fly, and if you ask him, he will happily explain to you how spelljamming works on the way there. But the long and short of it is, once you get onto the correct plane of existence, it functions a lot like a normal planet would. That there is a ground and a sky and all of the stuff in between. But the edges are much more harsh. The sky doesn't go up until you get to outer space. It goes up for a little bit and then just sort of stops, and there's a planar barrier.
Okay.
But so Captain Rancer will happily get you guys to where you're going, but again, he's made a big point of, I'll get you all close. I'm not flying into the middle of the battle. Do you guys have any other questions or anything you want from him? Or you just want to wait and sort of spend some time in Sigil and then board the Dawn and head on to Sher Nagar?
I'm good to go.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're ready.
Cool. So you guys get together. I'm going to delete this beautiful picture.
No. But it was so accurate.
So pretty.
So heading out of Sigil has this very weird feeling where you're going more towards the center of it, and then you kind of pass out to the edge of the docks, and then go into this kind of brilliant landscape. The area directly around the Celestial Dawn, there is a kind of an egg-shaped bubble around it that protects the ship from kind of all of the different things of the Astral Seas. He then goes through a little miniature a portal that looks like it's just barely big enough for the Dawn to pass through, leads out of Sigil and into the Astral Sea, and then starts basically going through a bunch of miniature portals that go through different elemental planes and that sort of stuff as he's skirting his way along, going from point to point, using natural portals in the Astral Sea to make his way quickly along. Captain Rancer will tell you that it will take a couple of hours to make it to Sher Nagar, but the way that they're going is going to be fairly roundabout so that they avoid any problems. He makes a point of the fact that we could get there faster, but doesn't really want to try his luck. And if we don't have to be in a rush, then he would prefer to not be in a rush.
I was impressed that planar travel on a ship only takes hours.
It's the fastest ship.
Yep, he basically starts to explain like what the differences are between fast and slow ships, about the difference of sails, about the difference of how their sails are not catching wind, they're catching magic, they're flowing on the currents, and that if you have the right proportions, you can go to different places in the sea. And starts to explain kind of as they go into a spot in the Astral Sea that's closer to the elemental plane of cold, the sails get basically spread out really far, so that when they leave that area and they go through the next portal, they get very, very close to the City of Brass and the Plane of Fire. And you can see the shield get battered on by lots and lots of heat, and kind of all of the elemental cold that they had brought in during their little short rest near the Plane of Cold gets used to buffer the ship itself. Right past the City of Brass, they go through one more portal, and they pop out on this plane where there are these massive mountain ranges extending in every direction. As he starts to get a little bit closer, you can see that the mountains in some places are actually mountains, but there is this kind of hard line to differentiate between what is a mountain and what is a fortress of some kind or another. As you guys get closer, you start to see that the closer you get to it, the more you realize None of those things are mountains, or if they are just mountains, they are also fortresses. The ones that look more like normal mountains are fortresses that are so fallen into disrepair and so fallen into closer to being more like piles of rubble that they just look like they are, they were former fortresses that are now being naturalized by the landscape. You can see as he's flying across it, there is this city way off in the distance. That is enormous, sprawling city that goes on as far as the eye can see in every direction, and there are armies moving in the fields below. You see there are two armies that are meeting right down below the ship itself, and Captain Ransford kind of goes over to turn the ship slightly on one side, looking down below, bringing up a couple of telescopes on the side of it so you guys can see the battle down below, as there are these heavy lines of regimented soldiers all kind of working together in unison, the ones that you kind of see on the hand side there, that are working as one unified force against this enormous mass of monstrous creatures. Goblins and orcs are in the mix, but so are trolls and other sorts of bigger, more monstrous creatures. You can also see that the side that is full of orcs and sort of the monstrous creatures do have packs of gnolls that are mixed in with their ranks. And there is this enormous battle that is happening on a scale that's a little mind-boggling as you continue to fly over more and more sections of these companies and armies meeting on the field below. As the ship is very rapidly coasting across, the captain kind of looks down to you all, or looks over to you and goes, "Well, looks to be that you've come here on a mighty fine time. I'm not getting anywhere near that, but it looks like there's a spot over there where the battle is a little bit colder. I'm going to drop you off over there, but off in the distance there," he points off to one side. You guys see this. That right there, that's where you're trying to get to. Inside of that big tower thing, there's another smaller tower. That's where Kothamar is supposed to be. And you see all of those fires all over the city? It's been like that for, I don't know, a couple of decades now, as the two sides are, well, they're doing a little bit better than trying to just kill one another for no reason. They're trying to kill each other for the control of that city and the control of that tower. Some of the heaviest fighting here in the Plain of War has been seen around that damn tower. And he continues to fly across the area until he can get to an area where it looks like most of the fighting has died down, and there are massive sort of broken battlefields where there's just corpses all littered along the ground. He's going to get the Dawn right close to the ground, and then basically he's going to slow down to the point where when you jump off it doesn't hurt you, let you guys get off, and then he is going to give you guys another stone like Aegis gave you and said, "When you boys are ready to be picked up, just go ahead and send one of these things. I would much prefer you send this in a place that looks like this." And he kind of gestures around to the mostly dead landscape. "Instead of a place that looks like that, you understand? But if you need to get out quick, you understand that I'm not going to be able to stay for very long. I don't mind going and pulling your ass out of the fire." He nods his head to you and says, "I wish you the best of luck. Adventurers, man." He starts calling out to the crew to get ready as you guys depart.
Ashnod quickly jumps out once we're down low enough.
Yeah, Hearth leaps heroically from the prow of the ship, diving.
We both look cool skydiving.
Landing with a spread of molten wings, dropping to the ground.
Lands, and you get a tremendous squelching as we land in corpses.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm just gonna
Just
teleport
gently
down there
float down.
because, you know,
Blood just sprays up everywhere.
jumping's for scrubs.
Jumping's for looking cool, dude.
Yeah, Hearth can't resist doing a superhero landing off the coolest ship he's ever been on.
High five.
He's like, yeah!
Do a bro fist once we land, right?
Definitely.
So, to make it clear about what was going on for the initial fight, it does look like the Bay Knights currently control the city that has the tower within it, and that Groomsh's forces, the Banesworn, are laying siege to the city itself. Looks like for the moment the Bay Knights are holding when you guys were coming over, but the scale of the battle is so large that it's a little hard to see at a glance, and the ship was moving over quite quickly. The goal here is to make it to the tower, And for the first part of the tower, you guys are starting in the fields of the dead and the dying that are sort of ringing around this massive battlefield around the tower. And so the goal is to kind of get closer to the center. If everyone go ahead and roll initiative, we're going to kind of go through the scenes as we make your way closer to the tower. So I'm also going to type this in because these are the names that are actually used in the game, but also they are close enough that I want to make sure that people understand what I'm saying. Those are the two sides. So Bane sworn are those that are sworn to the god Bane. Battleborn are the ones that are sworn to Groomsh. So the ones following the Orc god are the Battleborns. The ones that are following the god of tyranny are the Banesworn.
Which ones were the regimented ones?
The regimented ones are Banesworn. They're the ones that are very orderly and very disciplined. The differences between the two gods that your characters would easily know is that they're both gods of war, but Bane is much more the brutal, like regimented, soldier, the core kind of for the Bane, or for the people that are servants of Bane. For the servants of Groomsh, it's much more, and like the soldier of fortune thing, it's much more on the Banesword side. For Groomsh, it's much more like the bloodshed, the massacre, the fury of battle, like the heat of the combat, like all that sort of stuff. They're a little bit. They tend to be more individualistic and stuff like that. So the 1, 2, 3. I've still only got 5 people on the list. So who am I missing?
Isdom.
The answer is Gene. Yeah.
He's AFK, I guess.
Oh, he is. He did say be right back. So I'm going to toss him onto the initiative, and he will just be last. In the battlefield around, you see several Banesword, and they're picking their way through the mounds of the dead and the dying. Some of them are moving around looking a little bit lost, but many are helping the dying pass quickly or healing those that are only slightly wounded. This does seem to be a battle that the Banesworn have won. So the few living people that you see around are wearing the armor, that very regimented armor that show the symbol of Bane. So, Silviano, what are you doing to make your way across the battlefield and head towards the tower?
Well, I suppose we could try communicating with the Banesworn that we are not a threat and we're just passing through.
Okay.
So I suppose I would just I can't tell what kind of check would it be to wave like a white flag around or something.
Well, if you wave a
suicide
white flag in the plane of war, that is going to get a reaction. I don't
Yeah,
think
you're
it's
going
to
to
get the reaction you want.
You're going to surrender in the plane of war? I mean,
Okay, fine. No, that's a bad idea. Okay. Can I attempt to use Arcana to mask our presence and using psionics to like erase our presence from the minds of those around us?
I would probably put that as some sort of charisma check, like diplomacy or intimidate, but rather than Arcana check.
Okay, I can do diplomacy.
Okay. So go ahead and as it should be. So as you guys are walking around, you see little groups of the Banesworn and the battle. Well, none of the Battleborn that are here. You see groups of the Banesworn that are going around doing different things. Well, a natural one is not an automatic failure because it does still meet moderate DC. You can see that the fact that you have sort of obscured something a little bit has got the attention of one of the groups of Banesworn, and they notice your kind of party, and they start to spread out into a line. And you can see that the way that they're moving towards you, they might not necessarily notice exactly where you are, but they can tell that there's something a little bit off, and are moving in a very sort of grid-like pattern towards you. As about 20 soldiers are making their way towards you.
they're kind of in a search formation.
Yeah. Ishtar.
All right. Um, since we tried to infiltrate their minds with invisibility nonsense and that failed. I'd like to instead infiltrate their minds with fear and attempt to either like give them the impression that more that more Grimish things are coming in a different front and they need to run to somewhere else or something like that, just to create a distraction slash drive them away with intimidate in a similar mental fashion.
Okay. So there's lots and lots of battleborn bodies that are around, some that are still dying. Being able to kind of make it look like you guys are part of that other group and make yourselves look a little bit intimidating is relatively easy. And you can see kind of once you bring yourselves to the attention of the others, they very quickly break out of that search pattern formation. They go back to being in a little box. You see them holding their swords and their shields like they're ready for an attack coming their way, and then they say something to one of them that drops the shield, the big heavy shield that they have, slings the spear on their back, and then starts to run away from the battlefield at a ground-eating pace. Ashnard. So you see them kind of withdraw for a second. Most of them get into a defensible position, and then one of them runs off.
Oh boy. How many of them are there?
There's about 20 of them. You can see from the distance that they look like they as a group might be a threat to you all, but you don't kind of sense any magic coming from them. They look like they're more run-of-the-mill soldiers than you guys.
They're rank and file.
Yeah.
I mean, right? Are they like in the direction we want to go? Or are they just kind of off to the side?
They're roughly in the direction you guys want to go. You're in there's a big kind of battlefield here in the middle of a valley, so you could bypass them and leave the valley in the direction towards the city without going directly through them, but it would be really difficult to walk past them without them seeing you or without them engaging you if they so chose to engage you.
I mean, I don't really have a skill I want to use right now because I guess he's just trying to pick his way through the bodies, like maybe check a few of them to make sure none of them are going to jump out at him, but in general, keep a distance from them.
Okay.
I don't think that I can really make a check for that.
So, are you trying to look for anything in particular? Because you can make a perception check to kind of look and see what people are doing. You can make a heal check to kind of get an idea of like if you actually want to help any of the people that are on the ground.
I guess I can make a perception check. Like I said, he's just making sure that none of them are gonna suddenly spring up and jump at him.
Right. Which I mean, makes sense in both things. Like if they're either dead or not healthy enough to jump out at you, you're good to go. Or if they don't seem to be doing anything. So as you're walking along, you see there is an orc that looks like he's he's very well on his way to dying, and he sees you getting a little bit closer, and then calls out in Giant, which I don't know if anyone can speak Giant, please say something in chat. He calls out something in Giant. And when he does so, you see that group of soldiers start to move in one little block to block the exit, the way going further towards the tower. So it sounds like no one speaks Giant, and I'm going to leave it at that. Hearth.
Okay, Hearth is going to. So is it as depicted? There are a bunch of like banners and stuff stuck in the ground as well.
Yes.
So Hearth is going to. We're pretty sure we've been spotted now, right? Like
yes,
they're aware of us going. Okay, So Hearth is gonna drop any like pretense and veil. He's gonna like start striding purposely across the battlefield, picking out various injured individuals. He's gonna take up a stand, one of the the Grumsh standards, just lift it into the air, just incinerate it in front of him, and then sort of essentially channel a bunch of fire and just conjure like the symbol of Bane into the sky as he like raises a sword heroically, and then just like skewers it and like spears a couple of the dead from a couple of the Grumsh dead. And
so you're making a point of declaring yourself for Bane.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, and I feel like the only way Bane would do that is something suitably intimidating.
Yes, sounds good to me.
That's pretty much his plan.
Damn.
So you do this, kind of send up a brilliant sign of Bane as you walk through the thing. You can see that there are several banners of Grumps that are spread around the battle itself. As you do this, you see some of the soldiers sort of spread a little bit towards someone in the middle, and you hear someone call out from across the way towards you and say, "If you are trying some sort of deception, you must understand that our Lord Bane will strike you down for calling his banners without meaning it." He said, and then he kind of pauses for a second and says, "But if you are sincere, we can take you back to camp."
We are no enemies of yours.
So he kind of tilts his kind of battered helmet a little bit towards you and says, "All right, well, I'm War Leader Thamon, and if you are allies of Bane, then you should come back to camp. We are getting ready to regroup to head back towards the Citadel."
Half turns to the party is like,
You can, those of you guys that are close, can tell. I think Isdom has. Isdom, what's your passive insight? I think I've
29.
asked this question before. 29. Okay, so Isdom, your passive insight is high enough to recognize that the soldiers are still very wary of you, but at least the guy that's identified himself, War Leader Thamon, doesn't really think that you guys are throwing up Bane's symbol while also being an enemy of Bane. Like that doesn't seem like something that translates very well to his brain.
All right, I kind of whisper to everybody else about that information so they know mechanically, and I'm getting a little shifty because I don't like to be considered part of Bane, considering that Sandy would not be happy that I be considered part of his group.
Yeah, Forrest, what are you doing? And then I think we should take a moment here to kind of gauge what's going on with the group, because this might change the scene. One second, let me type this out. Actually, I probably don't need to type it out because of how you guys are doing this. So it seems at least one person in the party has made it vocally that they're going to identify as not enemies of Bane at the very least, and are trying to get the attention of the soldiers. One of the possible outcomes for how you guys go through this scene is to sort of ally yourselves with a soldier and head back towards the fort, which is the Citadel, which is where you guys are heading. It's the tower in the distance. Is that something that the group wants to do? Or do you want to do something else because someone sort of prompted that response? So if you are okay with continuing and deciding, yes, we'll go with the soldiers to the fortress, then hit 1. If you're saying, no, we want to do something else, then hit 2.
Well, I don't really see a good alternative or reason to not, like, I would the Bane people, but I don't see anything else presenting itself, so...
So the Citadel is in what direction compared to the fortress we're trying to get to?
It's the same thing. He's talking about
great.
The Citadel as the same thing.
Yeah, like, I have no
Cool.
desire
Yeah,
to
chill.
side with the Bane.
We've got to go this way. We're not
the...
going to fight our way through an entire legion
Yeah,
of Bane forces to
but
get to this
it's
tower.
like-
That's dumb.
It's like there's no reason to say no to this. It's
That's like
completely
super
retarded.
dumb.
So
Well, there's no actual reason to say no because we don't know, but we might as well be walking into a trap anyway, so we'll find out
like,
eventually.
there's no good alternative. There's no reason not to take this side. I go along with it, I guess.
So
We
as
could
you guys
kill the scout and hope, but He's
Seems
run
terrible.
off.
Hey, this is not the way the other group did it, so there definitely are other options.
I can
So-
attest to this.
So the war leader will take a step out. He's a truly ancient-looking orc, and he kind of smiles as you guys get a little bit closer and says, "I don't see any marks of the Black Hand on you, but I also know that not all allies are allies in the strictest sense. But if you'll head back with me to camp, we'll try to get this hammered out. We're a little bit too exposed for conversation here." And he kind of gestures for you to move your group in front of his and says, "You'll go first, and we'll watch your backs." Kind of gesturing for you guys to kind of go ahead of them out of the valley so that they can all march behind you.
Ashnod shrugs and
Make
goes
four
ahead,
forums.
but he goes in front, but is wary of the people with weapons at his back.
Could I throw a quick insight on this? I
Sure.
don't like this.
But Bane's like full on lawful evil, right? Like,
Yes.
yeah, great, cool, lawful's good. Heart's fine with this.
Yeah, he's lawful.
Nice.
Not like stows his weapons and walks fine. It's like, yeah, whatever. They've said they'll do a thing, they'll do a thing. Like,
So Isdom, the war leader does seem to be he's acting very suspicious towards you, but he's acting suspicious towards you in a way that makes sense. Like he doesn't seem to be trying to trick you. He seems worried that you are trying to trick him. And he basically wants you all where he can see you as you guys head back towards the fort. So you guys head out of the valley. Once you get to the out of the immediate area where the Celestial Dawn dropped you off, you can see that there is a sort of wide open plain, and it goes out, and you can see on the end of that kind of flat plane of stone, there is a rise between two heavy mountains. So there's a mountain pass effectively, and in the middle of the mountain pass, there's a rise with a little fortress on it. That fortress looks perfectly positioned to be able to block this pass from pretty much anything coming this way. As you guys make your way across the plains, you get this really kind of sinking suspicion that all of those little cubby holes around the walls on the side are alcoves with some hidden really nasty things in them. This whole area looks like one giant kill box. You can see that the soldiers are moving on this area like it's terrain that they're used to. This is definitely a place that they're familiar with. And as they start to work your way across the plain, you see there is another group of about 20 soldiers that comes out of the fortress on the far end, being led by one soldier who's wearing this sort of battered and bloodied armor that the other soldiers that are here are wearing. And you can kind of assume that it's pretty reasonable to assume that this is the scout that they sent off to go and warn the fortress that you guys were coming, who then set out with another group of people that is going to come meet you in front of the fortress. So as you guys kind of make your way closer, the war leader calls out to them that everything is well, and asking for entrance into the camp so that they may have steady walls around them, so they may better talk with these newcomers. The other group nods to the war leader, and then they open up the gates to this fortress and allow you guys to walk into the fort. You can tell that both kind of phalanxes of soldiers are standing far enough away that it would be hard to kind of catch them all together. And you can see that each one of them is clumped around someone who does not seem to be wearing weapons or armor, but instead has a staff that's made of some sort of almost looks like black wood mixed with crystal. It's got little pieces of some sort of enchantment on it, and that seems to be the center of every cluster of these soldiers. So the war leader greets you into the fortress. And I will move you guys over.
I didn't write the war leader's name down. I'm a scrub.
So war leader Thaman will greet you guys to come in, and then it's basically as soon as you were inside the fortress walls, he will basically instruct his phalanx to get far enough away that they're not kind of in conversation distance, but they're very clearly close enough to riddle you guys with javelins should anything go poorly. And then he steps out in front of his men, turns towards you, and says, "All right, so what is this about? I don't see any of the black hands on you, but I don't see any of those damn little eyes on you either. What do you all want here?"
Wait, did he just say damn little eyes?
Damn little eyes, yeah. The symbol of Groomsh is an eye.
Yeah, I know, but I'm curious as to why he said damned eyes.
Because
no matter what god you worship, you still damn people.
Oh no, sorry, I got that backwards.
Yeah.
That's why.
The black
My
hand
bad.
is the symbol of Bane, and the eye is the symbol of Groomsh. So basically he's saying, I don't see any signs in you that show you as an obvious ally, but I also don't see any signs in you that show you as an obvious enemy.
Yeah,
So
I just got
what's
that
up?
backwards, my bad.
That's all good. Like, I understand both of the gods are similar enough that there's going to be some confusion, and their servants have similar sounding names. So I get confusion. I don't have a problem explaining it a couple of times. So he looks to you and says, "What's going on?"
Someone just noped my my plan, so I'm hesitant to speak.
We are making our way to the top of this.
Hey, let's pause for a second.
Oh.
If you guys do have separate ideas and separate plans, it might be a good idea to discuss this first. So in characters, kind of decide what's the plan here? What do you guys want to do? You guys had plenty of time traveling here that you were far enough out of earshot that you could have kind of organized a plan of what you all wanted to do and what you wanted to say to get closer. From the fortress that you're sitting at here, you can see the city on the other end of the pass, and you can see off in the distance signs of combat and fighting that are happening. So what sort of plans do you guys have stepping forward, and what is the plan about what you're doing here?
The whole suggestion is super simple, right? Like, these are soldiers of war in a constant war with another faction. They probably don't particularly care about us wandering through if we're not going to disrupt their battle. All we need to do is, in return for safe passage through their territory, to go on with our mission. We'll agree to fend off some soldiers of Grumsh, maybe take a particularly important strategic location or something, or spearhead an attack, or something along those lines. Do that in response. We do that. They let us through their territory. They're lawful evil, so they'll keep to their word, because that's kind of part of the domain, particularly if we get someone to put it in writing. All we need to do is agree to kill some soldiers of Grumsh, which shouldn't be a problem for anyone.
Do we know who controls the tower?
So when you guys flew over, you could tell that the tower was in the control of the Baneites for the moment, but that Groomsh was attacking the city in pretty strong force. So currently the city is in the control of the Baneites, but it is about to be. It looks like the battle is definitely going in the favor of the Battleborn.
Okay, here's a question for you all. I don't have any problems as to Heart's plan because it will make sense. It will take us clearly, but we should try. I see that we should try that. Ask them if we could just move through. We are not here to cause any trouble. We're just trying to reach the tower for a specific mission and be done with this. We don't tell them any information that they don't need to know, and they don't tell us anything we don't need to know.
That's not going to help unless we offer them something.
Yeah, what's their incentive to let us through? And for once, we can't go threatening them because, like, they worship a god of war. They will take that as a challenge, right? Like,
yup, and they'll.
We probably can kill them all, but
we could. But should we try? That's the question.
It's gonna be messy and utterly unnecessary.
I mean, I think Hearth has the best idea. Yeah.
Falras, what's your alternative suggestion if you don't?
I don't think we should make any promises. That's first. I don't think we should tell them anything about our mission, and simply tell her that we're going to the tower, and if you let us through, we'll probably kill any Grumsh soldier we meet on our way, or something like that. Like, you know, just don't promise them that we'll take anything or help them. Just, you know, just that.
Basically, I think for us is saying the same thing I did. I just the key thing about me and Far is we don't want to get involved with them in any way, so that it doesn't kind of, shall we say, smudge in some way that we've been working for this guy, just in case anything else happens. Because the last thing I want is a bunch of angry would-be killers trying to get us because we decided to help Bane.
Meh.
So I'm going to type what I think the options are. You guys can continue to discuss.
I mean, if they have the Citadel right now, we
Yeah.
can agree. We
I
can
mean,
like say,
if
well,
they're willing to just let us roll out and walk towards the Citadel, sure. Like,
well, no,
obviously
there's a
that would be
giant war
preferable,
going on there, so
but presumably they want something from us for safe in return for safe passage. More than just, yeah, we'll probably kill some Grumsh people we see. That would be.
But yeah, I still think Arthur's the best idea. If they want us, if they don't let us just walk out of here, then we can offer to do like a quick tactical strike for them to like prove that we can do some good for them, and then go there.
So those seem to be the four options as I've heard it from different people. What do you guys want to do as far as, you know, go ahead and give me a quick vote. 1, 2, 3, 4. What do you guys want to do? The big thing that I feel like is the point of contention is to say what all you guys are willing to offer them for passage, which I think is where the conversation needs to go. Is what do you guys agree to? What would you guys agree to helping them with? Like kind of what the group has decided as far as what's an acceptable task, and then we can sort of get to the fortress and start having you guys talk with the war leader.
Ideally, nothing big, nothing time consuming.
We could say that we saw that the Grumsh forces are overwhelming the city and the tower, and you know that we are going to the tower to secure it and to not let it fall into the Grumsh hands. That would be probably in their interest and in our interest.
So I see at least in the chat 3 people have voted. If the other 3 people could vote real quick so we can continue the conversation, I would appreciate it.
Yeah, I am exactly with Ishtar. Like, preferably 2, but 1. Yeah, like this is the
Like, what one is an extension of 2.
Yeah.
Right. It's just sort of how much you want to go about it. So the war leader steps forward and says, you know, what is this about? Who's going to be talking? It sounds like Isdam was going to be the one talking. So Isdam, if you'd like to carry on after we've now kind of had the discussion hammered out, you can continue.
Sure. Okay. Given what we said, I'll approach him. Commander, what I'm asking is if we could please be on our way to the top of the citadel. We've got some business to attend to in it. It should not cause any trouble for either you nor your armies. We just want a quick passage. We hold no regard for the battle. We'll leave you to it, and we will not assist the enemy in taking over what you have been fighting for.
So he kind of lifts one eyebrow and chuckles a little bit and says, huh, you and every damned battle born on this plane wants just quick and easy passage to the tower. We're not going to be letting you through that easily.
Then let me ask you.
You can tell from from passive insight that the way that he sort of treated your response is you basically, in his mind, you basically just said that you guys are servants of Grumsh.
Come again?
So right now, the Baneites are defending the city and they're defending the tower. And you asked for passage to the tower. He translated that as, you all are servants of Groomsh, or at least on the side of Groomsh, because you're trying to get to the tower.
Okay, then I'll address it. I see. If it's any consolation, we have no allegiances to Brooch, as you may say. And we only wish to get there to deliver a message, nothing more.
So he sort of shakes his head very slowly and says, listen, I'm supposed to hold this pass, make sure nothing gets through. I've done so. And kind of looks around, you can see that as he's kind of looking around all the people, and he says, at great cost already, and there's going to be more bloodshed before this battle is well and truly won. I'm not going to... So he's like, I'm not going to let people pass unless it's going to get me something done. That being said, there is a thing or two that I need done around here that I don't really have the manpower for anymore. The battle that's getting harder and heavier near the city, I would go and reinforce another war leader, an old battle, an old Banesworn ally of mine, but I just don't have the men to send him.
We are quite capable of tactical strikes or providing reinforcements in small circumstances if that is what you require. We would be potentially able to render assistance if that allows us passage.
He smiles and goes, alright, well, there is a hobgoblin named Farmok. He's, I think, the one that engineered that little strike that you saw the remains of up over there on the ridge. I know roughly where he is, and if you can take that old gnarled bastard out, I'll send one of my scouts to watch from a distance. You get that done, I'll see about letting you get closer to the tower.
And we can have that in writing. Oh,
I agree with that. I'm not risking being used by these people.
So he smiles at you and says, give it to you better in writing. He opens his mouth. You can see he kind of rubs his the back of his hand against his canines on the right hand side of his face, and it looks like either his teeth have been intentionally sharpened, or at least that one canine on the one side has been intentionally sharpened. And he cuts a little cut on the back of his hand, and then he rubs the back of his hand on the symbol to Bane that's on his chest, and says, by this contract I do swear, you kill Farmok for me, I'll give you an escort to get into the city.
Very well, I see no qualm in completing this contract.
You see the blood sort of fade into the symbol and then disappear.
So be it. Half like presses his fist to his chest.
So he nods to you, nods to the other soldiers. They kind of go from being on guard to being kind of in a more ready position, and then he gestures for you to follow him up to the courtyard. So he's going to move you guys away from there into this kind of open courtyard, and then he will call to other people to come and pull out maps, and he'll show you a map of the surroundings. So the map basically shows this huge sprawling city, and he has one little portion of the city wall. You can see the spot on the map where the mountain pass is and where the keep is that he's in charge of. And you can see there's lines and scratches and scribbles from where the battle lines have changed, hundreds or thousands of times. And you see him mark on the map. He's like, Farmok, or at least where I think he is somewhere in this area here. He's a sneaky, crafty, conniving little bastard, but I'm pretty sure I got him pretty close to pinned down. A lot of the men that he uses to hide himself and to wheedle his way into the ranks to assassinate our officers, well, a lot of them are lying dead in that field back there. He tried to kill me and he tried to kill Rava, but he didn't get anywhere close to either one of us. Rava's made her way over to the Citadel, but I was able to get away from him, but I wasn't quite able to kill the wily old bastard. I think he's made his way up onto these hills right here. He gestures onto a little cluster of hills on the map. And if I know him, I know he's going to be gathered there, trying to get a couple more assassins to sneak their way into the city. It's what I think is going on, at least, but fuck it, I could be wrong. He sort of shrugs and he gestures for you to take a look at the battle.
Okay. Anyone with a more tactical eye care to observe?
So the map is a complete tangle of stuff. So if you guys want to use some sort of skill checks that you can justify to kind of make sense of the map as he's discussing things without having to kind of rely on what he's talking about or to be able to follow with what he's talking about, you can definitely do so, and I might give you some more information about what's happening. So, Ism, with your perception, you can tell that a lot of the notations that he's made are things that he's made multiple times. So there's kind of layers of notation on this map. You can follow pretty clearly along what he's saying. If if you decide to go do this, it's going to be relatively easy to figure out where that little cluster of hills is and where he thinks Farmok is. So basically, that perception check will mean that you can follow the instructions that he gives you using the map, but you don't get any extra information from it.
So, Hearth would just like to quickly identify. Presumably, they use some very specific notations and descriptions, and he'd like him to go over it in not quite layman's, but basically layman's terms of like what do these lines mean? Where are these troop movements? Is this previous engagements? As this like paths they've taken before? Just try and get any more information he can about where enemy forces might be positioned, or
so basically you're trying to get him to explain the legend.
Yeah.
So he will explain it. You can tell very clearly that they use two different notation systems. One of the systems of notations is a system of notations for marking where Grumsh forces are, how many they are, what sort of special units they think are there, how well they think they're supplied or and supported, and that sort of stuff. And then the other set is the same thing, but for their forces. And you can tell as he's talking, he's very, very specifically and intentionally not telling you the legend on how the system works for his forces. So he's giving you this is where these forces are, this is where these forces are, this is what's going on here, but he's exclusively explaining the Grumsh side of the battlefield. He's not explaining the Bane side of the battlefield at all to you guys.
Yeah, Hearth is gonna deliberately show absolutely no interest in the Bane side of the battlefield, and like hand wave him if he even starts to like even mention it. He's like, no, whatever, don't care.
So basically, as he kind of explains the legend, you can see that at least from what he believes is going on, there is a major push with an enormous amount of forces that are backed up by a group of symbols that you can see that are neither the forces for Bane nor are they the forces for Grumsh. So he explains the legend, and you can see, okay, those are the Bane symbols, and these are the Grumsh symbols, and then there's a third set of symbols that seem to be making up a pretty large portion of the assaulting forces.
Are they part of assaulting forces on the Grumsh side or the Bane side?
On the Grumsh side.
Angels, perhaps, or demons, gnolls, or gnolls.
If someone wants to give me a religion check, because several of the symbols are familiar looking, can be
I'll
familiar
do religion.
looking. Isdom, you are familiar with the symbol. Sylviana, you are also familiar with the symbol. So there are two symbols that are on it. One of them is a ring that looks like it might be something like broken chips of something. That is probably the symbol for the priests of Yanogu, the god of the gnolls.
Fuck that guy.
You can also see that there is a crossed symbol that shows a bone and a tree, both of which seem to be on fire. That symbol is the sort of the elite soldiers of the group that worships Yanogu. And then you see one last symbol that very that sticks out, kind of like a sore thumb in the middle of things, which shows a cross and then a little hatchet symbol that's going down. And you see that symbol is covered in a spiral. That symbol looks like it took a lot of effort to put on the map. Like it's much more detailed than many of the other symbols are. And you can see there are sections where he sort of made a shorthand for the shorthand of the symbol, where he just has a spiral for it rather than having the full symbol out. And that symbol is a symbol for Fraz or Blue. He's the Prince of Deception. He's one of the Demon Lords.
Well, now, it looks like we're dealing with quite the battlefield this time round.
Just a bunch of bad news bears all over the place. Great.
You can also see that that section of the battle is relatively far removed from where you guys are. The path that would lead you from this place directly into where you think the tower is not really going to intersect with that at all. But you can see that that's where most of the Bane forces are defending against the push from that group. So where you have to go, unless you guys specifically hunt out the hardest part of the battle, you're not going to need to go close to those things.
That's good, because I have no intentions, even if I want to kill them to lower level, I do
Hoth is
not
really tempted.
want to go there.
He's gonna decline.
One other thing that we'll see, you can see as you're kind of looking around on the things in the battlefield, Falrus, when you're looking at it, you can see that there is this weird looking sigil that looks like it's in very, very lightly done in purple, that is so small it's almost imperceptible, that is moving across the battlefield. Like you can see it actually move very slightly across the page.
Okay, I think I know what it is.
It's a purple triangle with 3 teardrops in it.
It will be safe to assume that is Zidane.
You don't know. You've never seen a symbol of Zidane before, but you can sort of see by the way that people are kind of looking at things, it's unusual enough that you're pretty certain that no one else can see it.
Oh. Then I will actually point at that symbol and ask, what is that?
So he looks at where you're pointing on the map, and then he'll explain the symbol that's directly next to the one that you're pointing at, and say, oh, well, that shows that they've got this many forces. We believe the force is mostly made up of archers, etc., 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 and continues to explain. He doesn't seem to be able to perceive it.
No.
You can tell pretty quickly that he doesn't seem to be able to perceive it.
That's
a strange map.
Alright guys, I think we should get out of here as soon as we can.
Of course. We have duties to attend to. Duties to our new friends.
Could I see... wait, would I? Yeah, I'm gonna ask anyway. Could I use, with passive insight, tell that if Farlas was actually getting the answer that he wanted?
You could tell that Faris was pointing to something else, and looked a little disconcerted when he didn't get the answer that he wanted. That's as much as I'm going to give you on insight on other players.
That's perfect. That's actually enough.
So, it seems like he's going to show you what's going on. He says this is what they're doing. Says that this guy Farmak is supposedly he's supposedly a general, but he's calling him an assassin, and that he's holed up on these hills, probably gathering forces to sneak into the fortress and try to go kill people. Do you guys have other questions for him? And he's going to kind of show you where it is on the map. It's relatively easy to get. Well, it's difficult to get to where you're going. It's easy to understand how to get there.
Oh.
You fought with Farmok before. Do you know his weaknesses?
He kind of rubs his chin and he goes, yeah, I almost got him this last time, and I don't think he's the kind of wily bastard that really changes his tune. He gets really focused on doing a particular thing, and then everything else sort of fades away. It makes him damn dangerous if you're in his sights, but it makes him a little bit blindsided on seeing to the sides, you know what I mean? He gets too focused on the target that he doesn't pay a lot of attention to the peripheries.
Understood.
So basically what he's saying is don't go at him square on, do something to hit him sideways, and you'll be at an advantage.
All right then.
So if you guys are ready to head out, then if you guys don't have any more questions, please type 1 into chat to say that you're ready for me to move to the next scene. Okay, so they're going to allow you to pass through. You can see that the guy that was the scout that ran ahead, he does go with you guys as well. He has a really large horn that he carries with him in addition to his other equipment. It looks like he's carrying the horn instead of carrying a shield, because he had left his shield in the battlefield. The other soldiers have brought it back, but he's basically not taking it with him so he can be a runner. And he's going to stay a little bit away from you guys, to the point where he can sort of see you guys off in the distance, but he's enough back that he's not going to be a problem. Concealing his approach and that sort of stuff is not going to be that big of a deal. So you can basically ignore him for the purposes of the challenge. The goal of this challenge is to find where in the hills Farmach is layered up, and then go in there, ideally without being seen, and kill him. So you guys head across the kind of exit to the pass, and you can see this enormous battle that's taking place off in the distance. And then the scout sort of gestures for you to go up a little winding set of stone stairs that are carved into the side of the hill, going up into the hills that are at the base of this kind of rocky area that looks like a bunch of crumbled buildings. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to move you guys to the other map. Is this the correct one? No, that looks like that's... There it is. So as you guys start to make your way across, you can see well off in the distance that the battle is getting much harder and much heavier. The dawn looped around the battle rather than going straight over it. And you can see on the opposite side of this valley, where you can see the city wall to your left, there is just chaos happening. There's lots of bombardment that's happening. There's some sort of magical storm that is ripping its way through the armies and seems to be kind of killing people on both sides indiscriminately. There are these weird-looking creatures that are flying through the air, raining down death on both sides of the battlefield. As you can see, the battle off in the distance is very impressive and very scary as you make your way into the hills. So this is the escalation map, assuming that I put you on the right map. Nope, that's the wrong map.
Nope, that's just some.
Hey, this one.
Cool.
So you can see all of that about half a mile off in the distance. So I'm going to keep you guys on this map. The goal is to make your way up into the hills, find this guy, and kill him. So that is the goals of the challenge right now. If you guys would, paste you guys on the map, please roll for initiative for this part of the challenge. And again, the goal is find out where Farmach has retreated to, and then sneak in and kill him, or do something else to remove him. I have 4 people on initiative. I need all 6, please.
Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't select my token when I clicked it.
You might be talking to yourself. I think it might be the bigger problem.
Oh, yeah, there we go.
Strangely, that actually still sends to the initiative tracker. Reasons.
Interesting. All right, so Ashnard, you're up first. Again, this is not this challenge is not like timed. So if you guys want to delay, if you want to do something out of order, that's also fine.
Are we on the edge of the? Are we away from the fire right now, or are we starting like in it?
So the edge of this battle is about half a mile away. So you guys are well enough away that you can see all this off in the distance. and you can hear sort of the thunderstorm that's kind of ripping up at things, the calls of the battle, the clank of armor, all that stuff in the distance, but that's the backdrop. Here are these relatively quiet hills with these the stone staircase leading up into the hills.
All right, so Astronaut's gonna take the lead, helping pull people up if they're having issues, and generally just getting up ahead of the group to keep an eye on things.
Okay. So athletics to make your way
Yep.
quickly through the hills. Okay. So you start making your way through. Are you one of the Dragonborn that has wings?
No.
Okay.
I'm
so
not one of those pansy ones.
So you can help kind of vault people up and move yourself along. You're not being too quiet about it, but with the sound of that battle off in the distance, you don't really have to be very quiet to be fairly stealthy. Siliana, you're up.
Hmm. So it's like all chaos out there right now, huh?
If you want to think about what to do, I'll delay you and go to the next person.
Sure, I'll delay.
Boris.
Alright, I think the guy we are supposed to kill is an assassin, so I would, watch our surrounding and think where there could be traps.
Okay.
So thinking like a someone who makes traps sometimes, where I would make traps as well.
Okay.
Could I use thievery for that?
But you wouldn't be using thievery. You'd probably be using something like streetwise to figure out where you would plan your traps, or you could use something like dungeoneering to have the best place to put traps. Because thievery is going to be is going to be disarming the traps if you find them.
Mm-hmm. All right. Out of those, actually, perception works the best, actually.
Yeah, perception is the default, but I was assuming you were trying not to use perception.
Yeah, but all the others suck as well, so doesn't matter.
So, the 27 perception, let me make sure. This is 16, right? Okay. So, yeah. Oh, wow. So. As you're making your way up, you kind of go to one of the areas where there's a little bit of a landing, kind of an area where you could group up or pause for a second on this climbing up these switchbacks on the staircases. As soon as you get to there, you get this little sensation like this is if there was going to be a trap, I would put a trap right here. And as you glance around, you don't see anything at first, and then as you step onto the platform, you see that the stone is just slightly off on the platform, and you get people to pause. You see that there is there's a thing that looks like it's almost the exact same color as the stone around it, but there's a mat that's on the ground that is covered up and has little bits of kind of dirt and dust and stuff that's around the edges of the mat that's hiding it to where it's almost impossible to see in front of you. You can tell that this area has something different in it and is probably some kind of trap. What would you do if you see that? By the way, you made the check on the number.
Nice. I will ask the party whether we should deactivate it or leave it be as to not raise suspicion.
You should avoid it if possible.
So if you want to avoid it, you can basically, because it's a kind of stone switchbacks, you could go from the stairs that you're on directly onto the stairs that are in the next one, just kind of climb over it instead of stepping onto the landing. It wouldn't really be that hard to avoid. Now that you can see the edges of it, you kind of know where it is.
Alright, that's the call.
So you can pop up onto the ledge, and it sounds like everyone wants to get around the trap to avoid the trap rather than disarm it.
Just fly right over it.
Seems like
Cool.
a plan.
Ishtar, you're up.
All right, so now we're on top of the thing. So this is a fairly open area we're searching through, right? From the air.
Yeah. Above you guys is just open air.
Okay, so and we need to find where this guy is. So I would like to send Zapdog up and sort of have him flying around looking for where these people are, and I'm gonna stay lower and mostly out of sight from anybody who could see me, but I'm going to keep him since I can use winds to like blow people around. I'm going to keep like pushing him out of the way and just making sure he stays in an unnoticed position and that he always has cover and stuff like that as he's searching.
Mechanically, what is Zapdog?
He is a Storm Talon familiar.
Okay.
Or elemental companion. He has like the increased range and nonsense going on. So
cool.
And then I justify that with diplomacy because I'm telling him what to do. I don't know.
No,
that was not a confident voice.
Yeah,
Like,
I have no idea what to justify this as. I just have. An idea.
You're sending your pet up to do aerial reconnaissance, which is pretty much exactly a picture perfect perception check for your familiar.
Oh, what the fuck's my familiar's perception? It's probably awful.
I believe the companion uses yours unless it is otherwise noted.
Yeah, it doesn't seem to have anything else. So yeah, well, that's gonna like auto fail. But I guess I'll do it anyway. Seems awful plan, but it's like a sensible plan.
It's a good plan. I'm not saying there's anything wrong with it. I'm just saying your Storm Talon's not very perceptive.
I'll Guidance of the Past and hope it goes well.
Bit efficient. Hard.
21's not a bad roll.
There.
So, 26 with the sort of situational bonus for for having a good idea, being able to see kind of things from the sky. You can tell that there is, or at least your pet. I don't know how you talk to your pet. Does it speak a language? It doesn't seem to.
I speak with it telepathically. I assume it can probably speak primordial because it's an elemental companion, but I don't really know.
Okay, so your companion will inform you that the hills look like they're big broken pieces of garbage. It just looks like someone broke a whole bunch of stuff and put it up here. But there is one section that looks to be rubble that has stuff that is over top of it, like a covering or something. Like it looks like people piled a bunch of rubble somewhere that's off ahead of you guys. That looks a little weird to the companion, and it will kind of direct you to roughly where that pile of rubble is. That's different from the rest of the rubble. I.e., it looks like someone made a shelter out of the rubble.
Okay.
So, Hearth.
Interesting. So we sort of have a direction now, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
So a little bit further up into the hills, and from your guys' perspective, off to the left a little bit is where the pile of rubble is. That's been sort of intentionally made into a shelter.
Okay. Well, Hearth's gonna suggest to the party to make some progress in that direction. At the same time, he's gonna sort of reach out with his magical senses, I guess, and just try and see if there's any wards or protective enchantments or anything along those lines.
Okay.
That he imagines that some kind of assassin or general might have had one of his subordinates put up. Just the sort of like, you know, the arcane equivalent of tripwires or whatever that you'd want to have as a.
So like Eye of Alarm, that sort of stuff.
Yeah, that sort of stuff.
So you can tell that there is some sort of warding ahead of you, but there is this underlying sense of something that's just not quite right. Like there is a ward ahead of you, and it might be some sort of ward against like an Eye of Alarm or something similar, like a warding ritual. But it also has this underlying like nasty taste in your mouth when you try to magically sense it. It's the equivalent of smelling something that's rancid. Only you sense it magically.
Some noticeable discomfort. That's like kind of strange, arcane ward in front of us, but it's not normal, not at all. Bitter, almost. Twisted. Don't care for it. Be on your guard.
Isdom.
Okay. Yeah, I'm not gonna change my plan because this is the best idea I got right now. So what I'm gonna do is now that I've been told that there's more or less where they are, I'm gonna try and use a nature check. First, I'm gonna speak with spirits and ask them to assist me in my endeavors, and then I'm going to use nature check to, shall we say, detect using the life force of whatever it is that's in there, how many enemies and where exactly are they without actually having to look for them.
So you're trying to use primal energy to sense like people's souls or something?
Basically. And not souls, more like their life force, since all creatures in nature have some kind of life force. So I could tell where they are with nature if I focus enough.
I'm not going to get into a philosophical discussion between the difference between souls and life forces. But go ahead. I will say that this is going to be nearly impossible to do, but I'm not going to stop you.
Well, 21 for the love. I'm not even gonna try and raise that.
So,
That's
this
a 27.
area, this area feels crazy chaotic. I mean, this is a place where there are people who are dying and being born into the plane all the time. So there is this constant just flow of life into and out of this plane that makes it to where really sensing any particular life in that torrent is trying to find a particular raindrop in a thunderstorm. Sylviana.
So I'm assuming that we're basically just trying to get through the battle, right?
You're
What?
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 No, please, no. Not the battle.
So, Peter, if your interpretation of what we're doing right now is trying to get through a battle, I'm going to ask you to step out of the game.
Like, what?
I think he said try to get to the battle, though.
I think that's worse.
Which is still worse, but still...
Now, I was giving him the benefit of that, assuming he meant like the battle against the person we're hunting that isn't a battle yet. But
oh right, it was just
I don't.
better. Okay, hang on. That makes more sense.
So, Peter, what do you mean? What are you talking about?
Okay, fine. I guess I can try to do a.
No, what are you talking about? Answer the question.
I'm sorry, I got confused.
So the question I'm asking you is, what do you currently think is going on? Like, what is the goal of what you guys are currently trying to do?
We're trying to get through a.
Peter, do you have some stuff going on like outside of game that you need to like pay more attention to? Like, is there a reason that you're crazy distracted and continually clicking your mouse? I'm trying to ask because I want to help as DM make sure that everyone here is paying attention and having fun. And if you've got something else going on in real life, go take care of your stuff. Or if you're playing another game, then go play your other game. But if you're going to be here, I need you here and paying attention and having some idea of what's occurring at the game.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I wasn't paying attention.
Okay, so if you would like to step out and ask in Paragon chat if someone else can step in for you, I would appreciate that. Now, in the immediate thing, other people in the group, for example, Faris, is asking if you can do something about the arcane ward that they've noticed. So if you would like to make an Arcana check to get us through this round of the skill challenge and then ask in Paragon chat, or I can ask in Paragon chat, then we'll do that. So what would you like to do about the arcane ward that's in front of you guys?
I guess I can try to see if I can understand what the ward is doing, or at least try to weaken the ward with an Arcana check, I suppose.
Sounds good. So the 28 Arcana will get you that the ward that they noticed and the thing that Hearth noticed that was wrong with it. Now that you know the ward's there and you kind of know what's going on with it, that what's wrong with it is it doesn't seem to be using energy that you're familiar with. Any sort of effect that you would be familiar with is going to be using either arcane energy, divine energy, primal energy. It's pretty straightforward. This is using mostly, this is using not any of those three energies, and it's using something else that's kind of underlying that's fairly foul. You can tell that there is using the shadow power source, and that in addition to using the shadow power source, it seems to have some sort of parasite on it, like something's eating away at the ward already. If you just stood here and did nothing, it would eventually fade and fall on its own.
So it's sucking in energy?
No, it's a ward that seems to be like an eye of alarm, that sort of thing. Like it's warding off an area, but it's degrading over time. Like it's infected or it has something wrong with it where it's slowly dying. All right, so looks like Ryan's going to be stepping in. Peter, best of luck doing whatever it is that you need to do outside of game.
I'm literally just clicking in circles. I'm not doing anything.
I don't know if that's better or worse.
Yeah, that doesn't make it better. I just hope whatever it is that's causing you to be unable to pay attention, it fades, and however it changes to where it gets better, I hope that changes and gets better. So I'm gonna have you step out, and I'm gonna have Ryan step in, and we're gonna keep moving. So you guys sense this barrier in front of you all. What I'm going to do is I'm going to pause for a second. I'm going to get a drink of water. I'm going to let Brian come in. If you guys want to get a drink of water, go to the bathroom, whatever, or if someone wants to fill Brian in and roughly what's going on, I would appreciate that. I'm going to go refill my water, and we will try to start the next round of the skill challenge at 25.
Same.
User joined your channel.
Hello, Ryan.
Howdy. What'd you guys do? You're
I'm
not
back.
supposed to get to this map with these armies. Who'd you anger?
I'm gonna blame Isdom and Peter
So-
since he's not here.
Ryan, did you play this adventure last time?
I played it with Ookla, yeah.
Okay, so the method that they went is they got dropped off at the battlefield. They basically threw up the sign of Bane and identified themselves as friendly towards the side of the Bay Knights, and then the fortress took them in, and the fortress the people of the fortress basically said, okay, well, we'll allow you all to pass through the lines and get to the city to where the tower is that you guys are trying to go to, if you will do this thing for us. And the thing that they want them to do is to find this guy who's been assassinating Bane's officers and kill him.
Yeah.
All right, that doesn't sound anything like what I've done in the past, but okay.
There are multiple options.
Yeah.
So they have found that where this guy is a little bit away from the battlefield. So the splash screen is what's happening about a half a mile away, and it's up in these hills. And they found a shelter, that's a makeshift shelter that's been made out of rubble that seems to be somehow warded. And everyone is sort of stopped at the edge of the ward, trying to figure out what's going on before they keep going forward. So, does anyone else have anything else they want to fill Ryan in for?
Actually, I'm curious, Ryan, were you there when Althea did it?
I think so. I'm pretty sure it was.
Yeah, because I was there as well. I think you were in that one. We picked up an orc and walked into the fortress.
Yeah, and we flew into the
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, so this is a completely different path.
Yes, it is. I have no idea what's going on right now.
Okay. Is it okay if I fill him in quickly?
We've done.
Okay. So basically, after we talked to I forgot the name of our client, he told us to come here. Huh?
Aegis.
Okay, thank you. We came here to find Koth Amar. We kind of got spotted / we decided to get spotted by one of the two major warring factions, which is Bane's faction. The other faction, the Shummer, was it?
Grumsh.
Grumsh.
Thank you. The other faction, Brunch, we are now looking for one of its members to assassinate him, so we can gather safe passage to the highest tower where our mission is supposed to end. We've gone through a lot of this battlefield, trying to avoid as much battle as we could. We see this whole image is about a couple of miles away from us, so we're not in the thick of it. And right now we've believed to have found our target, but there's a ward around the area that we don't know how long it'll take, but we do know that it's fading away, and that at some point, we don't know, it'll go away, so we can try and go in closer. But we know for certain that the ward is some kind of detection ward. That's about it. Up to speed?
Yeah, I think so.
Hey, Peter, are you still here?
Huh? What?
Are you okay? Like, this is completely aside from, this is not talking about game. This is Gary asking Peter, are you okay? Are you like, you're making us a little worried about you? Like, do you need to go get like a snack? Or you I don't know if you're diabetic. Like, are you feeling okay?
Sleep last night.
Okay, so it's just you're really tired and spaced out. It's not you need help and we need to see about like medical attention.
No, I'm sorry. I didn't sleep last night, but I really wanted to play.
Okay, so mainly I'm asking because that was legitimately very worrying, and I want to make sure that you as a person are okay. So if you are okay and you don't need any help and you don't need a second, then you can of course stay and listen. Just again, needed to make sure that you're okay.
Although I would recommend going to sleep if the
Yes.
reason you are so tired is that you haven't slept. to state the obvious.
Yeah, I guess I'll go sleep. Sorry about that, guys.
That's okay. As a side
okay,
note, I
man.
recommend Gary's sessions while awake. Having played some of them while half asleep, they're actually not quite as great. He didn't even know that I really liked Vesperhees. That's how asleep I was in the runnings, some of the runnings of Godless.
Okay, so
Good night, Peter.
Will, I'm gonna put you last since you're kind of jumping into this in the middle.
Sure.
So you guys have a fairly good idea of what's going on. Ashnard, what do you want to do? Or do you want to delay or anything like that?
Alright, so this... Do I get the feeling that I could basically kind of block this off so that everyone else can get past?
What do you mean by block this off?
Like, stand in front of it and absorb the damage without getting too... or absorb any effect it might throw out.
The Magic-y people have told you that this is a warding. This is something that's... It's not like a bomb or like a trap. This is something that if you step into it, it'll send off an alarm. That's all.
Oh, it's an oh, sorry, my bad. In that case, I will delay. Maybe someone magic-y can try and disable this. It's not my thing.
Okay.
Perhaps the rogue.
Varus.
Perhaps the will guy that suddenly appeared.
So I know words usually have like symbols and all that stuff, you know, on the ground and you know, something like that. So I guess what I would like to do is search for any clues of this word, you know, that I, as a not arcane character, would be able to find.
Sure, and kind of unlike the previous thing, finding the things in the ground is not going to be that hard now that you know to look for them. The hard part is going to be disabling them. So if you wanted to use thievery for this, you could definitely do so.
Alright, sounds good. Thievery. Oh, this one, natural one.
Natural one on the hard DC.
I mean, that's going to be +2 because, yeah, 33 because you're trying to disable the trap.
Above hard DC on a nat 1, woo.
The power of the rogue.
You've seen a lot of things like this, a lot of magical rituals and stuff, and while you don't really understand how to do it, you don't understand the magic behind it, they do follow some mechanical rules that, you know, oh, this is the equivalent of a pulley, that's the equivalent of this. You can kind of get the pieces together and translate it from magic-y talk to how it physically functions. And you can see that there's a bunch of stones sort of spread in a loose circle around the enclosure that are all basically lines leading in. And if you go and you just tweak them a little bit, you can't really completely disable it, but you can make it to where instead of being a circle, that it's got a wedge that you can pretty much walk all the way to the middle without getting seen. So, I can try to draw it, but my drawing's going to be terrible. So, instead of it being the one on the left, it's the one on the right. Instead of being a circle, it's more of a Pac-Man.
More of a Pac-Man, I like this.
It's one thing I'm good at drawing.
So, Thoros is able to disable it to where you guys could pretty much walk all the way to the enclosure, if not walk into the enclosure with the alarm not going off. Ishtar, you're up next.
So, we're inside now?
You're not inside now. You guys are.
We have redefined inside.
Okay.
In front of you guys, about 30 feet away, is the shelter. You can't see inside of the shelter, but it's pretty obviously a shelter now that you guys are closer to it.
So we need to get in. I'm gonna delay because I don't really have anything relevant to getting into a building quietly.
Okay, Hearth.
I'm totally muted, aren't I? Ah, goddamn. Okay. Time to be quiet, I suppose. I guess we're gonna stealth our way in. That seems like how we're gonna go about this, assuming we can get. Oh yeah. Just gonna hide and do it. It's fine. Oh, that was pretty short.
I mean, for being a heavy armor character, it wasn't that bad, but.
Oh.
So you try to kind of sneak your way inside, and as soon as you step into the interior of it, you hear this clicking sound as a tripwire goes off, and you see this little scything thing fly up, and a broken piece of a sword stabs into your leg. You lose a healing surge. You actually take damage, but you'll heal up and lose a healing surge.
Ow.
Aha, traps, this I can do, this I can do.
If someone else wants to come out of delay, you can do so.
I would like to.
Okay.
Since this seems to be a trapped place.
Yes.
I would like to disarm the traps by using my face.
walk into the trap. Okay.
Trigger them so that others don't have to put up with them.
Subtlety about skilled moves here.
Did you give me an endurance check?
That is what I'm going for.
Disarm!
His face.
Alright, Roll20 is being a bit of a...
That's a 27.
So the 27 will get you minor DC, which is no good, nothing good, nothing bad. However, you are going to trigger 2 of the traps inside of the hideout, which are both going to fly out at you, and each of one of them will eat one of your healing surges. However, you do clear a path towards the center of the hideout, and you see in a little kind of indentation in the ground, there is a gnarled-looking, very, very bloody hobgoblin that's sitting in that little dent in the ground. He's got a axe that's crossed one of his legs, and he's got a sword that's resting just outside it, just like within his reach. And as he sees the traps kind of going off, he very kind of lazily opens one eye, grips his hand around the sword, and then grips his teeth, looking towards you. You can tell that his eyes really aren't focusing on you as you walk in, like he's maybe suffering from an illness or a fever or something, that he can kind of tell that you're there, but he's not really having the ability to focus on you. You can see that he's holding the axe in his left hand and the sword in his right. Like he's trying to resist, but is not really going to be able to put up a lot of a fight.
Does this look like the guy we're looking for?
Yeah.
I go stab him.
Okay. So you walk in, you got a bunch of stuff on yourself.
Before you do that, may I?
I pause with my blade like an inch from his chest.
Yeah, I just want to...
Sorry, my flail.
If he's ill, he's contagious, and you're going to expose us all to something. So I'd like to make a heal check to see if I could diagnose what's influencing this.
Okay.
He is suffering the illness of old age.
So, partially, yes, he is really, really old looking, but you can see that underneath his, he's holding that axe across his stomach, and you can see that underneath where the axe is being held across, there is a kind of a hastily bandaged area that is bloody, and you can see his armor has been kind of torn away and removed so that area is able to be bandaged. And he's got a gut wound of some kind, although it doesn't seem to be smelling at all, and gut wounds pretty much always have a stench that goes with them, even if they're clean.
Huh. So, just real quick, I know I arrived late, so I need some more info. Who is this guy that we're looking for, and why do you wish to kill him?
This is one of the Grumsh people that one of the Bane people said, I hate this guy, go kill him, and then I'll let you through.
He is Farmark.
Because Bane controls the Citadel, and if we...
They own the place where we're going, and they said, well, we can get you in. So we said, sure.
This guy.
So, to give the DM's rendition of all of that, the guy at the fortress, the war leader Thamon, said that there is this hobgoblin who was an assassin that kept killing all of their officers, and that he tried to take out the assassin and failed to do so. The assassin got away. And basically what the war leader said is, if you will go and find the assassin and finish him off and kill him, then we'll let you into the fort. Basically, bring back proof that you killed the assassin, and we'll send you into the fort.
What proof does he need?
They didn't really go into that, but I would say probably the assassin's head.
Does his axe... Would his axe be something recognizable?
His head would be more recognizable.
Just cut off his head.
His head.
I don't mean to sound racist, but doesn't one hobgoblin look like another?
We've got a scout following us.
Yeah, you guys have a scout following you that is...
Well, we could go call the scout and say, look, here he is, and then kill him.
That is also true.
I'm just saying, I mean, my preference, honestly, would be to leave this guy alive. He's killing officers of Bane, good. But if we can somehow manufacture the evidence that we do the assassin, I don't want to work for Bane.
You're working for Grumshaw Bane either way.
Awful evil. He's like the good guy here.
Well, hang on. Under most circumstances, I am perfectly game for this. The only thing that I will say, Ryan, is that sort of discussion has already happened for this group.
All right.
So while it does kind of suck to be like, the person that you're filling in for already kind of agreed to it.
If it's any consolation, we did try not to do anything for them, but they wouldn't let us through.
Yeah,
And
Hoth put up very little of a
I
fight.
guess I'm just shocked and puzzled because why the hell didn't you kill all of them?
Because then we'd have to kill an entire city full of people to get to the tower.
So when does that ever stop you guys before?
When we don't want to fight through, a whole army and we're just 6 people.
I would actually say that someone at some point in this said, well, it'd be a whole lot of work and bloodshed, and it just doesn't really feel like being worth it. Like, they had the murder hobo come to Jesus moment in the middle of this discussion.
I mean, that's actually kind of again.
Like, we could kill all 40
Like,
of these guys.
If we
God,
like,
why?
We're either helping Grumsh or we're helping Bane, and I don't really like either of those options.
Well, I was saying don't help either one and let them keep killing each other.
I mean, they're going to keep killing each other either way.
You guys have had the discussion, and I don't want to make this take any longer than it already.
So yeah, I will get the scout, say to him, here the guy is, and from across the room I throw a javelin at the guy and finish him off, and say, now he's dead, and I walk off.
So what he goes to get the scout. Does anyone else? Because I want to make sure that people, if they want to do anything, have the opportunity to do something. Does anyone else want to do anything with this guy as Ashnar goes and gets the scout?
Did the general even talk to us?
Do you have any last words?
The general hasn't said anything to you. He's just sort of notices you guys are in the room and he's kind of gesturing with his weapon roughly in your all's direction. If you guys want to talk to him, you can definitely do so.
If you guys want to talk to him while I'm getting the scout, you can do that.
Yeah, what are, I don't really know enough to ask any intelligent questions. Why do they want to kill you so badly?
He has killed a bunch of the officers.
Well, that's what they said. I'm asking.
Okay. I got you.
He kind of he goes, who? Kill me? Yeah. Someone's gonna kill me. I bet it won't be you. I might look bad, but I'm not out of this yet. He's kind of like waving the sword in front of him. It looks like he's trying to be menacing, but he's old and sick, and it doesn't really come across as menacing. It comes across as kind of pathetic.
Sure.
Put those down. You're embarrassing yourself.
Aren't you supposed to be some killer assassin?
This seems like an odd person to be sent to take out. Yeah.
I mean, he did say that he, the war leader, whatever it said, did say that he encountered him and injured him, and then he got away.
Yeah, except to say that if it was in a more adequate condition, he'd actually be some kind of a credible threat.
This guy looks pretty incapable of getting away from anything.
You can see by the stuff that is on him, like his weapons and armor, everything that he's wearing is magic. He looks like if he wasn't injured, he would be a pretty potent threat. He, however, looks like he is well past fucked up. Like he's pretty clearly dying right now.
So, did you guys give the war chief a bad impression that he thought you couldn't handle much, so he sent you to finish this guy off?
No.
I mean, the war chief doesn't know he's in this condition.
Oh, I thought you said he fought him and injured him.
Yeah, but he doesn't know that the guy's almost dead.
Yeah, he just sent us to
in fact,
kill
we
him
shouldn't show him that this guy's almost dead. We should kill him now.
Well, no, as far as he knows, we did this to him.
Hoth is like, we should definitely kill this guy before the scout gets here.
There's nothing to learn from him?
I'd say no, because...
I mean, if you want to kill him before I bring the scout back, then you can do that. I'm not stopping.
I guess we could try. It's like...
But yeah, I was throwing the javelin in case, because Will seemed to think there might be something wrong with him, so don't want to be close to him.
Yeah, he looked ill.
Why do the forces of Grumsh want to take the tower so badly?
He kind of gives you a bit of a snarl. Says, tower? What tower?
The citadel. The fortress. Why do you care for it so much in such a plane of war?
You can see his eyes roll back a little bit. Tower. Oh, yes. The vault. Black Hands wants the vault. Black Hand can't take the vault. you see him kind of cringe a little bit as this what looks to be like a wave of pain kind of takes him over, and his left arm kind of clenches really tight on the axe and holds it to his stomach. After the kind of wave of pain passes, and you see him get a much more resolute look on his face, and just goes, "Black Hands won't take the vault. We will win it for the glory of One Eye."
Right.
After hearing that, I just go up to him carefully, not to get smacked, and I'm gonna use a heal check to make his pain kind of dwindle a bit, but make it so that he's passing is faster and not and he doesn't take any more pain.
Oh, we can do that.
Are
There's no
you
need
are
for
you
that.
saying you euthanize him?
Basically, I am not gonna allow this guy to continue. I can't. The moral of the Eastern will not allow this to happen.
So basically, you're gonna give him magic morphine until someone kills him.
Basically.
Okay. Give me a nature check, please.
Nature?
Nature or heal would work. Yeah, either or.
Okay, then.
Heal's fine. So when undo your mic. There you go. So when you kind of put your power into him, he looks like he kind of tries to strike at you as you're getting closer, but even though his weapons are well made, there's no force behind it at all, and it's kind of easy to just bat him aside. When you kind of put your magic into him, all of the magic just immediately gets sucked to that area where his stomach is, and then just disappears. Like all of the power, anything that you'd put into his body, just kind of goes into this void that's in his stomach.
I immediately stand up and say to him, "I'm sorry. There's nothing I can do to assist you." I turn around and tell the guys, "Someone put him out of his misery."
Do I get back at this point?
Yeah, I want to. If everyone does not want to do anything different, I would have you return now. However, it sounds like Hearth has something he wants to say, so I'd like to do that first.
It's a strange injury you have. Strange weapon must have forged it. It damaged your wards. Tell me, and we will end your suffering.
So you see him kind of snarl towards you and says, the black-handed bitch. She touched me. I couldn't cut it out." You see him kind of like take the axe and turn it towards that wound on his stomach, and sort of it looks like he's pressing the blade of the axe towards his stomach, but it's not hard enough to really pierce him at all. And it's more like a gesture, like he's trying to cut something away from him.
Blight, then. Okay, News, care to identify before we end his pain?
I'll try.
They basically people that are gonna have a shot at this. Harthor.
The two sorcerers go, "Yeah, Arcana."
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
What is this thing, huh?
Look at these
Yeah.
rolls.
Well, I mean, a 30 is pretty close. Pretty close to hard DC. 30 will be enough that you can get that. Or do you want to look at the wound, or do you want to just try to magically sense it?
I mean, I'll look at it from over here. I'm not gonna like walk up and put my hand in it or something.
Because I mean, he has a big bandage on his stomach. You will gain more information if someone removes that bandage and looks at the wound. I understand not wanting to do that, so you don't have to do that if you don't want to.
I will send Zapdog to do it.
So you have the Storm Talon pull off the thing?
Sure, yeah.
You can see that on his left-hand side, there is a little, there's a big cut from where it looks like he took something and tried to cut out a section of his stomach. And in the center of that, you can see there is looks like a thumbprint, a black thumbprint that's on his skin. And you can see, and it's burned into the flesh, and it's gone in very, very far. As much as he's kind of cut away from it, you can see there's a little flap that's hanging down that shows that fingerprint in perfect clarity in multiple layers of muscle down into his flesh. Like it's seared all the way into him.
Huh.
He has a blighted touch.
You can also tell that thing is eating magic and anything that's nearby it. Like, it's killing his life force.
Well, that's unpleasant. I'll communicate to the party that it appears to just be eating any sort of magic and life force or whatever that's near it, but it doesn't look contagious, does it?
You very much get the impression that you feel like if you touch that, there's a pretty decent chance that it's going to cause negative things to you.
Oh, don't touch it.
What happens when it consumes his life force, though? Is it going to spread? Do we need to intervene?
Since you guys had the good Arcana check, you're pretty certain that this thing will fade away after he dies, unless it's able to spread to someone else because they, reach up and put their hand in it.
Fair enough.
Okay.
So, it sounds like at about that time, Ashnar returns, gestures to the scout, takes the javelin.
He walks up, and as the scout's behind him, he grabs a javelin, throws it across the room at the guy, and as the scout walks in, says, "There's your guy." Sorry, there's your man. Are we done here?
You see the because Ishtar, you were looking kind of at it when it happened. You see the fingerprint kind of writhe and move a little bit, and then fade away, and the flesh goes back to looking like normal.
Marked for death.
And so the scout looks at the guy, looks at all of you guys, and goes, "Oh, looks good to me." And he kind of goes up and starts hacking away. After about 2 swings, gets the guy's head off and goes to carry it with him as he leaves.
Hey, how did he run into whatever the woman was with the black thumb?
Yeah, I was gonna say, are we familiar with Black-Fingered One? I believe it was.
Yeah, it's Clayman's friend, the other war leader who's moved to the.
That's what he called her.
Oh, that
Yeah,
was the other war leader.
I wasn't going to use that term to the scout.
Is that like a specific thing that we would know about, like an important figure? Okay, it's just somebody with that power. All right.
No, but I mean, so I'm asking the scout, how did this guy encounter her?
I don't think the players in this run have done anything with her yet, so I don't know if you're...
I think the war leader said that the assassin tried to kill her and him.
Okay.
And that he got away.
Yes, so that the answer to the question is that the assassin was trying to kill Rava Blackhands and trying to kill him, and then when that the assassin tried, they tried to kill him, but he escaped. So that is already what's occurred. Yeah.
But she managed to thumb him.
Apparently. So the guy will shrug and basically say a similar thing of, the assassin tried to go after some of the war leaders and was fought off and apparently just needed to be finished off, and we'll take the head back and say I will tell the war leader that you have done good service to the Banesworn on this day, and maybe we can get into some of the more real fighting, and starts to walk down the path.
Yeah.
So you may do so as them if you'd like. They are generic magic weapons.
It is a magic weapon +3 and a magic armor +3.
Yes. It's actually not that. It's something else, but I can look at the actual answer. The axe is a Reaper's axe, and the armor is magic armor.
Would it be? I think those two qualify as things we don't want to take out of this place.
Yeah, he did say don't take stuff, so yeah.
Yeah. Dang it, that would have made a good sell. Oh well.
So, unless anyone has anything else they want to do differently, you guys make your way back out of the hills. You can see that the battle is continuing to rage. That storm that you saw off in the distance seems to be making a pretty heavy impact as it's now hitting along the walls. instead of going through the plain in between the two armies. And the scout kind of double times it to where he's going. Once you guys get back to the fortress, the war leader will listen to your guys' story. So, do you tell him exactly what happened? Do you say that you guys had to kill him? Like, what is the version of the story that makes it to the war leader?
We found him. We killed him.
I mean,
Excellent.
it doesn't matter, right? Like,
It doesn't.
I mean, that's my version. If someone else wants
He
to
made a
say
rough
something
act.
different, you know.
But if we killed him, we would pass. And I mean, Hearth doesn't lie, so Hearth will probably not do the speaking.
Yeah, I'll just give a confirming nod to Ashnard's story. I don't have anything I care to add.
Okay. So he listens, looks at the scout. The scout sort of shrugs and then says,
Well, here's the
quick
head.
and true to your words. Yeah, and here's the head. He says, all right, quick, true to your word. Sounds efficient. Well, I can send a company of men with you to make your way into the stronghold to make sure that you know the proper signs to get in. Once you get to the city itself, though, I don't have permission to take you all the way to the tower or to get you all the way through the battle lines, but I can get you past the outer battlements at least. Basically, he doesn't have the authority to get you all the way to where you're going, but he'll get you most of the way there, and he'll send some soldiers to go with you because now he doesn't have to send a company of people out to go hunt down the assassin.
Sounds legit.
Okay.
So, the soldiers get ready. After about 10 minutes, they head off with you back down towards the battlefield. Now, you guys know the goal is to get into the city. So I'm going to give you a picture of the city again. So the goal is to get to the tower. From the way that the soldiers are talking, the two main ways of doing this are to go up and through the mountains, which is a kind of a long, circuitous route to get to where you're going, but it's going to be the safer of the two routes, or to try to make your way through some of the outskirts of the battle, some of the outskirts of the fighting that's going on across. And you can see as you guys get a little closer that there is a breach in the walls that people are starting to kind of pour through and around. So most of the attention of the battlefield is going to be towards the breach, or you guys can find some other way. So really quickly kind of discuss how you guys want to approach getting into the city.
Well, we don't have access in her eagles right now.
So those are the three options that I see. Obviously, you guys can come up with other options, but real quick, so we have a starter. Go ahead and see what you would like to vote for, and then if you guys have other options, by all means, suggest other options. Go vote, people.
Yeah, I mean...
Hearth doesn't really want to miss out on, like...
Yeah, exactly. I was like, ooh, a battle, I can fight my way through this.
Wisdom, please provide another.
This is just too cool.
What I was thinking is a bit of a compromise between 1 and 2. Like, we go in a way that's through the city, but instead of going the long way over the mountains, we kind of take a cut right into the section that's open in the battlefield, but getting to the battlefield as late as possible, so we don't.
That is
don't get
late.
involved in the fight.
Oh, great! When the group's forces have already overtaken the city and our allies are no longer in control. What a brilliant idea!
I mean, this doesn't look like it's going to be solved in 10 minutes.
Yeah, this is going to be a while. These are armies of thousands or tens of thousands meeting on the battlefield. So,
I mean, I think the other compromise is clearly we climb up to the mountains and then we hang glide into the city.
Yeah.
Sorry, I've been playing too much Zelda.
But how many of us can fly?
I know.
No one?
Everybody would take
Me?
too long.
Can we just fly? Because like I can fly.
I can't.
Forrest has a car. How many people can fit on the carpet?
only one, sadly.
God,
It's not an Airbus carpet.
Let's just fly. We almost got there.
Let's just wade through the battle. Why would Hearth want to fly when he can get in a fight?
I was
I
gonna
mean,
say,
yeah, but
I
flying
did.
is also really cool.
I had a battle scene of a similar style. The party had the option to like go battle or avoid battle, and they've chosen every time to do battle, and additionally tried to get in some extra battle afterward for no reason.
Sounds pretty legit.
So the answer seems to be go through the breach, go through the kind of lesser parts of the battle to make your way into the city itself.
Wade through the horde.
Just before we do that, I would like to say something.
Go ahead.
Let us count the ways that Gond has positively influenced our lives, brothers and sisters, for it will not take long. This in itself is a blessing, for it gives us more time to put towards bettering the multiverse through our work in the guild. Let us bend reality to our will and show Gond our appreciation for not cluttering our lives with unwarranted boons, or spoiling us with the trove of appreciation and success so we retain our humble natures. Truly he is Gond, and Gond is great.
Yay!
It gets better every time.
Yeah, it does.
Beautiful. All right. So everyone's got a good chunk of temps.
Well, almost everyone.
Well, it was definitely properly inspiring. Everyone who's not a servant of Gond gains good amount of temps.
That's more accurate.
As is appropriate. So you, in order to get through the bombardment, you have to go kind of through the crossfire. The Groomsh's forces are coming down from the high ground, smashing into Bane's beleaguered forces along the walls of the Great Fortress. Some of the Bane Knights are getting support from within the fortress itself, having taken the outer battlements. Getting across the no man's land of blood, fire, and magic is going to be one hell of a challenge. Luckily, you have a small force of Bane Knights who are willing to take some of the fire to get you to where you're going, and also to identify you as friendly to the city's defenders. Some have breached the wall, and some of Groomsh's forces have breached the wall, and forces from both sides are pouring through the gap. Time to wade through the melee. So, I know since we switched screens a whole bunch of times, you guys will not have initiative, and I'm gonna just leave it as that, and I'll go through people in a different way, or as we go through. The people that are here aren't worthless fighters, but they're the peripheries of the fighters. Basically, these are masses and masses of heroic level troops. So, you need to explain, story your way across the battlefield, how you're mowing your way through or fighting your way through without taking too much damage and too much of your energy in the process. So, Ashnard, you're first.
Oh, Ashnard is literally just wading through. Diving into the fray, cutting down people that get in the way of the group, and being the warmongering awesome dragonborn that he is.
Okay. So give me some sort of associated skill to get across the battlefield.
Can't make that hard DC.
So keep in mind what you guys get for this part, and then at the end I will give a sort of a description of what's going on and a total number of what all's happening. So that is going to be a moderate DC. So Falrus, what are you doing to get across the battlefield?
Okay, so Faras is a artful dodger, so I will keep my hands in my pockets and simply, dance through the battlefield, not trying to touch anyone.
I like the hands in the pocket.
I do too. It's brilliant.
Acrobatics and 42.
So you have entire groups of people that you can tell are getting so infuriated by the fact that you aren't hittable that they start breaking off into groups and start having challenges as they're calling back to each other in giant what seems to be some sort of like betting system of trying to find ways to hit you, and they all just sort of fail, and you end up getting a lot of the attention off of the rest of the people in your group because people are impudently chasing you down doing nothing. So that is going to be hard DC plus 10. So that is your result for the end. Ishtar?
So I am going to just basically I'm gonna summon up a thunderstorm, and I'm going to just sort of float above the battlefield and just drive the path in front of me clear with lightning and winds and horrible storm, and keep all these heroic nerds out of my way. Drive off any arrows with wind, that sort of thing. Clear a path.
Okay.
I don't. Where's my token? I assume I can intimidate that.
Yeah.
Do I have a token? Is there a token here? Where is it?
No.
No tokens. Now they are
Oh,
there.
there
Sorry.
we go.
So that will be a hard to see success. Basically, anyone that gets close to you gets lightning bolted, and after the second or third time that it's happened, people start deciding that taking bets on whether they can hit the rogue is better than getting roasted.
Seems fair.
And most things seem to avoid you. Hearth, you're up.
Okay. So Hearth is going to continue to like weave through this engagement as we move along, sort of the periphery of the fight. He's going to try and basically wade in wherever the Bane's troops are looking weakest, offer some words of encouragement and then some blasts of fire that sort of wash over them harmlessly, but strike down enemies in this sort of waves of sort of multicolored flame before he moves on to the next group. He's going to try and keep the morale of Bane's forces in line, because as far as he can tell, basically the only reason Bane's armies can stand up against the Grumsh is if they hold order and they hold ranks and they keep their formations together. They're otherwise like hugely outnumbered and such. So keeping their spirits high is the priority for ensuring that they're able to continue to defend us as we move along.
Sounds good.
Go for diplomacy.
So that will be hard DC success, as your little cluster of soldiers and your phalanx as you're moving along seems like they're pretty used to taking formation around a spellcaster. When you were seeing the other groups, kind of how they function as they pour through the breach and how they sort of stood as you guys entered the fortress previously, you could tell that they're sort of each one of their sort of phalanx is designed to have a little pocket in the middle for spellcasters. And if you can sort of make yourself that person, the rest of the group forms up to defend you and move your way through the battlefield, not only preventing stuff from coming after you, but also clearing the way so that whatever way you decide to walk towards, there's nothing in the way. You can just kind of walk and go that direction.
Cool.
Isdom.
All right, then seeing how everyone's doing, and seeing specifically how Ishtar managed to push them away with lightning, what I'm gonna do is a similar kind of tactic, but instead of doing that, I'm gonna concentrate my primal energies to kind of create a small kind of minefield around me. If an enemy, with that being someone that's trying to attack me, comes in to attack me, which I will see most likely, an explosion will rise from the ground with a spire of rock that will send them flying the other way.
Okay. So you earthbend?
Basically.
You successfully earthbend your way through the battlefield. While the spirits don't seem to really respond in the same way that you're used to, it seems like the spirits of this place, if whatever you're doing involves violence, it takes very little coaxing for them to get to be drawn to do something that's very violent. Will, you're last but not least.
I'd like to observe the ebb and flow of the battle and begin to understand the opposition's tactics and see if I can't identify a spot that would allow us to penetrate their lines and reach the objective we're looking for. I think insight would be mine.
Yeah, sounds good to me.
Yay!
So you're going to notice a couple of things. One, you're going to notice that the way that the Baneites kind of function, they basically are always braced for a charge. So they move up, they stop, they brace for a charge, they move up, they stop, they brace for a charge. And the other group seems to kind of know their role in this and charge into it. And every time one of these big kind of waves of charge comes, they inevitably do take some of the Baneites down, but they lose a dozen or more of their numbers. The other thing that you will notice is that just behind the rows upon rows of mostly orcs and half-orcs and other kind of there's bladelings, there's a lot of the more kind of brutish races that are on the side of Grumsh. You can tell that there are a couple of gnolls working their way through the battlefield, and you're able to see that when one of the waves comes and actually completely overtakes one of the little phalanx clusters that's near the edge of the walls, you kind of expect for when the thing come through, and as they break through the phalanx, just be wholesale slaughter. And while there is a certain amount of that going on, you can see that the group of gnolls step into where the carnage is happening and where the stuff is happening in the worst, and they grab hold of with these flails that seem to be the ends are wrapped in some kind of cloth, like it's not going to be sharp like their spiked flails normally are. They wrap the people in flails that fall, like the wounded, and they drag them away from the battlefield. You can tell that every time that happens, that the phalanxes nearby are really strongly affected by it. Like the Bay Knights are really bothered as they're noticing that some of their people, rather than being killed, are being captured. But you're able to make your way through the battlefield. Is there anything you want to do about that other than knowing that it exists?
Well, I'm going to point it out to the rest of the group for sure. Then, are these gnolls affiliated with Grumsh, or are they? Is it obvious they're somehow related to Yenogu?
You can see that the ones that are going through are dressed in robes, and they have the sign of Yenogu on their robes.
I'm going to point these guys out and say we should kill them ourselves. We should intervene and stop this immediately. This is not. I don't even think this is supposed to be happening here. There's something not right about that.
We've encountered these flail priests before, haven't we? In
Yeah.
Wanderer.
Yes. They look similar to the guys that you encounter in Wanderer 1.
You guys are bad news bears. Yeah, we should engage them if we can. If they're anywhere that's reachable.
So,
at the very least, Valrus, we should find out what they're doing with those they're capturing.
You can tell that they're dragging them away from the battlefield and into the lines of the huge masses of Grumsh's forces. So you don't see them do anything other than drag the wounded away and behind the enemy lines. So we will kind of discuss what to do next from here. But I do want to go ahead and take a minute to say this is the results of the challenge. So we had 2 people, I believe, make hard DC plus 10, which is Will and Falrus. So either one of you can help one other person improve by a single rank.
I think only one person.
I'm the only one that was moderate. I would rather lose a surge than just take damage with surge.
Okay, so then basically one person loses a surge. Yes, Ryan, they are aware.
And Will can help someone as well.
Oh, Will's not on the map.
That's right, yeah.
Yeah, we're still
I was about to be like, we should give the Scion the surge, but...
You should give it to me then?
Yeah, it gives Ishtar the surge back.
So I'm not great on the surges thing?
Are they aware? Okay, so they are aware of that then. So to me, the obvious negative to having your soldiers taken prisoners, they won't come back. If they're killed, normally they just come back.
I mean, is this really our fight? Shouldn't we just continue on to the tower and finish the job?
Well, I think there's something about I don't think that's right. That shouldn't be happening, and I think that might be dangerous to everyone, not just these people.
The gnolls are servants of the Dreaming Dark. They are our fight. The rest of this is nothing to do with us.
I mean, the rest of this is our job. We have to get through this. We're not gonna stop and have another fight.
How many of these gnolls are there? And are they like mostly clumped in this area? Or
I thought there was a whole lot of them spread out
Looks like
across the
they're just
battlefield.
everywhere, right?
I spelled pursue like an idiot, but
Peruse, maybe.
Peruse. I don't know why. I don't know why.
That was the first step. How many are there? What's available?
So the gnolls seem to be in groups of like 2 or 3, and they're spread all throughout the battlefield. There's maybe 5 or 10 clumps of these gnolls that you can see. So you would kind of have to go along and engage each one of the groups individually. You could definitely do so and make an impact here, but when you guys flew over, you could see that the gnolls were in relatively small numbers, especially compared to the massive numbers of Grumsh forces, were spread all throughout the armies. So, for every 100 or 200 of Groomsh's soldiers, there'll be a group of that like 2 or 3 gnolls, and that seems to be relatively evenly dispersed over that entire army that's outside. So the total of gnolls is probably somewhere in the thousands, but the total of Groom's soldiers is like in the tens or hundreds of thousands.
But there's probably only like maybe half a dozen to a dozen within easy reach without wading through the army.
Sounds super feasible, yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know what the problem is. I just want to find out what they're doing with the captives. It's just not that big a deal.
Do you want to stay in the middle of this battlefield?
Yeah.
Until I know what's going on with those allies of the Flaming Dark. Yes.
So what's?
We can do a recon mission while we're here.
As long as we have some sort of coherent plan that doesn't involve us wading across the entire battlefield to kill all the.
I mean, that is basically what he's proposing.
It's not at all what I'm proposing.
Yeah.
It's ridiculous.
Yeah, he just said. Gary said that they're capturing people and then dragging them back to into their lines.
What they're doing with the people they're capturing.
Right. Well, let me step in for a second. It is an unreasonable request to follow them through the entire battlefield to figure out where they're going. That is correct. I also don't think that's what Will or Ryan is suggesting.
I mean, if Ryan is saying grab one of them that's dragging one of them off and interrogate her, then that's different.
Yes, I believe that's the answer, is figure out what's going on by probably capturing one of them. That is my interpretation of what you're trying to say. Is it not, Will, or is...
It was a start. I wasn't giving a specific course of action. I was saying I would like to find out what's going on with these things, and we come up with a plan from there.
So let me properly put this into slightly more mechanical terms, since we've got a split.
I mean, it just seems kind of silly to me that we're fighting our way through an army and then, oh, let's turn and grab one of these guys and interrogate them in the middle of this battle.
Well, that may seem silly to you, but it seems silly to me that you want to ignore a major plot point of the whole storyline. So, I guess we're even?
Well, I mean, I have 2 points against that. One, I'm not a part of the storyline, so I have no idea. And the second thing is, again, we're doing this in the middle of a battlefield.
Right, but the problem I have is that you're not even receptive to somebody who is involved in the storyline and saying, hey, can we please do this?
For the purposes of getting through this session, though, I understand both sides of the thing. Some people are like, the gnolls are here, and that's just a thing that they don't necessarily want to worry about because they want to get to the end of the current mission. The other people want to see what's going on with the gnolls to try to get more information, kind of the more bigger meta plot. For the purposes of getting through the challenge, though, I need for you guys to either end the challenge by continuing through the breach, going behind Bane's lines with the soldiers that you have, or by doing something kind of changing the focus towards the new goal being to not only get through the lines, but to figure out what the gnolls are doing.
We don't want to go like wandering off back the way we came, but I don't think capturing gnolls and trying to figure out what they're doing is unreasonable.
Machinations of Dreaming Dark must be understood.
Yeah, I mean, if we're just talking about grabbing one of them on the way to the breach, then that's not a big deal.
So it looks like, at least, that we've got, at the moment, 4 votes for continue going through the challenge to be able to engage the gnolls in some sort of way. Majority? There are no mayors.
There's no mayors here.
Are you sure I have honorary mayor written in my titles?
Zapdog for mayor is what I'm
Yeah, I'm totally down for it. So 1 for Zapdog for mayor?
Alright,
This is how democracy happens.
This is going to be a continuation of the challenge. So the new goal is now to figure out what the gnolls are doing with the captives, either by capturing one of the gnolls or by following them or doing something else to learn more about how this battlefield is, how the battle is progressing. So you guys have mostly made it to the breach and are kind of taking a second to step back into the fray. You've got most of the armies of the Baneites kind of around you, and they seem to be holding fairly well at this point. And the people are the Baneites are mostly focusing on these areas where the big charges and the kind of the waves are falling in on the breach. So Ashnard, you're up first.
All right. Well, Will seems to know where these where some of the gnolls are, presumably the closest ones. So Ashnard is gonna dive back in and and sort of clear a path for the party.
Yeah, if you'll let me skip ahead of everybody, I'll tell you exactly where some gnolls are.
Assumedly, I can see some, and I can just like dive towards them.
Either or. Will, do you want to go since you're kind of the driver here? I'll do that first.
I'm gonna use perception to spot the best opportunity to snatch some gnolls. Oh man.
That's pretty close. That gets you pretty close though. So you can see that there is a so that counts as a moderate DC. You see that there is a one of those gathering charges with the gnolls kind of at the back of at the charge that's gathering up on top of one of the ridges, and you can see that the way that this sort of battle progresses, what's going to happen is that clump of them is going to charge down, hit one of the phalanxes, and if they can overtake it, the gnolls will then pounce and start pulling people away. So if that little clump falls, you're very certain that the gnolls will take a step forward. So you can either choose to wait for them to get hit, and if they fall, then jump the gnolls, or you can wait for the charge to come down the hill and then try to make your way up the hill to where they are kind of waiting in the back lines and drag them down from the heights. Does that make sense to everybody?
Yeah.
Any questions, Ryan?
I'm not sure it entirely makes sense to me, but I'm continue.
No. I mean, I was just trying to spot the best victims for us to snatch. So
those look like they would be the easiest people to snatch. So there's blooper. There's a hill, and on the top of the hill, there's a big clump of group soldiers gathering for a charge. In the middle of that clump, kind of on the back side, is a couple of those gnolls that you want to capture. You can tell the way that the battle is going that they're going to charge down that hill, hit one of the phalanxes, and if they can break the phalanx, the gnolls will then come in and grab people and drag them off. So you can either wait for that to happen, or you can try to go around the side of the hill and get into where the gnolls are in the back.
Okay, the going around was what had me confused, I think. Alright. I got it now.
Cool. So, Ashnard.
Alright then, so it looks like Will wants to wait for this charge to happen, so I think what Ashnard wants to do is wade through around the side of where the charge is going to happen so that we have a little pocket from where we can jump the gnolls from the flank.
Sounds good. So yeah, that'll count as a hard DC success as you kind of wade through. You see some of the soldiers kind of rallying around you as you kind of work your way through, and you can see that the Bayanite soldiers, even though they're kind of the rank and file, these are equivalent to heroic level soldiers. They're used to fighting with people that are sort of centerpieces to the battle. Like they're used to fighting with effectively higher level commanders.
They're used to playing support.
Yeah, so they're used to supporting and sort of getting the higher ranking officers room to work and stuff as they kind of mow their way through things. And so you find a lot of the times when you're kind of ready to go to do something, when you need to take a moment, that there's this sudden press of other soldiers moving themselves in the way, so you can take a moment to regroup yourself and then make your way back into the battle. Valrus, you're up.
Okay, so I think I'd just like to keep it quick and just hide in plain sight, pretty much, trying to not be noticed and try to infiltrate the Grumsh's forces and get to one of the gnolls.
Okay. So stealth up behind them?
Yep. That should work.
The halfling seems to vanish. So hard plus 10.
Does that a lot.
Ishtar.
Kind of used to it.
So since we're just waiting, I'm sort of just going to take up a position behind, sort of floating in the air behind the Bayanite line that we're waiting to shatter, so that I can sort of fall down upon them once we've cleared and drive away the non-gnolls. So I'm just gonna basically summon up winds around me to keep any sort of ranged projectiles from reaching me. And sort of just take a defensive stance up here and try and focus on deflecting everything and protecting myself with endurance.
Sounds good.
Okay. And I will guidance of the past this, I guess, because, yeah. So I can see if I can meet hard DC. No.
Nope.
All right.
So you fly over and get ready for the assault as you see them starting to pour down the hill. Hearth?
Yeah. So Hearth's going to quickly inform like his phalanx that have been working with him of like the plan they're going to have these gnolls for their attempts to capture honorable soldiers, and sort of put them in with a plan to like deliberately fold the phalanx at the front and have it sort of look like it's crumpled to encourage them to move in, and then just close in around them afterwards.
Okay, so you're gonna basically command them to properly retreat and make it look like they're folding.
Yeah.
Cool.
Like diplomacy seems.
Yeah.
The strats for this. Cool.
So that would count as a hard DC. Basically, you command them, and the Bay Knight soldiers kind of see what's coming, and you can kind of tell that this is definitely a tactic that they're aware of, and they're aware that they can kind of be the anvil for some hammer that's going to come down on them, and so they start to kind of move a little bit, just a little bit too much space in their lines, just make themselves look like a pretty soft target, like they're starting to move forward, like they're going to pick another defensive position. As soon as they start to do that, you see the group soldiers just pour from the hills. The center line of the phalanx breaks and starts to fall back, and you can see the other soldiers kind of looking towards your group to sweep down and slam into them, so that this, instead of being a fake route, instead of turning into a route, actually is a fake. Basically, you can tell that if you do not immediately engage the charge, that they are actually going to falter. Isdom.
Okay, getting that. Let's hope this works. I'm gonna okay. What I'm gonna do is the following. Is there still some of Ishtar's lightning kind of pulsing around?
There's
Not from her, but
always
just in the area.
There's always lightning
Sure.
around when I'm around.
Okay, then excuse me, honey, but I'm gonna take some of that. I'm gonna use some Arcana to kind of pull some lightning away from her and kind of shoot it right in the middle of the charge that just happened as a signal, so that the group that Hart told to be ready goes in after the thunder's explosion, so that all the enemies in the area are kind of slightly stunned or taken aback by the explosion, and specifically aim it so that one of the gnolls, well, actually both of the gnolls, get pushed back, so they're easy pickings for us.
Okay. Well, you know the gnolls are going to wait until the charge is successful before they come down the hill, but you can definitely use the lightning to try to break the charge. That would be a moderate DC. And you can see the lightning bolt comes down. The other forces that were ready and waiting see the sign as a break in the charge.
By the way, I 5 to that, so it's 31, so it's hard DC. Sorry.
Okay. So you see them kind of swarm, and as soon as the charge kind of hits that lightning bolt, the kind of breaking through the lines turns into an encirclement. You can see the gnolls, as they started to come down the hill, kind of pause for a second, and then suddenly there's a rogue in their middle, and you guys can do that. Now you guys have enough successes that you can easily jump them and take them captive. So I'm not going to need any more successes from that, because you had 2 really good successes earlier. However, because you guys are continuing to fight, that will be another round of the same sort of thing happening. So if you got hard plus 10, you can help keep people from losing surges. If you got moderate, then you will take damage equal to your surge value. If you got hard, you will lose 1 surge. So the 2 people that got hard, actually 1 person got hard plus 10 this time. So Falrus, who are you assisting to where they get bumped up once?
Who needs assistance?
I think I'm the only medium DC.
I think Will also had medium.
Oh, Will said
Yeah,
medium.
I rolled a 6.
Will, can you get your token on the map?
I guess probably give it to Will since he doesn't have temps.
But then again, doesn't Will have more surges?
You have plenty
Probably.
of surges. Yes.
Well, this one is like actual damage though. So,
Yeah, I guess I would give it to Will, so I lose one surge and he loses one.
Give it to Ishtar. I'll be fine. I take a surge worth of damage. Is that what it was?
Mhm.
yes.
Then I would not give it to Ishtar. I would take it myself to not use her surges.
No, you don't.
You won't need it because you're
Yeah.
not going to lose a surge regardless. You got heart plus 10.
Yeah, but if I give it to
You don't
someone,
downgrade
then
yourself.
No,
though, it's
No,
when
you
you
don't
get
downgrade
hard plus
yourself.
10, you get to help someone and you're fine.
oh, okay, then that's to Ishtar. Okay.
Yeah, heart plus 10 is really hard to get, so the benefit is very high.
Yeah.
So you guys are able to take the gnolls captive. Basically, they get completely blindsided by the fact that they go do something, and then the rogue is in the middle of them. Again, the gnolls aren't close enough to your all's level to really be worth saying, oh, let's stat out of combat, because you can take them out as a group pretty easily, especially getting the jump on them like this. So you can jump the gnolls. What is the plan now that you've got the gnolls kind of you have them captured? What is the goal now? I would say the default would be to take them kind of away from the battlefield to try to figure out what's going on, kind of pull them back behind the lines now that you've captured them, or you guys can do something else. So what's the plan going forward here?
Well, that was my thinking, is that if we're going to interrogate them, we should get them out of the battle and find a quiet spot and find out what they're doing.
Yeah, we don't really want to like conduct interrogations during a fight. Seems like a bit of a disaster.
So I'm going to move you back onto the cityscape. The Bane soldiers kind of rally around you as you drag the gnolls off. Several of the soldiers look like they definitely want to kind of step in and finish them off, but are intentionally not doing so, as they're sort of recognizing you guys almost like officers, recognizing the effect that you guys just had on the battlefield, and are not going to kind of openly defy you and take away the prisoners that you're bringing. But you can tell that the people on the side of Bane are looking pretty disfavorably on the fact that you guys are taking prisoners. But you're a little group that from the fortress help you guys take the prisoners away from the battlefield and into the kind of interior of the city that is burning pretty heavily around. It's pretty easy to grab hold of them, and the gnolls pull them off to one of the broken buildings on the street. And what would you guys like to do? So I'm going to put you guys on the map with all of the broken city streets. The tower that's off in the distance, you can kind of tell on the map, but the tower is enormous. It is like a mountain into itself. It is so much bigger than everything else around it. If you guys look on the scene kind of down over here, this little building down here is about 4 stories tall. So this is 4 stories. This is the tower.
Oh, okay.
So this building here, from what the token is, this is like 4 stories.
Wow.
Give you an idea of scale for this center building.
Ben, think like the 40k, the huge spires.
Yeah.
Yeah, this building that's over here on the side, this kind of what looks to be like a palace of some kind, would be a marvel of the world, or marvel of any of the planes that you guys have been on, if it wasn't right next to this tower.
It's like, oh my god, guys, this is amazing! Oh my god, what is this?
Yeah. So you have them together. I'm not going to put you guys in initiative order for the interrogation. I'm going to kind of let you guys be freeform with this. One, does anyone in the group speak Abyssal to be able to speak to the gnolls? Is the first question.
Ooh. No. Oh, great.
We captured them. Does anyone speak Abyssal? No. Well,
This was less great.
you know, isn't this something you should have figured out before you wanted to capture them?
No, we don't think 2 steps ahead.
2 steps is a lot of steps ahead.
So guys, first step,
Yeah.
I will show you the guy with the 3 dots on his, sign, the one that I saw, and ask the more religious guys, or the guys that actually know something, what the hell is that?
So he shows you a symbol. It's a purple triangle with 3 blood droplets on it. Someone want to give me a religion check? Because this is kind of obscure knowledge.
I'll give you one, it won't be good.
Hey, all right.
The 26 is not going to be quite enough, unfortunately.
Worship deities we don't understand.
The 28 will be enough. That is the number that you need.
I
So-
think you misunderstand here. A 26 in Gond numbers is like a 50.
That's correct.
So it's not any of the normal symbols for gods that you're used to. This is more of a symbol of a particular sect of a particular god. This is worshippers of a exarch of Yenogu called Zaiden. He's basically the right hand, basically one of the highest ranking members of the Church of Slaughter, and Zaiden is a force for the corruption of blood, of the idea that a certain amount of slaughter in an area the blood will seep into the ground, and the crop that was brought from that will be poisoned for all eternity. The idea that the idea of slaughter and of destruction on top of stuff then corrupts it forever. That is what Zaiden's kind of workings are. So this guy is apparently not only a servant of Yenogu, but specifically a servant of the part of the god of slaughter that is about pestilence and the magical equivalent of salting the earth after you're done.
Right.
So
I don't remember having prisoners.
beyond that, what would you guys like to do? Because they don't seem to speak common.
Does the army of Bane have a translator that knows Abyssal?
You want to ask the Banites that are with you?
Yeah, well, just if there's an officer around, we need a translator that speaks Abyssal.
So one of the soldiers kind of goes, I guess someone has to know, and then he will kind of run off. After a minute, the guy returns and says, "We don't really know, but we can send you up the chain of command," and kind of explains roughly where you would need to go, and says, "We know that there is a couple of the." My brain is failing. They're not called the Bane Sworn Elites because they have a different name, but I'm going to call them that for right now, and then if I remember the correct name later, I'll tell you guys. So he says the Bane Sworn Elite are currently deep within the city doing something, and if anyone's going to know something, one of them is going to know. And then says, we know that there is a woman named Rava who seems to know most things about them, and kind of gestures towards the gnolls.
Right. Well, you know how these guys are taking prisoners?
He nods his head.
So if you want to find out what's happening with your prisoners or what's going on, I suggest you get one of these gnolls to rob us so that she can interrogate him, and the rest of them feel free to kill. Unless anybody else wants to do anything. Done all we can with it.
I can't speak to them.
So
I guess I'll try speaking to them in Primordial. They might understand that. I don't know why.
they do not
You
speak
could
to
try
It's a mistake.
common
Hearth cycles through Primordial and Alva and then gives up.
and doesn't try common.
No. He assumes if they spoke common, they would be speaking to us in common.
I mean, have you tried speaking to them in common?
I would ask which way is Rava.
If it's quick, Gary, and we can just say we escort them to Rava, then we'll do that. Otherwise, I think the guys want to get going.
I'd ask if the Rava is in the way of the, the tower, so it's on our way.
The soldier says, yeah, the Banesworn are doing something in the tower.
Okay, great. Take one of these.
They're actually not called the Banesworn Elite, but my brain is not working. So the soldier says, yeah, sure, let's go, and kind of gets a bunch of a small honor guard kind of to go with you, like 3 or 4 soldiers, rather than the whole phalanx that came with you of 20. Most of the soldiers that came with you from the fort kind of go back to what they're doing. The one messenger that's kind of stuck with you for this whole time, escorts you through the streets, and you can see there's a couple times where they get accosted, and you can tell he responds back, and there's the same conversation happens in about 4 or 5 different ways, of basically someone saying, "What are you doing? Where are you going?" Him saying, "We have prisoners. They're taking them to Rava," and them saying, "Why do we have prisoners? What is wrong with you?" And they say, "Well, they're doing weird things and they are taking prisoners, so we're taking this one to Rava to figure out what the answer is." And then that happens several times to the point where the soldier that's leading you kind of gets down a speech to give and doesn't even stop for questions, just immediately answers the questions as the next chain of the speech as he continues to make his way through. Yeah, he makes a macro for what he needs to say to keep moving.
Repeat
Nice.
stuff.
So you make your way through. Once he starts to make his way into the tower, again, the tower, the big tower that you can see on the map, almost feels like it's going into a mountain because it is just so much bigger. It's on just such a different scale that's kind of hard to think about. And you can see as you work your way through, inside of here, it looks like this place was at some point like a palace or something, because everything is very, you can tell before the architecture was destroyed by however long the things have been going on here, it was very pretty. Like, this place was supposed to be awe-inspiring, but it has been so thrown into disrepair. And as you kind of work your way through, there are these random little pockets where there'll just be a room that looks to be in perfect condition and would fit in any palace in the Forgotten Realms, where everything looks to be pristine, except for the room next to it is a completely shelled out, wasted area. So the soldier leads you along with your prisoners into a wide open chamber. There's a certain set of steps that lead up, and you see there is a huge open chamber with this circle of these little concentric areas of sand. They look like a Zen garden it's in this big room. And on the far side of the room, you can see that the whole area opens into a courtyard. On the big map, you can see that this courtyard... Does everyone see the big hole on the side here? On the left-hand side of the tower? Yes? This?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So this goes into open air, and this goes all the way down to the middle here. And this is kind of an interior courtyard. In the middle of this interior courtyard, there is a squat, ugly-looking, dull, kind of looks like an iron tower. However, you've seen this metal recently, and you can recognize that it looks different enough from iron that it's pretty obvious what it really is. There is a 4-story tall mithril tower sitting in the middle of this other tower. It doesn't seem to have any doors or windows. It almost looks like a piece on a chessboard.
Does it perhaps resemble an instant fortress?
It kind of does, yeah. It looks like a model of a fortress rather than it being a properly built fortress.
Huh.
I think we may have found the vault.
So, you can see in the room there are several Bane soldiers that are sort of lounging about. On the far side of the room, there is a tiefling she's standing with her hands spread out to either side of her. You can see her hands are the robes are pulled back over her forearms, where you can see there's kind of that reddish tint of her skin because she's a tiefling going up her forearms, and then it goes and turns completely black as her hands from just above the wrist down are solid black, and she's gesturing up with her head laid back. You can see little rivulets of black energy pouring from her fingertips and dancing across the surface of the tower. You don't really know, well, you can make checks and stuff in a second, but at a glance, you might not know exactly what she's doing, but you can tell it's like she's trying to do something against that tower as you guys walk into the room. So your
Only the black hand.
Your little guide kind of gestures into the room, and he will kind of say quietly the names of each person in the room as he goes around. Says, that's Daggy the Hammer, it's Drazen the Blade, Tyrus Loudmouth and kind of go through, and then he'll say last to the woman on the far side of the room and say, Rava Blackhands.
Wally the Blackhand, I presume. Maybe.
I thought you said Rava.
So the question that I have to ask is, you can tell that she's obviously concentrating doing something. If you want to go up and interrupt her, you can definitely do so. But I want to make sure that it's clear that if you do so, you're going to be stopping her from doing whatever the hell it is that she's currently doing.
Can we determine what she's doing before we intervene?
She's magicking.
Yeah, if someone wants to try to do a Arcana check, they can do so.
Best I can manage is I'm going to do an insight check on her to see if it would be bad.
You mean like if she'll flip out and attack you?
You can tell that what she's doing is taking pretty much all of her concentration. It does look to be fairly complicated. As you can see, there's a little... she's got a bunch of kind of ritual components. Doesn't have a ritual circle or anything like that, but she has a bunch of components that are laid out in front of her feet. So whatever she's doing is something that takes a significant amount of effort. So interrupting her without doing anything or like just walking up and like bringing her out of it is probably going to be seen as something that's not necessarily an offensive action, but like she would be offended by it or insulted by it because it's going to be interrupting her.
Obnoxious.
She's not going to immediately be able to go back into doing it. It's going to take a lot of effort to go back into doing it if you interrupt her.
This may come as a surprise to some of you, but Will is a very patient man, and that comes from a long time worshiping God. So I'm happy to wait.
You did not enter with a bunch of goblins. You've got a bunch of Bay Knights with you.
And what about the...
We have like one no.
You got
Gnolls, yeah.
5. Oh, the gnolls.
Yeah.
You can tell that the others around the room are basically paying attention to you guys as you walk in. And let's see, who would be the one that would come to address you? So, Tyrus. Why would I even ask? So, you see a man who steps forward. It looks like he is an older human. He has a really obvious scar that has taken out one of his eyes. He looks like he's pretty long way past his prime. The guide that's here introduced him as Tyrus Loudmouth, and the guy goes up and says, "Hey, what are you guys doing here? You're not supposed to be getting anywhere close to this. Go back and defend your wall or whatever the fuck it is you're doing." So he steps forward to address you all.
Apologies, we're not exactly on standard mission. We have, as you can tell, we have an enemy agent with us that we were seeking to understand their actions.
I'm gonna move you to the other map real quick.
We believe that Lady Blackhands, War Leader Blackhands probably would be the correct way of describing her. War Leader Blackhands may be able to decipher what they are attempting to do. Why?
So he gets a kind of glance over his shoulder at Blackhands, who's off in the back with the tower. Just make sure that we're clear on what everything looks like here. So up here is the stairs you guys came in on, which I guess I can reveal a little bit more. So there's the stairs that you guys came in on. The dotted line here is that kind of Zen garden thing. I will share the Rings of Sand handout. As soon as you step on the sand, you recognize, you can tell what it does. And then the things are gathered around, and ideally you should be able to see all of the people on the map right now. actually one person you're not supposed to be able to see. So there's that.
Bye, Shiv.
So Loudmouth kind of glances over his shoulder and looks back at you and says, "Yeah, so there's some sort of knoll thing going on out there. We'll get to it as soon as we can crack into this vault and get whatever's inside. There's supposed to be some sort of treasure trove of just the right weapons for the job inside of this place, but kind of looks back towards the thing and then goes, do you guys by chance know how to get in here? I kind of looks over you guys and notices that none of you guys are having an obvious symbol of the black hand on you and goes, so who exactly are you? Because I don't see any signs of Lord Bane on you.
We've been allies to your cause.
So
Recently.
the guy that's been with you kind of perks up and says, they fought their way through the breach, made it to where we held the outer walls. Because of them, the War Master is going to have a good bit more time to do her work. He kind of grunts. Well, if you're here to help with the good work, then I guess you're here to help with the good work. Any of you guys more kind of looks at the wall, arcane, or at the tower, arcanely inclined, can figure out how the hell to break into this place?
I could give it a shot.
Maybe. I don't even know exactly what it is.
Yeah, like
I have a question. If Ashnod starts kind of sort of wandering around a bit, does anyone stop him?
If you get on the map, if you get closer, if you basically go past the ring of sand at all, you can tell that they're going to kind of move in the way of you.
No, just stay in the sand.
But as long as you stay kind of near the sand or in the sand, they don't seem to be bothering you.
Kind of like going over there, looking at the statues and stuff.
Each of the statues seems to be very, very old. Each of them are in pretty much perfect condition, and none of them seem to be depictions of Bane. Like they all seem to be soldiers of different types and varieties, but none of them seem to be statues that show any sort of symbols or anything on them. This one, let's see if I get these correct on the map. So these three look like they are well, this guy and this guy are human, and that guy's an Eladrin. This one seems to be a giant of some kind, and this one appears to be a sphinx.
A sphinx?
Oh, the old adventurers. Oh. Perhaps I could help them get in here, but I don't think we will.
I will note that when you kind of had the discussion about the old adventuring party, how many people was in the old adventuring party?
There were 6, weren't there?
4.
I thought it was 5, but there you go.
So what's the, because we, Ryan, this is something that they had a long discussion with Aegis and Lord Hearn with prior to you coming in here, but he kind of went through and detailed each of the other members. Who are the quote unquote old party?
There were the 2 that buggered off.
Desmahes, Weave Thantarim,
that
Morthak Waste Watcher, and it's cut off the Roll20 just bugs out sometimes when it's trying to display things. Bedvir Lugos or something like that?
Yes, Bedvir Lugos. That was the 4.
That would be a giant, a sphinx, man. I think you said what Morthak was. So there's an extra statue. Interesting. Do any of them look like Aegis?
None of them look like Aegis. Going around the room, I don't know. Have any of you guys met Bedvir on this character?
I'm double checking. I think
Ishtar
that I have,
has
though.
met. Bedivir's the giant, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
Ishtar has met him.
So knowing kind of once it gets brought up, you can sort of recognize this looks like Bedveer when he was very young. So he doesn't have the beard, and his face looks much more youthful. But this is pretty close to what a depiction of Bedveer would look like. Then once you've got that, and you know, if any of you guys have met the Sphinx, Best Mahis kind of always looks the same, but also she looks like a lot of other Sphinxes.
Does she have the coffee cup in her hand? Because half a question if it's actually her.
Yes, you can see that it's
Yes.
not in her hand, but on the base of the statue, there's a little cup of coffee on a saucer. You can see that this one here, one of the humans, has a staff that's raised above one hand, is in a robe, seem to be a relatively youthful-looking human, like a human is maybe 30 years old or so. And you can kind of recognize the features that would, if you take a moment to inspect it, would recognize Phantarum. Now, here's the real question. Has anyone on this character met the Waste Walker? Because I think Isdam has.
I think so, but I'm not completely certain.
So in Chult, there's the guy that have you done Chult 3 or 4?
No.
2, 3, or 4?
No, I haven't. I only did Schult 1, I think, and that was a long ass time ago.
Okay. So these two figures are the ones that are outliers. This guy has a weird looking mask on. He looks like you can tell that he's a Ladrin because you can see the sides of his face. So if you have the Badge of Idris, then yes, you have met him. So you would be able to recognize this one as Morthak Wastewalker. This guy down here looks to be a very muscular looking kind of, looks mostly human, but he's just sort of built on a slightly different scale. Like he's human, but he's also like 7 or 8 feet tall. Sort of like a human built on the same scale as Lord Hearn. And he's wearing bronze armor. The armor looks really, really ancient. Like it doesn't look like something that's been in military style in forever. And has spears and a bow across his back, and has a shield that's kind of resting against his leg.
How interesting.
So, getting back into kind of stuff that's going on, what I want to do is to make sure that people have the chance to do different things. Toss yourselves on initiative order. Again, this is out of combat stuff, just making sure people don't get skipped. What do you guys want to do in the room? Because unless someone is going to interrupt the Black Hands, she's not going to even acknowledge that you guys are there, and everyone is sort of relatively wary, kind of watching you. But if you'd like to help them break into the tower, Loudmouth seems to be for that plan.
We have 5.
Yeah, well, that's 5.
Gene.
Sorry, I was writing something. Where's my initiative? Oh, there.
Okay, so Ashnard, your terrible initiative means that you are up first again for what you'd like to do in the room.
Oh, I have nothing to do.
And you can delay if you'd like
just
to.
delay me. I'm looking at the statues.
Again, you guys don't have to do anything. It's not a skill challenge. It's more of I want to make sure that everyone has a chance to kind of interact in the roleplay. Like
yeah, just unless someone's going to tell me to like punch a statue, and I've got nothing to do right now.
Isdam, you're up.
All right then. Not one for charisma. So what I'm gonna try to do is, from afar, I'm gonna try and detect what kind of magic is working on the door without telling them. I'll try and keep it as stealthy as I possibly can. So, Arcana check.
I'm sorry, I didn't quite understand that. Could you explain that again?
Okay, from afar, what I'm gonna do is kind of use Arcana to check whatever it is that the door is using to seal itself. You know, like the magical effect
Gotcha.
that's preventing anyone from opening it.
Okay.
Damn
so
it.
Your magic senses go out, and you don't sense a building there. Like you should be able to. There should be. There's obviously some sort of ward or something that the Black Hands is washing up against and not able to break through. you should be able to sense something there. And usually, if it's something that's powerful enough to be stopping this caster, who seems to be pretty potent herself, it should be fairly obvious that there's something there. There's nothing. Like, magical senses say that there's no building in front of you.
I won't be able to make a check until next turn, but do I recognize this as the same effect that Aegis did when he withdrew his payment?
You would not recognize that. I would say in world, if you're able to perceive some of the magic of the tower, so if you can do something to be able to perceive the magic of the tower, you could check it against the magic that you saw Aegis use to see if it was the same source. At the moment, you can't perceive it, so you can't figure out if it is the same source as Aegis. But if you get the ability to perceive it, you'd be able to check and see if it's something that Aegis has done or Aegis is doing.
All right, then I guess I'm done.
Hearth.
Okay, so this is clearly the vault that we've been sent to investigate and protect, which is interesting because we've seen no sign of the guy's agent, whose name evades me. A something, I think. So,
what is your actual mission? Because this is important as a reminder for everybody. What is the actual mission that he asked you to go do?
To find Koth Amar and send him a message.
Yeah.
To
Correct.
keep the peace. Protect the peace. And secure the peace. There you go.
Close enough.
Was it spelt like that?
No. It also said to. So it's to secure the peace is what the message is. And you're supposed to deliver it to Koth Amar, and if by some crazy happenstance Koth Amar has died or is otherwise compensated, it's not the word I'm going for, compromised, is somehow compromised, then you are to immediately inform Aegis that something has happened to compromise Koth Amar.
Man, we have a Koth and someone else
We should
named the
probably
Hammer.
just try and find the guy and leave these people to it. They're not going to get in. Right. Being realistic. If this vault has stood here on the plane of war for years, it seems unlikely this lady is going to break in one day.
More importantly, it's not our job to make sure it doesn't get opened.
But probably a bad thing for it to open, but...
Sure.
I think he would be displeased if we just kind of left it, but... and we should try and find out.
Well, the thing is, we don't know what the situation is with his guy. We don't know if he's still around or if he's compromised. So we still need to confirm what's going on with that.
So that's what we'll ask them. Was there anyone like defending this place when you got here, or any soldiers not of Bane or of Grumsh?
So
it's weird that this place is sitting here.
So Tyrus will kind of shrug and say, people try to break into the vault every few thousand years. There have been a lot of extra attempts, but I think Rava's got the piece that she might actually need to break through this time. Supposedly in there are weapons to turn the tide to win this war once and for all.
That's quite a... What's the word I'm looking for? It's quite a statement you've got there. Where did you get that information?
He will kind of walk over to one of the walls, and as you can see on the map, there are these little alcoves with candle lights in them. And he'll sort of gesture along the wall, and he kind of brushes away some of the kind of grime and dust and dirt. And you can see kind of layer upon layer of soot, and as he kind of pushes it aside, you can see that all along the walls, there's a story that's written along the walls. And he kind of goes to a spot that you can see people have cleared away before, and kind of shows you a thing that says, part of the scripture, or part of the writing on the wall that says, within these walls there lays a tower. Within the tower lays the key to all victory.
The key. Are we missing a key? We have a compass, a map.
So you see him kind of shrug, and after he kind of brushes aside, looks at it for a second, says, maybe this is just some writing on some wall. Maybe it's all bullshit, but won't know until we can crack the outside, and no one's been able to do that yet. He gestures towards the tower.
Did not. So there was no one here when you arrived? No guardian or warden?
He shrugs as never is really. I mean, unless one of the other side holds it for a little while. Right now, we're here to guard to make sure that she doesn't get interrupted, which you're not going to interrupt her. Unless you're here to help, then I guess go ahead and help. And if you tip her elbow, we'll try to make sure she doesn't kill you for it.
Any assistance I provide would almost certainly be disruptive to her work. So,
Hard blood investigate. This is just a tower in the middle of a central courtyard, right?
Mm-hmm.
There's a bunch more of this citadel, like tons more of it.
Yeah, as you can kind of, as you guys are taking a little bit of time to look around and explore, you can see the tower seems to be in the exact center of the citadel. Like, you guys took several minutes walking through the exteriors to get to here, and the more that you kind of look into the greater courtyard as you see it kind of going up, this seems to be the very, very center of the tower. Like, the rest of this stone fortress was built around this tower.
People with good eyes, can you look into the around, see if there's anything that looks like it might be sort of like office or safe room or anything that anyone might hide themselves?
Yeah, I can take a look.
If the tower had been compromised. Because presumably if he doesn't think anyone can get in, there's actually no reason for him to stop anyone walking up to it. Right?
I mean, if he doesn't think anyone can get in, then inside is a good place to hide.
Give it the once over.
So looking around, again, there's that weird sort of thing as you kind of spread out around. As long as you don't get too close to Rava and too close to the tower, they're not going to stop you guys from moving around. And there's this weird sort of thing where some of the rooms look completely blasted out from years and years of war. Other rooms look like they are in pristine condition with a very fine layer of dust on them, like it was a palace that people just stepped out of a minute ago. There doesn't seem to be any obvious places that people would be kind of holed up in. You can see the remains of kind of a couple different last stands from, however long ago that there was a battle here. But there's nothing sort of obvious that sticks out as, oh, this is the place where someone would be. You can tell that in that courtyard, there are so many balconies looking out over that central courtyard that if you really wanted a place to watch the tower, you'd be up on any of the hundreds and hundreds of floors of balconies that expand the center courtyard. Where the tower is could easily be seen from pretty much any other floor in that central ring of courtyards. Basically, the answer is if you wanted to keep a lookout on the tower, you would definitely not be on the ground floor.
Where we are.
Right.
Yeah. So,
anything else you want to say, Hearth, or can I move on to Ishtar?
No, my heart's eager to leave these guys to it and go investigate where the guy might be.
Ishtar.
Yeah, I don't. Apparently, we don't want to open the vault, and even if I do, I'm definitely gonna blast her off of it because sorcerers and magic. So I think it would be best if I follow suit and we go try and find this dude. Unless we want to ask them about this guy's name, but I don't. Since we haven't yet, I don't think.
No one said his name to them yet.
Yeah, I'd say I don't think we want to do that, but
I'm hesitant to identify ourselves as.
Yeah, so I would go with the plan of let's go look somewhere else, I guess. For everybody else.
We could. Maybe we could contact Aegis at this point.
Might be a bit hasty.
I was actually thinking about that. What I see the problem with that is, and I'm not saying we can't, but how we contact him again when we need to tell him that we found the guy or
Yeah.
that we didn't find the guy.
I mean,
thought this-
that's a problem we can get to when that happens.
Yeah, we no longer have a ritual caster, so
So we kind of can't risk using that stone unless absolutely necessary.
No,
We need to
if
be
we
sure we
if
cannot find
if
this
the
guy
job
before
is if the job is done, like if we find him, then presumably he can contact Aegis, or if we don't find him, we call for pickup, and then maybe presumably someone on the ship could contact Aegis.
Mm.
Yeah.
I
It's only a
don't.
couple of hours for sigil.
I don't like using the stone until we've exhausted our capabilities to find this guy normally.
Yeah, I think so.
Okay, so it sounds like. So what are you doing, Ishtar, when all this stuff's going on? Because again, it's not a skill challenge. You don't have to do something, but it's. I want to make sure you have a chance to talk if you want to.
Think I have anything particular to contribute in this room. I already looked around and everything.
Okay. Will, do you have anything you want to do other than look around and make sure there's no hidey holes?
No, that was my action.
Okay. The last person I think that hasn't had a chance to specifically speak is Falrus.
Yep, I feel like there are part. I feel paranoid, and I think I would, check those writings, the key to victory, and check if they are, old, or if they were, were written by someone to, to make it a deception, pretty much.
Gotcha. So you're, for lack of better terms, you're inciting the writings on the wall.
Pretty much.
So if you want to get age of the writing on the wall, that's going to be an engineering check. If you want to try to figure out what the writings are doing, whether they match up with things in history, because it's going to be a very long story. There's writings on every wall in here. It could be a history check. If you wanted to try to see what the writer was trying to say and kind of read between the lines, that's going to be insight.
More like if the if the writings look how to call it
authentic.
Yeah, authentic. If it looks like someone has rewritten something like that in this place or something like that.
Which is also insight, I believe.
Also insight. All right.
Almost positive it is, but I can double check quick because it's not something you do very much. Yes, it is insight as well.
All right.
Detecting a forgery. Oh, you can use streetwise instead if you'd like.
My streetwise is one lower, so it doesn't really matter.
What kind of rogue are you?
Not streetwise, yeah.
You're a very unstreetwise rogue.
Yep, I can hide and I can, destroy traps.
Yes, an executive rogue.
So you can tell that the writing on the wall is very hang on.
It's very hang on.
I had to sneeze all of a sudden. You can tell the writing on the wall is very kind of flowery, and the way that it's sort of written, it's stylized to tell a story rather than it is to give you a lot of information. So this is like not quite once upon a time, but in in days of old, and it uses a lot of sort of creative language. Talking about saying the key to victory, it probably doesn't mean an actual literal key. It's talking about other things. And so as you're kind of going through, you can see that the what's written on the walls is starting off with a story of the Dawn War, story of the war between the gods and the primordials, and then talking of like most of the wall, which is going to be this area over here, is where roughly the story starts here and then goes around and goes out into the courtyard and comes back. Most of the wall talks about the all of the things that were done that were the quote-unquote good deeds, the victories of Bane during the Dawn War. So the first part of the Dawn War, they were getting their asses kicked by the Primordials, and then Bane took over as the leader of the General of the Gods, and as soon as Bane took over, the tide turned. Now, for those of you guys that know the sort of history of the Dawn War, it might have a little bit of embellishment, but it's also pretty much what people think is actually true as well. Like, for all of Bane's faults, the gods basically decided to give him control of the war, and he won the war for them. And so when you go and you loop all the way back around to the end, it starts to talk about at the end of the war there were all these spoils, these victories, these things that had been won, and then they were placed in vaults, and specifically that this vault has the key to victory from the war. And that's the section that seems to be the people who have gone here have uncovered this wall, which talks about supposedly what's in the tower, more than the rest of the story. Like, there's sections of the story that no one's looked at in probably centuries, or maybe even millennia, because no one cares about the middle sections of the war where Bane is being awesome. People care about what they can get out of the stuff over here.
So it holds something that won that war, not something that can win this war.
Yes. But
Alright.
at least the group here seems to put those two things as equivalent. Like, if whatever's inside of this vault was the key to victory during the Dawn War, they don't see any reason they couldn't use that to win the war against Grush.
Mm-hmm. And everything seems pretty, original.
Everything seems to be very well done. You get to certain pieces in the far edge of the courtyard, because again, in the map, you can see there's that one part of the wall that's collapsed. You can see areas where the wall definitely should be damaged, and it seems to have repaired itself so that the writing stays the same. So not only does it not look like it's a forgery, it looks like if you actually defaced it, that it would just effectively heal itself to look back like it did beforehand. While the walls are covered in dirt and grime and soot and all that sort of stuff, the actual words themselves are in pristine condition.
Alright.
So everyone has had a chance to kind of go around and explore and do different things. You can see that some of the people, look like they're a little, not like worried that you guys are here, but they're definitely keeping a close eye on you. The question that I'm going to have to put to the group is, what do you guys want to do from here on in? You don't see any obvious signs of Kothamar nearby. Pretty much what you see is these 5 guys that are waiting around on a 6th person to finish breaking into this tower, or to get tired, or to do something else.
Which of these statues was out of place?
The bottom left one, so this one here.
Oh, Ashnod's gonna go and take a look at it. Oh, actually, did anyone tell him about this? Because on his own, he's not gonna figure out that the statue's out of place.
That is up to Hearth.
Yeah, I mean, Hearth will probably be freely talking about that. At least to the party.
Then yeah, he'll go and check the statue.
Yeah, I don't know who that guy is.
If you say out loud that you kind of know who these other people are, the tourists will kind of look at you and be like, we'll say something to that. He kind of looks around and goes, you know these people? And gestures towards the statues.
Yeah.
Are they?
Have you not heard the legends? They're the Sphinx is very particular.
He kind of walks over and he says, the only one of these that I've really heard anything about is this one. Kind of taps the edge of the base, and you can see that there's one spot on the giant's chest that has a bunch of things draped over top of it. Looks like banners of both Groomsh and Bane that are draped over the giant's chest.
I claim this giant. No, I claim this giant.
He says, the only one that I know is this one here. Who are the others?
Oh, this is old heroes. So what is this? This is Bess, the Sphinx, great librarian. This is what's his name? Weave Lord or something. Sorcerer, mage,
Weebo
wizard,
Lord?
one of those. Magic user. There's Hearth is deliberately trying to sound very sort of like, oh yeah, I've heard of these people, kinda.
I've heard of these guys. It's that Meiji guy, right?
Right. So
This
you're
is
you're
Mordor, right?
you're intentionally remembering things like players remember things from my game.
Yeah.
Like in every game, not just your game.
Mordor Sand Stroller or something, right? Yeah.
Well, while
There
Hearth
you
is
go.
putting on such a great performance, I'm gonna be checking this statue.
Don't know about that guy though. Don't recognize that one.
So that guy, the way that he's standing, again, you already got the description from him. What is that you want to do with him? I mean,
Is there anything
none
out
of
of
them have
place
anything
about him?
No, I mean it looks like a very very lifelike looking statue. It's obviously not, it's not like flesh colored or anything like that. It's just plain stone, but it looks to be a pretty accurate representation. It doesn't look damaged at all. None of the statues look like they're damaged at all.
He's going to he wants to push it, but kind of make it look like he's just leaning on it. See if it moves.
Okay. Doesn't seem to move.
Oh. Is it all one piece, or are there multiple pieces?
The whole thing, not just the statue itself, but the base seems to be, on all of the statues, seems to be carved from a single piece of stone.
I will kick the sand around a bit.
You kick the sand around. As soon as you kind of, it goes and lands, you see it move back to looking like the pattern that it was before him. Basically, any disturbance in the sand, it stays there for a couple of seconds, and then it goes back to looking like what it did previously.
Playing the sandbox. No, after inspecting that, I kind of shrug and...
So, what I would like for you guys to do is take a minute as a party and try to decide what you want to do stepping forward from here. From me, it seems like the two options seem to be either A, to continue to investigate if you guys have other options of things you want to investigate, or B, to help try to break into the tower, or C, jump people, I guess. I don't know. I don't know what other options you guys
do
have.
nothing. Go somewhere
Do
else.
a
I
really
don't know.
quick chump check that this isn't the petrified guy we're looking for. Right. I mean, he's just kind of here, and he doesn't make any sense. I can't work out why there'd be a random extra statue that Aegis didn't tell us about. Unless he really hates the last.
Yeah, it's just like, that guy's a jerk.
Like, refuses to even mention him. Or indeed her. I don't know.
Inside check the statue.
I would say, from you guys were able to perceive, Aegis did talk about someone that he didn't like, and because again, you summarized when he was talking about the whole story about the previous ones, you pretty much get the impression that Aegis, even if he didn't like someone, is probably not going to stop from saying their name, because when someone mentioned the Dread, he responded, and you could tell there was a lot of hatred in talking about the Dread. So I'm going to go to the bathroom, so if you guys could take a second to kind of discuss what you guys want to do, because I don't want to just sort of stall out here and have everyone twiddle their thumbs, because I want to have some sort of decision made. I'll be back.
So what do we want to do?
I was thinking, could we, you already checked physically on that last statue. That's the oddball.
Arcana of the statues. Yeah, go ahead.
I think we should chump check the statue. I agree.
Not just that one, all of them, because maybe the others have got like something special about them, as opposed to him having as opposed to that one having something special.
Yeah, we should probably if it so happens that we notice something magical about them, we should probably keep it to ourselves.
No kidding.
Because if we say that they're magical, they might think that that's the way to open the vault, and we kind of don't want the vault to open the vault if possible. Until we know exactly what we need to do. That's at least how I see it.
So the other, if we don't find anything with the statues, what is our goal? What are we gonna do?
Search the rest of the tower, I think.
I mean, you're talking about a huge area. It would take like months or years to search this place. Unless you've got something more better to go on than just search the tower.
We could just shout the guy's name.
Just run around shouting his name.
Really loud.
Can I intercept something?
Go on.
I think the phrase to secure the piece might be a password that we need to tell to this guy, but that would open the vault. But to tell you the truth, I don't want to do that with those guys around. I think.
I mean, the worst that happens is we open the vault and then they'll go, "Oh, look, the vault's open," and then we attack them.
Well,
Well, I think the piece is one of the pieces of the hearts of the constellation, or whatever the
The
name
what
of
now with the
the
what
things
now?
are. The artifacts that protect the inner realms from adversaries like the Dreaming Dark.
Okay.
I don't remember what they were called.
Gary, if you are back, some people we want people to Arcana the statues.
Sure.
So I think the piece is likely a piece of that. We have a compass and a map, I believe.
But that's not how you spell peace.
So,
And again, we didn't
well,
hear. We didn't.
said
Yeah, he said peace. You're right.
Right.
So you do have a compass and a map. Those are the pieces that you have currently. And if someone would like to do an Arcana check at the statues, they may definitely do so.
This would match the pattern of hiding them in far off places in difficult to locations.
The statue that are you specifically going for that the statue that's different, Isdom?
Yes, exactly that one.
You can sense that there is some very minor magical things that are here. Basically, there's an enchantment on the statue to keep it in the condition that it's in. It's basically being a spell that will self-repair any damage. It's effectively a really, really long-term make whole ritual that has been placed upon it. The spell itself is not really that complicated, but for it to have this sort of staying power, it seems ancient. You can also tell that the signature, the feel of this magic has a super heavy feel to it. Like touching it feels like there's a great weight behind it, and it feels the same way that Aegis' magic did when he drew the rods of Mithril to pay you with. So you're fairly certain that at minimum the enchantment that keeps this statue functioning the way that it does was made by Aegis.
Is great protection.
Someone want to check the other statues?
I'm starting to get the incline, which should probably mention Kott's name to these guys, because I get the feeling they did something to him.
Well, it's his tower.
What?
Do the other statues have a similar thing going on?
So, going around, if you touch the other statues, and Isdom, is that what you're going to do?
Sure, might as well, since she asked.
So, if you follow through and go around and touch the other statues have the same thing, but it doesn't feel anything like that one statue. These all have the same feeling, but it doesn't feel ancient. This feels like it's, an old enchantment, but it doesn't feel anything like that other one. That other one, this one kind of feels like, oh, these are the pieces of this thing. This is an enchantment cast long ago, but it feels like it's still kind of understandable how long ago. This is maybe 100 years, 200 years. This is centuries ago. The enchantment that's on the other one, however, the fifth statue of the list, that one seems like it is kind of unfathomably old. Like, you can't really put a timeline on the other one.
Well, I'm going for broke. I'm gonna try and whisper under my breath as low as possible. The name of the guy. I'm gonna whisper, "Koth Amar," really, 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 really low, and then say the word "secure the peace," and see the statue reacts in any way.
So when you say that, you get this weird kind of sensation like a hot wind blows into the courtyard and kind of scatters around. None of the people seem to really be bothered by it. You get this kind of wash of steel and blood. This the smell of a battle kind of washes over the area, and you see little bits of the sand kind of rearrange and move, and you see words that appear in the sand. You're not really sure what language it's in. Well, actually, you guys have been around these languages before. You're familiar with what language it is, although I don't know if anyone speaks it.
What is the language? Oh, no.
Everyone speaks Supernal, don't they? Isn't that the
No, we
point?
can understand
What?
Supernal, but not read it.
You can you can understand you can understand Supernal spoken by an immortal.
I thought the whole point was that
Question.
it doesn't
Me
like
being an
TARDIS
immortal,
translate.
could I read it?
Either don't. Unfortunately,
That's
Diva
not how that
don't
works.
actually get Supernal.
No, unless they take a few for
It's
it.
a feat. No.
Damn
Wait,
it.
but since he's an immortal, can he just like say the things that are on the ground and then wander?
No, he
You
has
just
to know the
gutturally
languages.
grunt this beautiful supernal language and expect it to come across.
Magic, right? Works.
So
Yeah,
you can
okay.
see the words for a second on the ground, and then they fade back, and the pattern takes its own hold again.
Oh.
Oh, I'm fairly certain I didn't see that.
Okay.
Anyone who has a let me see. If you got a moderate DC passive perception, you would have been able to, and you were near, so like Ishtar, Ashnard, and Isdam would notice that. Faurus and Hearth and Will would probably need I would say probably hard perception because it was written on the ground over here.
Well, Will has
So
the hard.
Will you saw the words, like you probably even felt the weirdness of the wind. Like, that's a little odd. Looked around and you saw the swirling letters on the ground. And then you saw them dissipate.
But they're in Abyssal.
It's in Supernal.
Oh, same difference.
I'm glad we lost our ritual caster.
Okay, here's the question, guys. Should we call Aegis now that I've said that? Because he could give us the information we need now. We don't really have anything else to go on.
Nothing has changed. Call Kenner. Call the Axis.
Get an airdrop from one of the other guild members.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, they could just open a portal here, right?
Just ring up a ritual caster. I'd like to call a friend.
Exactly. I mean, we don't exactly have an audience to ask here.
Yeah, I mean, well, you kind of do.
I mean, yeah, kinda, but...
So again, guys, what's the plan?
Hey Rasa,
That's what I asked.
Up our friend? We need to have a quick chat.
Yeah, have you got like a sending ritual we could, a plane ascending we could
Call and
use?
then like just hand the phone over.
He just calls up and says, hello, Kinner, I am here with your friend, Hearth. You have 30 seconds.
Oh dear.
So, jokes aside, what's the plan, guys?
I don't know. Murder hobo time?
Why
How does
we could
killing
just-
these guys even help? Like,
That's
doesn't
what I
get
was
us
about
any
to ask.
closer to this dude.
There's no
They're
reason
just
to just
dead
attack
then.
people.
Like,
I mean, that is a legitimate response.
Stop.
Okay,
they're not even in the way.
They are!
Do anything.
They are! They're in the way of the tower.
screw it. Let's just call Aegis and tell him what happened. He'll probably send us a message that we can actually get something out of. Because we're just
okay,
further
so-
offline.
So first of all, Faurus has the stone. So Faurus is the one that ultimately makes that choice. And then second,
True enough.
before, if the option is to call Aegis, then the question becomes: does anyone else want to do something else other than calling Aegis here?
Yeah, let's not call Aegis here.
I mean, if
I mean,
If
I'm
you've
saying,
been
does
able to
anyone else want to do
contact
something
him.
else here that isn't call Aegis?
There is also those gnolls we probably should,
Yeah, the gnolls
ask
are still
those
here.
guys about the gnolls.
Yeah, there was still the null thing,
Well, this lady doesn't seem to be done with her thing anytime soon.
But anyone else can, ask them. Anyone else that speaks Infernal.
Let's call Kenner again.
yeah, do any of these guys speak?
No, that's the point. It was Rava that speaks Abyssal.
Well, I mean,
We don't know if they don't.
We asked and they
I
said
would
Rava
say-
does.
Yeah, I would say reasonably you guys had asked them initially, and they had said that no, Rava is the only one that speaks Abyssal.
We can just, interrupt the Rava and tell
Do
them
you
that
want to
they-
interrupt her? She doesn't look very interruptible.
Yeah, I would
She looks
mind.
interruptible. It's just the consequences that we don't want.
If we interrupt her, then she's probably going to try and kill us. I'm just saying. She does not look very happy.
How long has she been doing
I don't know,
that?
my-
Has she
my
been having
insight-
any success?
I mean, we can ask Loudmouth. How long has she been doing that? You know.
My insight check suggested that she would just be annoyed,
Mm.
obnoxious. That was the extent of the.
Yeah, basically, if you do something, the thing that she's doing doesn't seem like it takes a lot of resources. Like she's not burning components, but it does look like something that would be complicated for her to restart again. So she'd be annoyed, but she might not immediately attack her if you're not being offensive otherwise.
I would then assume she'd go, screw you, I'm going back to this, and then do it again, start casting the ritual again.
Yeah, it's like if we want her help, that's not the way to get her help.
I certainly don't think she will be she will end soon.
Not
So,
getting her help is also not the way to get her help.
yeah, exactly.
Okay.
Hey, that is suggesting something else, which is murder hobo.
Right, I'm putting it as an option.
I don't know why you said we needed to make it 4 though.
Because there could be
It's
other
specific
suggestions.
something else.
So it looks like we got 3 votes for interrupt Rava.
Mm-hmm.
Oh god.
Okay, so who's gonna be the one to interrupt Rava?
1, 2, 3, not it.
I could always interrupt her with
Hey,
fourfold
Tyrus,
invocation
look,
of doom.
we really would like to get some more information on these, what these gnolls are doing. I'm sure you would too. If you wouldn't mind getting your dear friend over there to break out of her ritual chants, that would be lovely.
So Tyrus just like blatantly laughs in your face and says, yeah, "No, you don't know Rava. We're not tilting her hand. She's been at that for a couple of days, and she's gonna be a little upset if she gets out of it. She's already been interrupted once," and he just sort of shivers a little bit. She touched the guy that tried to kill her.
Hmm.
So Tyrus will tell a story about how basically that there was someone like while they've all been kind of standing guard here, they were at one point taking turns standing guard, and while Steelskin was on duty, someone snuck in and tried to assassinate her, and she got interrupted, turned, touched the guy, and then the guy escaped. And you can tell that he talks about him touching, like Rava touching him in terms like she killed him.
Oh, that. Oh, so that's why that assassin was weakened. Well, there you go then. Mystery solved.
Yeah, but now that mystery solved, but it just prompted another one. The guy who we technically assassinated, he said the vault should not be open. He was quite adamantly against the vault being open.
Well, yeah, because then that means that they have control of the vault instead of Grumsh.
Yeah, I think he was adamant that Bane shouldn't open the vault. I think he's concerned that the vault was opened in the first place.
Yeah. So the question still is: so Tyrus will laugh at you if you ask him to interrupt her.
So the question is, who's interrupting her?
Yeah. The question's back to the party.
Still not it.
Zapdog.
Yeah, Zapdog just goes and
No. I still
Immediately vape.
really don't think it's a great idea, but
let's put it this way: if Ashnard doesn't want to interrupt her, you know, there's something wrong.
So if no one wants to be the one that does it, then what are we actually doing? Because
I mean, I've made my vote.
I will interrupt her if no one else wants.
Get ready to dodge.
okay. Dodge. No. So,
Dodge.
what do you want to say to kind of bring her out of her trance, Varus?
I'm gonna go over there.
I would not approach too close and simply shout, Mistress Rava, we have some prisoners for you.
So she doesn't seem to respond at first.
They are gnolls of Yenogu.
Gnolls.
So if you basically just keep talking at her until she eventually responds, after saying when you say her name, she doesn't respond. You keep going. You say service of Yunogu. Doesn't do anything.
Mm, they are taking prisoner your soldiers.
Doesn't respond.
We need you to find out what are their plans.
Still doesn't do anything.
One of them is a servant of Zidon.
I'll stop you if she does anything.
Okay. Fuck it, I throw a dagger next to her.
You can't just nudge her? Just go and nudge her.
Quite an escalation.
I mean, I would still probably prefer bouncing a dagger off the wall than like touching the person with death hands. Like,
I have
this is unreasonable.
Touch her with a 10-foot pole, not a dagger.
10 square pole.
10-foot pole.
Boop.
I mean, I throw it right next to her, so you know she actually sees that it's not on her.
So the dagger kind of clinks along down next to her. She kind of breaks from the trance for a second, turns around with kind of a look of just a little bit of confusion at first, and then kind of a look of being pretty upset about things. Yeah, she looks like she's not sure whether she should be angry or confused right now, and she's deciding. She flicks her wrist and a staff appears in her hand, and then she says, "What do you want? I am working." Interruptions. You see her kind of glare at you, and then the glare sort of takes in the other people in the room. She doesn't seem to. She seems a little mad at you. She seems like she's also really mad at the other people for allowing her to be interrupted.
Right? I will tell. We are told by Tarius that you are the one with who speaks Infernal, or it was
Abyssal.
Infernal? Abyssal. And we need to question these gnomes.
Will, you can hear that kind of when Faris went to go and start talking to her, Steelskin walked over to the hammer and started pretty quietly and common taking bets on what's going to happen when she gets out. If her attention is drawn away from the tower. And then she kind of looks at you and goes, and kind of looks at the others. None of you speak Abyssal? None of you speak Abyssal? No one in this whole what? Okay. But this will get you to leave me alone. Bring them over here, and we can get whatever this nonsense is out of their head. And kind of gestures for you to bring the gnolls towards her.
I do that.
8.
You see, it went well.
Well is relative.
What a babe. Half does not say.
Are you sure?
So the Rava turns to the gnolls, starts saying something to the gnolls, and they start having a conversation back and forth. You have no idea what they're talking about. Will, from passive insight, I will give you sort of a summary of the feel of what's going on, even if you don't know the words. Basically, Rava, being really pissed off, berates them for a second, and you can see that the gnolls are mostly ignoring her. And then she says something that gets the gnolls' attention, and then both of the gnolls then very kind of straighten up in their bonds and pay very close attention to what she's saying, kind of nodding along. And then they respond back in kind of a way that they seem to be talking over one another, like they're trying to talk to someone to appease someone. And then she listens to them for a second, kind of talks back to them again, and then switches back to common and says, "They're useless, you can kill them. Now, time to get back to my work." She stretches a moment.
Alright, so first of all, did she know the gnolls were here before she even spoke to them? Was that apparent?
No, she didn't seem to be. She did not seem to have noticed the gnolls prior to you kind of bringing them to the front of the room.
So she didn't know they were part of the Grumsh army, as far as we can tell. Secondly, she's pretty clearly lying at this point.
She is telling the truth when she says that she doesn't think that they're important, and she's also telling the truth when she says she wants you to kill them.
because
She is
well,
obviously being slightly deceptive, though.
right. I mean, she's holding information back. They're not important to her, and she's satisfied that they aren't a threat to her and whatever she's doing.
Correct.
Did it appear that the Knolls became deferential to her?
Yeah, they definitely seem to be pleading with her at a certain point. There was a good bit of conversation, a good bit of talking from her before they got to that point, but once they got to that point, they both kind of changed attitudes.
Right. So my conclusion that I will share with the party is that serves the same master.
Interesting. That seems unlikely. She's probably just like, yeah, I'm gonna kill you all.
The Knolls don't seem to be making any noise, or because they kind of have been struggling and biting at people and being obnoxious. After talking to the woman, they both are just kind of laying there.
Are they enchanted?
They don't seem to be.
Are they terrified?
They just seem more like relaxed.
Okay.
So unless someone stops her, she's gonna kind of glare at you for a moment, and then she sort of shakes off her hands, stretches her back a little bit, and then turns to go back to what she was doing. You can continue talking to her if you want to, but saying unless you stop her, unless you continue the conversation, she's gonna go back to what she's doing.
Okay, so she won't have seen anyone if not somewhere else. They tell you anything interesting? Why are they here? Why were they taking prisoners?
She kind of glares back to her. They are working with the Groomsh peons to go and do something else to our soldiers. They're trying to turn the scale in the eternal tide. It's a smaller scale nonsense that is not going to be important in the greater scheme of things. If I can get this cracked open, then that will be something that will change the scale of things, or that will change the scales of the battle. And that is what is important here, not this interrogation of petty prisoners. She turns back towards the thing, and then after a moment says, Who are you people?
That's a great question.
So, continuing to talk to her, she's now been she's stopped sort of dismissing you as random peons of Bane, and is now kind of trying to figure out who you are before she goes back to what she's doing. So she'll say to Forrest, "Who are you?"
We have helped you out a bit on our way here.
She looks at you. How so?
We're hailed as valiant defenders of the wall.
Oh yes.
You have impressive troops.
People hailed as valiant defenders of a pointless fortress with only one real treasure. She kind of looks over the tower. Well, I guess thank you for not interrupting my work. Will, are you trying to taunt her?
Not at all.
Just casual flirting. Not
I
sure
mean,
which would be taken better.
So this is the DM asking you guys a question. So Rava seems impatient to get back to what she's doing. Do you want to continue getting her attention? Do you want to keep talking to her? That sort of stuff.
I don't have anything more productive
We
to
could
ask.
ask her if she speaks Supernal. Do you want her to try and speak that thing?
Just have her be a translator. Oh my
god. Mechanically speaking, you guys are familiar that are aware that Supernal and Abyssal have the same written word, the same written word. It's not the word I'm going for. Script. Thank you. They have the same script, so generally speaking, if you can read one, you can at least puzzle out pieces of the other, or you can read what words they share in common.
So do you want to have her read that, or are we going to go call our friend?
I think having her read that would be the antithesis of a good idea.
That's
Perhaps
normally,
literally
like-
one of the worst concepts.
That's usually what we go with, so I'm just asking.
We can just say that we found those words on our way here. We found them interesting, so we thought she might
But
know.
we can't pronounce them.
We have to show them. We don't know how to say things in Supernal.
Remember, we just saw them, so I can just write them again.
Can you? Okay, I guess.
I saw them. I'm not. No, I
Have
don't
we
know where-
tested if it happens again?
But guys, she didn't tell us what conversation she had with the Knowles. I don't know why you'd think she'd tell us what.
That's also
That's
true.
fair.
Yeah, she'd just lie.
Sure enough.
I think we should let her get back to work, and once she starts, concentrating, we should keep
whatever.
her.
We got our own problems.
Was it not part of our mission to prevent the vault from being opened?
No.
No. The
Yeah.
mission was deliver the message.
He never even mentioned there was a vault until we
To whom are we delivering the message?
Kothamar.
I mean, but
Oh,
where are we meeting Kothamar?
In here somewhere.
So the Kothamar is supposed to be at his tower, and you got instructions onto where the tower is, and you have enough information circumstantially that it's pretty clear that the tower that she's at is Kothamar's tower.
The vault.
So what happened while I was gone?
I had that. I thought the whole complex we were in was Kothamar's tower.
No, this tower,
And that
the
this
iron
was the
thing.
vault inside. Of
No, the vault is his tower.
Is there more of specifically this tower to search? Or have we searched it already?
The small one? No, it's very well comparatively to the rest of the things. It's very small, and again, it looks more like a chess piece than it does like a normal building. There aren't any windows or doors. It's only about 3 stories tall. It's about 50 feet in diameter. Like, it's very, very small, especially compared to everything here.
I meant like the tower we're in, but you're saying
Yes.
Kothamar's tower is the instant fortress. It's not the tower.
Yes.
That
Yes, that is what he has been saying.
That's where I'm confused. All right.
So
Well, I
what
mean,
happened? So
theoretically-
what happened after you interrupted her?
She talked to Knowles and told us no helpful things.
Yeah, she talked to the Knowles. She said we could go ahead and kill them. They weren't of any interest or import. On body language, it seemed to me that once she assessed who they were, and they realized that she was, it seemed to me the Knowles felt that Rava was now working against them. The Knowles immediately calmed down and almost went into a catatonic state, but they're not. I mean, that's an exaggeration. They're just calm, but they're not afraid. They seem to be relaxed. But Rava told us we could go ahead and kill them. So my conclusion that I drew was that I think that whoever the Knowles work for, Rava might be working for as well, and the Knowles are content to just bide their time, not knowing that she told us that they could be executed without it mattering.
Okay, so have we killed the Knowles?
No, she told us we could, but we just didn't bother yet. They're on the map.
Okay, so why aren't we killing the Knowles?
Because why?
Why not?
Is there no reason to kill them?
I mean, no reason to keep them alive.
Not to kill them because I'm not a bloodthirsty, insane person like you, so I didn't just default to let's murder people.
I mean, what, you want to take them with you?
I don't care what happens to them.
Okay, then I'll kill them.
Oh, right, because that's the default answer.
I mean, you just said I don't care what happens to them. So if you've got a reason for me not to kill them, tell me. Otherwise, I'll kill them. Because right now, they're just another potential
I
enemy.
was trying to tell you what happened while you are gone. If you want to interrupt that and go ahead and kill them, knock yourself out.
I mean, there is a potential value in bringing one back to the guild where someone can interpret their abyssal and actually glean some information from them.
Okay, and how are we going to get them back to the guild is my question.
In a sack.
Put them in the hand holding and let them take their fucking chance.
Actually, does that count as taking something from this plane?
Oh no.
I love the no wisdom, well, the low wisdom and no intellect party is just fucking great.
It's perfect.
Well, now we have to get into the tower. Now it's completely. Now we just kill them all because they're in the way now.
So that option 4 is looking better and better, is what you're saying.
Help Raza get in, and then trust that his servant will kill her. But yeah, let's kill these gnolls firstly, because they're gonna turn against.
Yeah, I will skewer the
I'm
gnolls.
actually on plan
So-
kill the gnolls.
So Ashnard, you go up. When you kill this gnoll here, you see the other gnoll immediately start freaking out and start gnashing its teeth at you. But he's very clearly talking and saying something at Rava, who's completely ignoring him and going back along her ritual.
I look at the others like saying, "Are you gonna object to when I kill this one now?"
No.
No.
I go and kill him.
Actually, wait.
Okay.
He's gnawing.
Someone said wait.
That I did. He's gnawing at you. He kind of started gnawing when you killed his friend.
Yeah. So.
Yeah.
Yeah, you killed his
Okay.
friend in front of his face.
Yeah, I killed his friend.
Okay, 1 second. I'm gonna
Do you have
walk up
something?
to Rava. Well, not walked up to Rava, but walk to where Beanie is. I'm gonna ask Rava. I thought you said kill him, and they were calm before you said kill him.
Hasn't she started on her thing again?
Oh yeah, she's.
She started it, but you can tell that this is a process.
This is a
So it's probably
setup
take her
phase,
30
it's
minutes
not gonna-
before she gets out of the setup. You can still talk to her at the moment if you want. She's not gonna. Well, she has the ability to respond to you if she chooses.
Alright, I will be right back again while he's talking.
So go ahead, Ism.
Then yeah, I make the comment that she said, "Madam, you said kill him," and they didn't react to it. They seem really calm. Now this one's about to go bonkers. Is there something we should know about them? Because they were awfully calm when they talked to you.
She kind of glares at you with a very clear look of disdain on her face and says, "I clearly didn't tell the prisoners we were going to execute them, you moron."
I just can't resist laughing. Like it's just this audible chuckle.
I gathered that, madam, but that still doesn't mean that they wouldn't have known. They were too calm for their own good. They must have known we were gonna kill him anyway.
What?
Do you just assume that?
So
I mean,
she-
actually, this is the guild. Yeah, probably.
She looks at you, she looks at the gnoll, she looks at the dead gnoll, and then just scoffs and goes back to what she's doing.
I obliterate the other knoll and let some of it shock you for good measure.
Like, she says something under her breath to the effect of like, "I can't believe I work with these types of idiots."
Okay, back again for good this time.
Join the club.
Did this actually do anything, or did I kill the gnoll?
Go
I
ahead. 'cause
I
I can't
preemptively
really get
obliterated
information
it
from
for
the.
you.
Okay, it's dead.
Okay, both of the gnolls are dead. So,
Great.
So here's the thing. We can't get into this vault, can we? Without is it not our best option to, like, if she can read this thing that we can't, to let her open the vault,
Oh yeah, we should help her in at this
and
point.
then we
right?
kill them if we're going
Yeah.
to kill them.
Yeah,
Like,
'cause
That-
then we'll have the guy inside on our side, and then we'll have the vault open.
because we can't read this. Like, this is clearly a barrier.
Yeah,
to
this
us
is a
opening
disaster if we try and do this
This-
on our own.
Like, this is a disaster no matter what we do.
I mean,
I mean, yeah.
arguably, you could say that the writing in the sand and stuff is an indication that he is around. So, did he get the message? Can we call that quest fulfilled?
no one has sent the message to him. That has not occurred.
No, Isdem whispered and...
No, he did not.
What?
Is there any
No,
chance he's
He
He
whispered the message out of the statue.
Right.
No, he didn't.
What?
I
What?
did. That's
He
how
did.
got the superlative.
Oh no, he didn't. He said keep
did
the
not.
peace. He did not say to keep the peace.
No, that's not the thing. He
What?
didn't say the message. He said, I thought you said Aegis's name at the thing.
He said Aegis sent
No,
us to keep the peace, and then he said to keep the peace or something.
The name of the guy we're looking for, and then I said keep the peace.
Right, okay, cool. So you did say that, alright. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah.
And then
That
you got a
happens.
message, and then you didn't know
So
what the
we
next-
at least know he can hear us out here.
No, we don't.
Yeah, because well, who else would have made the shifting sands move?
a triggered mechanism from someone? Literally anyone else? Who knows? Like,
I mean, who else would respond to Aegis bringing a message for them?
The key part here is that I don't think anyone has said Aegis's name.
Yeah, Isdom did.
No. He
No.
said
No, I didn't.
the message. He did not say anything else.
Nope.
He didn't say.
Oh
Aegis,
no,
I'm
he
here
said
to
the
give
guy's
this
name. He
message.
didn't say Aegis's name.
All he said was
Alright.
Gothamar.
Gotham, keep the peace.
Right.
so say it
Were
as
the
a
words
message.
were
of
I mean,
Aegis
I mean-
again? I don't like. Do the thing again with Aegis's name, and then write down what it says, and then we can have her see if it helps her break into the thing. If nothing else different happens.
Sure.
So is that the plan?
It sounds like it.
Okay. So who is saying a thing, and what are you saying?
I am not saying it, but I would suggest you say something along the lines of Aegis sent us to find Gothamar to tell him to keep the peace.
Okay. So
Sounds smart.
someone wants to say that. So who is saying that, and are you talking to a statue or are you talking to a person?
I would suggest to a statue.
Okay. So the second question is who is saying it?
Sounds
Forrest.
like a plan for a paladin.
I'm
Gonna stride up to the statue.
as he's doing that, Ashnar's going to go over there and like sort of clear his throat
Look
very
as if he's
loudly.
Just like admiring it and trying to work out what's going on with it, and like step up to it and speak directly into its face, and try to disguise the fact that he's speaking directly to the statue.
So you go up. You say, Aegis sent us to deliver the message. Keep the peace, or to secure the peace.
Yeah. Gotham is to secure the peace.
You see the statue's eyes change and stop looking like stone and look like they're made of burnished bronze. They glitter at you for a second, and then you see one of them wink at you and then go back to looking like stone. As soon as that happens, Rava takes a step back from what she's doing and starts to look around at her ritual objects, looking really confused.
It's okay, we're not near her.
Yeah.
She kind of turns around. What was that? What did you do? She's like looking at her things that are spread out around her.
What happened?
She kind of turns back. I sensed something from the tower. Kind of looks over towards Tyrus and goes, "What were they doing right then?" And then Tyrus kind of shrugs and goes, "I don't know. That guy was sitting there. That guy was arguing with that one.
Maybe it was
He was
when
talking
we
to
killed,
a statue."
Maybe it was when we killed the Knolls. Maybe that did something.
Like arguing with that one.
Accurate.
It's pretty much standard.
I mean, have you killed Knolls here before, Rava? Maybe that was it. Maybe it needed a sacrifice to open it.
Do we give me a bluff check?
Sure. Oh wow.
Wait. That's a. Oh god, that's an 11.
So medium
So
DC.
she kind of gives you a weird look, taps her finger on her lips, and goes, "Maybe it could be that."
Go get
She
more
kinda-
gnolls?
She kind of gestures and kind of draws a little bit of the Knowles blood out of the body and has it go into the circle, where Ashnard kind of went into it with the kind of bloodied whatever weapon you use, a flail, I think. And she seems to be focusing on there might be some other trick to what's going on here. You can see that a lot of the other people who are just sort of not really paying that much attention, now that Rava has stepped away from the tower and is now paying attention to more stuff that's going on outside, everyone else is being a little bit more active, like, oh, there's something that might need to be doing, and that we might need to be doing.
They're pretending they were actually paying attention the whole time.
And then Tyrus goes, whoa, all of you, do whatever it is that you were doing just a minute ago. If we can find the way in here, There's rewards for everyone, something you can't believe. When Bane finally claims this plane, the ones that made that happen, you'll be next to gods. Kind of tries to convince everyone to go back to what they were doing before and try to see what triggered the thing.
Ashnod looks at him and says, "Sounds good," and he starts clearing his throat again.
Hoth just like stands staring at the statue. It's like,
I think I heard him say melon.
So, basically, you guys do a Benny Hill skit, I think, trying to, basically convince them that you are doing the things that you were doing. You can tell the kind of longer this goes on, the more aggravated Rava is getting because clearly someone is hiding something from her. And as she starts kind of talking to herself, and kind of just these whispers that are getting harder and harder, and she's like, "Well, their blood didn't work. Maybe we could get more gnolls. No, I don't know. We'll have that much time before the city falls."
Well, we could go get you some more gnolls while you stay here.
So, is that what you try to tell her?
Yeah.
Sure, go ahead. Give me a bluff.
No, I'm saying we really could go. Oh well, I guess I wasn't planning to come back. So
Yeah, that's the key there. I see what you're doing, and it's a great idea.
Oh no!
That's exactly
Wait! I'm stopping that. I'm stopping that.
stop. In the name.
in the name of lies.
I was expecting the macro to come up before I had to finish the song, I must admit.
There.
Okay, go ahead.
The magical D20 re-rolling.
Wait, I gotta chant that. Time return, undo the wrong. Give a second chance to those whose fate's been swung.
Okay, there you go.
Oh, nice.
Bam.
Nat 1 to a nat 20. That is
Perfect.
the way to do that. Use that reroll. So, she stops her. Yes, you could still be useful to my plans. Good. Kind of snaps her fingers, and you see out of the pillar next to her, a drow just sort of like steps out of something that was a crack in the pillar, and says, "Go with them and make sure that they go and find other gnolls." He kind of looks towards Will and goes, "He should be able to hunt down any of them on the battlefield. They'll be near the back lines. Just follow him, and he can help you get in and out quickly. Bring a dozen or so. Yes. I wonder how many lives it takes to get a response. I could ride that response." And you can see she sort of devolves into, if you've seen people trying to puzzle something out,
Yeah.
she's basically gone to like, okay, well, if killing one of the gnolls gets this little pulse, then if I killed a couple of them together, could I get a bigger pulse? Could I kill them individually at a time and then try to like figure out where the pulse is coming from and then try to ride my way in? And
She went into Sudoku mode.
she feels like she's got the puzzle piece that she needs. She just needs to keep going further down the hole.
It's a long haul.
So she's gonna send the Shiv with you guys to go and get the gnolls from the battlefield.
I have a question. Does anyone have telepathy? No, never mind.
If we had telepathy, we could have just spoken with the gnolls and not needed to do this nonsense.
You know what you guys could use, and I'm just gonna toss this out there, but if you had like a psionically oriented ritual caster.
I know, right?
That wasn't asleep, I think you might want to say, Gary.
Oh, that would be great. How unfortunate.
Sorry.
I mean, before we left, I did tell people they should go to the shops and buy a clue, but apparently no one listened to me.
I didn't have the spare mana.
Oh.
Okay, so alright, so this is me as the DM telling you guys as players, if you guys so wish to just leave and quote unquote go and get the thing from the battlefield and make your way out, there is no reasonable challenge that is between here and you guys deciding to leave the plane if you guys so choose. If you guys want to do something else that's not that, or you have other things you would like to do before you get to that goal, then I would like to know what you're doing.
He wanted us to call him once we delivered the message, right?
We've delivered the message. We can
I
just
mean,
call him,
Well, we
explain the situation.
I have an idea, but how metagamey are we gonna get? Because there's this Shiv guy next to us.
yeah, we have to deal with the Shiv before we can do anything, right?
So I will say that the Shiv is going to go with you guys. As a group, if you all decide to jump him, there's no way that he's going to
Right,
be
absolutely, but it's a matter of communicating to the rest of the party that we're going to jump him. I mean, if you can say we can kind of, give that look to each other and make sure everyone knows that we're going to do that.
You
then...
know what the best way to communicate that to Will is to everybody to give him his own 3x3 box to send in.
So I think it's pretty reasonable to assume, since you guys are all relatively on the same page, that you guys can go and do this, and then when that becomes to be a thing, it's not going to be a combat. The question I have to ask for you guys is, what are you guys doing on the plane still? Like, are you gonna the sending stone is for, in the event that the tower has been, that Kothamar has been compromised or Kothamar is dead, you're supposed to contact Aegis immediately. Otherwise, just let Aegis know that the message has been delivered whenever you guys get back. So.
Well, I mean, I think it would be reasonable to ask him if he wishes anything done about the attempts to break into the vault or something like that.
I mean, we can tell him it looks like the tower may be, someone is trying to compromise the tower, and he can do with that information what he wants.
Okay. So is that the thing that you guys are gonna do? Kind of as you leave this area, send a
jump Shiv and then use the sending stone.
Yeah.
Right. Is that the order? Is it use the sending stone and then jump Shiv, or jump Shiv and then use?
I'm fairly certain we're going to jump him either way, no matter what we do. Am I right, guys?
Yeah, but I'd say jump him first, because if he hears us sending a message to somebody else, he could actually try and escape.
The jumping will be first, presumably, yeah.
Cool. So does that seem to be the plan? Type 1 into chat if you agree. Jump him first. Type 2 if you do not.
So yeah, we jump him.
Yeah. So basically, you guys get.
Gary, you need to frame this. It was a unanimous decision by a party.
I know it's amazing.
And pretty much instant as well.
Someone.
It was the murder hobo decision. I mean, I picked this decision ages ago. No one went along with it.
By the way, do we kill him or do we keep him unconscious?
You can do either. It doesn't matter until we talk to Aegis.
Well, that is a good question, though. You guys are going to choose to jump him. That is my next question that I was going to ask, is do you kill him or do you knock him out?
Well, we can knock him unconscious, talk to Aegis, and then decide.
I have to agree with that.
That is a possibility. I'm asking, is that what you guys are doing?
Is that what we're doing?
I actually think knocking him out it behooves us, because if you kill him, I think he just comes right back to life.
Yeah.
Is that actually a thing here? Is it even for... Sorry, is that a thing even for people who aren't, embroiled in this whole thing?
But aren't these Baneites? Aren't they embroiled?
These guys are all Baneites.
Oh, okay. I always had the impression they just kind of hired help.
No, these guys were the Banite elite.
Oh, okay. I always thought they were kind of doing with the same thing we're doing, ingratiate yourself to the army so we can try and get in here. Okay, then.
No.
So yeah, we want to knock him out.
Yeah. Okay, so you guys jump him, you knock him out, and you do the sending to
Aegis.
To Aegis. I'm not going to make this in sending form. I'm going to have this be a conversation because doing it in
Aegis.
sending form is too annoying.
Woo.
By the way, we do the sending out of his earshot, just in case.
And earmuff him.
So
I will stand guard over him just in case as well.
Alright, so what do you open up the line of communication, and what are you saying to Aegis, and who's talking?
Pharos, I guess.
Seem particularly ingratiated with Pharos.
Okay, so Pharos, what are you saying to Aegis?
I would first ask party what are we going to say, because...
I don't... Tell him that we delivered the message to a statue and the statue winked.
We delivered the message to a statue of your agent. At least, statue we believe to be of your agent.
Half can talk to him as well.
Okay, I
responded positively.
I don't think, naming the statue would be a good idea, because, some people might actually intercept sending, I believe, so...
It's an Aegis sending. That's better, right?
It is possible to intercept sending, so if you guys want
I
to
am
not say the
paranoid,
name,
I
that's
don't
fine.
want to...
You could just say message delivered, vault secured. By the way, this is the guild.
What?
I
Well,
don't know Vault secure
The
is
vault.
true.
No, the vault
The
is
vault
not
is-
secure. That's
yeah.
half the point.
People are attempting to enter the vault. Should we do something about it?
Yeah, pretty much.
Okay.
Message
you-
sent. Yeah.
You send the message. You get a question back. Did the statue wink or did the statue blink?
The statue winked.
Winged.
Then the weapon is still secure. Your mission is complete.
Woohoo!
Alright, sick layers.
So
All right. So
Does half actually say sick
Let's get the
laters?
hell out of here.
So, what do you guys want to do now? Because quote unquote the channel is still open if you want to say more to Aegis or if you have other questions. For
Yeah,
Aegis,
tell him
or
about
have
the
a
party.
guy.
Ask him about the Knolls.
I think we can do that in person. I don't.
Well, we won't be here
Yeah.
if we're in person with him. And what if there's something to be done about them?
Yeah, so we should ask him about the Knolls, and since he already said the weapon's safe, then we don't need to. Then we'll ask him directly. Do we need to do anything about the ones trying to get in?
Is that what you want to ask him?
Yeah.
The wink means that the agent has it well under control and is not threatened in any meaningful way.
Okay, great.
Okay, and as for the
Cool.
Knolls,
Let's go.
Bring nothing of that plane with you when you leave. This is advice, not instructions.
well,
Sounds good to me. Let's call for pickup.
all right.
Let's call the dropship.
Let's get clear and call the dropship.
So, again, you guys have effectively befriended everyone. The one question I have to ask is, what do you do with the guy that you guys just knocked out?
Bind him, gag him, basically make it very hard for him to wake up and leave. But not impossible,
is
you know,
super
he'll get
awkward.
there. He'll get found eventually.
Yeah. So, all right. So you make it to where he doesn't die, but he is out of the fight for long enough that everyone still thinks you guys are, on their side. The Bay Knights will help you escape from the battlefield and get back to the fortress and be able to easily get into the ship.
Cool.
Captain Rancer has no problem picking you all up, and we'll pick you guys up and lead you away from the plane. We'll take you back to the guild.
Woohoo!
Weird.
yeah.
Congratulations on going to the plane of war and not having combat. Because,
You have no idea how disappointed Ashnard is about this.
Technically, we beat up the one guy.
I mean, technically,
And we
we
had a
beat
good
up like
chance.
hundreds of
Yeah,
heroic
we-
people. So, there's that.
yeah, you did mow your way through a whole bunch of people, but
Yeah. So technically, we did fight.
Ashnod murdered 2 captives.
Yeah, Ashnard murdered 3 people. He's good.
yeah, Ashton did kill 3 people.
Yeah, there was like
It's no fun that he doesn't. He's not. He doesn't want. He's not there to kill people. He's there for the challenge, and that's not a challenge. So
Granted, that's a slow day for a guildie, but
Mhm.
handful of
So yeah, please go into.
Yeah,
stuff.
I'm switching over to GM mode.
Oh, I just realized what this is gonna mean.
What?
And
I have a bad feeling.
I don't like the sound of that laugh.
That's a
I
very...
don't like it either. I feel that that heavy ruck you get at the pit of your stomach. That's what I'm getting right now, and I don't like it.
Oh well.
this is gonna take me a second to type up because I have the format. I just haven't written it out yet. 1 second.
You're not prepared for
It's okay. Roll20 is being rather slow right now. Which is odd. It doesn't usually take this long for me, but today it's been taking a while.
By the way, Kari, can we go into GM mode?
That's what I'm doing.
Yeah, you guys can go into GM mode. We'll have a little bit of kind of conversation with Aegis here at the end. But other than that, there's no non-GM mode stuff that needs to be done. You guys are able to return, get back to the guild. Oh, my Roll20 just.
Oh, it's that why I can't refresh because it got red boxed.
I've
No,
not been
I
red
clicked
boxed.
something.
Oh no.
That's my fault.
You've made a horrible mistake.
it needs to gather steam. It's gathering a lot of steam.
No, it's actually not Roll20. It's my computer. I did something that keeps screwing up Roll20
No, yeah,
when I do it.
mine's just stuck loading, gathering steam.
God, it's always so hard to find Ishtar's Sheik because she's the only I letter. I can't just like scroll through and find it.
Well, once my computer gets
Well,
unscrewed.
I mean, you could just search for I and then find it instantly.
So
Can you do that?
yeah.
Yeah, that's what the search box is for.
Oh, there's a search box.
Oh my god.
So you guys make your way back to the guild. The portal's open. You guys go back to the Winter Court. You see the same group of people that were there when you were there last time, are continuing to have their conversation. Lord Hearn, Melissa Shi, and Aegis are sort of having their own little clique off to one side. And as you approach, you see Aegis smile, or sorry, not Aegis. You see Hearn smile, nod to Aegis as he kind of puts an arm around a probably invisible Melisaya, and then goes to step away, allowing you guys a moment. And you guys walk up to Aegis, who nods at you and says, "You seem to have completed the mission and nothing else. I appreciate your succinctness in this." Does anyone have anything they want to say to Aegis or do with Aegis? I mean, otherwise we can just end the session.
I mean, did he just say you complete the mission and nothing else?
Yes, and he said it like a positive.
Oh, okay.
Like,
I was going to say, it's like, well, you didn't. I mean,
you did exactly what you were told to do. He sounds slightly surprised.
Yeah.
Okay then.
If he's read any of the previous guilds, like.
I'll ask. Do you have any details of the vault stuff that you'd care to share? Because it's kind of an interesting thing. If you don't want to talk about it, that's fine. But I'd like to know for information's sake.
Okay, it's my internet that's derping. It's not Roll20.
I will have to agree with my friend here. I'm kind of curious to know, even just a little, what are those people trying to get that they will risk so much for it?
You see Aegis like he's considering, like he's trying to figure out what he wants to do. That is not within my nature to tell you. It is not a matter of something that I do not wish to have you know. It is not a matter of something I do not wish to tell you, but it is not in my nature to share such things. It would be more in my nature to safeguard such information, to prevent it from causing problems and more volatile natures from spreading.
Fair enough.
Fair enough indeed. We will not ask any more of it. Though we must tell you that there is a particularly dedicated tiefling who's bound to keep at it, trying to break through the vault. I assume that from what you told us, she will not make it, but you should maybe keep an eye out just in case. Although, let's just say there's gonna be a bit of blood in that area next time you go in.
He gives you a strange look and says, "If I could step foot upon that plane, I would not have sent you."
Then she'll have one hell of a time trying to open that vault.
One more thing. There were servants of Yenogu, and
For anyone who wants to see what that statue looked like, that's what the statue looked like.
Damn!
I can't see a damn thing. My internet has collapsed.
That's what I call to the teeth.
I am obligated by the spirit of Matt to tell you that you misspelled here in the first sentence.
What? Oh, yeah, that's notes visible to me, so screw you.
Oh, say it's visible. Should I not be reading that?
Yeah, probably.
Okay. It's visible to me, so I assumed it was fine.
Yeah, it's DM notes.
I will scroll up.
I will scroll up.
So Aegis basically will talk about how, like, the kind of stuff that you've done, and we'll say that he's gotten several artifacts from the plane from those that have gone there before, and he does not mind sharing pieces of his hoard with you. And we'll do the same sort of thing where he kind of slits the air with his finger and then pulls out some things if you guys would like to have optional loot.
By the way, did he react anything to us saying that there are servants of Yenogu on that plane?
He definitely reacted, and then he kept speaking. After he kind of says this and kind of pulls the things out, he looks back up at you and says, I am aware that there are creatures of the Dreaming Dark, servants that are working with certain agents of different deities who are acting against their natures. This is something that is becoming more and more in is being brought more and more to our attention. Please understand that there are entities working against the Dreaming Dark, and that I am one of those entities. So basically, he knows about it, and this is something that is really bothering him.
Alright. Sounds good.
I can actually do the fuller form of the story awards if you guys want. I just didn't realize that these were written on my notes from my old computer. I didn't realize I had put them into Roll20 until now. So.
Well, Zune is screw Zune.
So the two things that you get is you get the Champions Remain, which are all 6 of those names, and then the yeah, this is true, Ryan. Let's say not the Bloody Maul of Cord, because there's still some questions on whether that's going to be an allowed item. So the Gauntlets of Destruction, the Reaper's Axe, the Radiant Weapon, or the the War Ring.
Well, it's given as a story award, so it's fine either way, right? Or is it a quest reward?
Technically, no. It's still banned.
Oh, I thought you were allowed those things as long as they're gotten from a quest thing.
It depends. Like the quest-specific item stuff is typically a no-no. Like we don't want anyone to make a quest that allows the staff of Mishakal to be something that is given out to the guild, like regardless of how it gets into the guild. No.
Okay.
So it should be the same rules for everything. So Ryan sent me a message. Ryan is right that I should say not that. So not the Bloody Maul of Cord. The other one, Banesworn, you get the level 13 version of Bane's Battle Acumen if you would like it. So you have that as an optional alternative reward should you want it.
This is a 5-level thing?
5-level thing. Yeah. So 5 level from the end of the adventure. So because I'm kind of doing this halfway and doing wrap up halfway, is there anything else that people want to talk to Aegis about? We do have a little bit of time at the end of the session.
Well, he didn't seem keen on answering the questions. He didn't necessarily know a lot about the gnolls yet, so. No.
What questions did you ask him? You asked him about.
We asked him
what's
about
in the vault.
The vault. We asked him for details on the vault, and we asked him about the gnolls, I think.
Yeah, so he says about the vault. It's not that I don't want you to know. It's not in my nature to share that information. And he does seem almost like apologetic about it. Like he kind of would share it, but there's something preventing him from doing so. And then the gnolls is he knows, and he just wants you to know that there are others like him that are working against the Dreaming Dark. It sounds like no one else has questions, so I'm gonna keep going through wrap up and do loot and our gold and EXP.
We not get the story award related to Aegis' nature.
I need to look that up because again, things got deleted.
Yeah, that's why I was asking. I can send it to you if you'd like.
Yes, please. Could you send that to me? Because
this was atop the parapet site.
Yeah.
I was going to ask. Did it change from 2 to 8?
Yeah, it did.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, I thought that was weird too because I know the first one I played was like number 2 or something, and that was this adventure.
That was the sufficient. Yeah, it was number 2 from the way that things were done originally. Den wanted to have his story make chronological sense the same, or not chronological, level sense the same way that my stories did. So because most of his adventures are going to be heroic, that meant that he needed to put a bunch more numbers before this 14-16 game.
Send it to you on Skype.
I was like writing down the name, and I was like, "Wait, which atop the parapets of this?" And I had to stop and wait for later.
Yeah,
I don't know what it is now.
So, yes, do you want to link that in chat, because you guys would gain that because you guys did not go against his nature in the adventure.
Oh yeah, I remember that.
Do we get a story award for having no combats on the
Plane of
Plane
War?
of War?
No.
No.
I mean, you kind of do because you have all of the champions remain, which is
Wait, do
an
we get
interesting
this
story
as well?
award.
Do we get the under the Mithril of Aegis?
Yes, under the Mithril Aegis you will get because you did not work against Aegis' nature.
Cool.
What in the world is a Hersham fiddlestick?
I believe in
It's a
Power
fiddle.
of Wonders.
That stings.
So there's EXP and GP for the mission, as well as the story awards, the Champions Remain, which is a meta story award, and Banesworn, which you have access to the Bane's Battle Acumen, which is an alternative award, which after you have put in the experience from this mission, from that point on, you have 5 levels where you have access to it. Now, to be clear about things, if you have multiple story awards, or not story awards, multiple alternative awards, you cannot have more than one active at a particular time. You can't have more than one on a character at a particular time. So, for example, if you have a story award that is going to expire, or a alternative award that's going to expire next level, you can take Bane's Battle Acumen and just not turn it on until the other one expires next level, and you can keep Bane's Battle Acumen on until it expires.
I conveniently just lost my previous alternate reward upon becoming 18.
There you go. So, I'm gonna go ahead and say that's the end of the adventure.
I like this gap here.
The question, yeah, the gap is level 16. So asking for feedback from people. I know
items.
Oh, items. Yes, that's important. Did anyone take alternative rewards? So, Ashnard, did you want alternative rewards or
nope, I want loot roll.
Isdom.
Actually, no, wait, screw it. No, I will take one of the items. My bad.
You were both talking at the same time. I didn't hear anything.
I said my bad. I will take an item.
Okay, Isdom.
Leave me to last. I still need to consider whether I want an item or not.
Okay, Will.
I need a minute.
Okay, Hearth.
I'm gonna take an alternative reward, I think.
Okay.
I'm gonna play the numbers.
Thorus.
I have a technical question. If I take the alternative, the optional loot, will it count as getting item on level 18 or the 17?
18.
18. So I think I want a roll for loot.
Okay. Ishtar.
None of those are usable by me, so I won't take.
There are people that well, one, War Ring is usable by you. Let's start there. And second, there are definitely people that take it with the intention of vending it every time. So.
Yeah, I mean, War Ring is definitely something that the crit fishers would love.
Mine sold.
Yeah. So.
Yeah, I
think I'm just gonna take a War Ring to sell it.
No
I'm not
interest in
against
this.
things. So Ashnard is going to take optional loot Isdom. So I think I've only got one person who's rolling for loot, which is Ishtar.
I'm still deciding.
Okay.
Far
Well, I know
I believe
It's
this is
just, oh, these things can be sold for
I
so much
I have
money.
maybes. I have maybes, and then I have one person who's rolling. So I'm going to roll for the one person who's rolling. No, two people are rolling because Followers is rolling as well.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't think any of those are anything. Maybe, but probably not.
Probably not. It is not, no. So neither of you get loot. So just need to wait for Hearth and Will and Isdom.
I'm taking optional.
Cool. Will and Isdom?
Yeah, I'll take optional.
John, you're last.
Of course.
If you don't want to choose yet, by all means, take a minute. We'll start doing feedback. Ishtar,
Please,
I
thank you.
don't think you've done this yet, so I'm gonna have you go first.
I think Ism said he's taking the.
No, for feedback.
Oh.
Things you like, things you dislike, what you change, what you make different.
Well, I mean, I did like that we didn't end up getting into a fight. Those are always interesting. I'm not. It really, I guess, it was really weird to me how basically we determined what path we were on, like just by saying, well, we slaughter these guys or we don't slaughter these guys. Then it was like, well, why would we like not take this opportunity now? Like, I know we had the decision that other parties have taken other paths. It just there was the comment of, well, if we had succeeded in our first skill check, then we would have gone a different path, I believe, or something like that. So that was the decision-making point. Like, there's a really weird dynamic. It wasn't like we were offered both sides as a choice.
We were
Like,
actually.
You were. It's just one person made the choice for the whole party.
Yeah, but I guess there was never a clear, like, to me, it was not like pick a side. It was just like, well, these guys are here. I guess we'll go with them.
No,
Like,
there was actually there were two
bit
sides.
where
There
I
was
shot
the
off a symbol of
I know.
pain into the
no.
sky.
Remember, there was that injured Grummish orc.
Yes.
The way
So
the other
injured group short.
the way the other party took it, or one of the other parties took it, is we picked that orc up and then we pretended to be Grumsh people.
Okay.
Well, it helped that Ukla was there.
Yes.
Yeah. So they had a reason to kind of go on the orc side of things.
Correct. Yeah.
But so like I feel like it is definitely a thing that certain groups will default certain ways, and I mean in this group you have people that are like, oh well, maybe we'll sneak past. No, we weren't really good at that. Cool, let's light up this gigantic banner that we're gonna go with Bane. And then it was like, well, if that's the choice you guys are making, that's fine, but it makes it easy which path you take.
Yeah. I've got my mindset, I guess, is sort of like I was expecting an options menu and it didn't appear. And like that's not necessarily that's probably a good thing, but it was just weird to my brain. Too many video games probably.
Fair.
But yeah, other than that, I'm not I didn't understand. I guess it was weird that we were required to like actually use Agus's name in the delivering of the message, because honestly that would have never occurred to me had you not said it, that we needed to add his name. Like, and I assume maybe the Supernal clues us into that if somebody could actually read or cast a ritual.
Mm-hmm. Or
So,
if you did, or if you asked her, the message was, "Who says this?"
Oh yeah. Well, making her more suspicious was probably not the answer to our problems.
It would have been interesting. It would have been an interesting route to take because you guys definitely can help her break into the tower. That is definitely an option you guys have.
Yeah. I'm assuming that is not.
We were pretty close to just doing that because
Yeah.
we assumed he was in the tower.
He is in the
Yeah.
tower.
For the people who've done the adventure before, he is in the tower.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, you can actually get in.
This is why I was kind of silent on the well, where is he thing, because I knew he was in the tower.
Yeah, I don't know. Like, I guess a lot of the adventure didn't correlate to how I think, which isn't like any sort of real comment. It's just like I didn't click with a lot of the stuff in it to how we were making decisions and how we're going to try and find things. So it was kind of weird from my perspective, I guess, overall. But I don't really have like, oh, like anything primarily this was wrong with it or this was bad with it. Why was there a reason that the second like fighting arc of the skill challenge had a different DC and consequences and stuff going on than the other parts?
I think there was only one different DC that was not standard, medium, hard. So
Yeah,
I don't think so.
The second arc where instead of like we just rolled once and then we compared our results to like hard plus 10 nonsense. Like that I wasn't really sure why that was different.
So you're talking about the fighting through the breach thing, right?
Yeah.
There were 2 rounds of it. Both rounds, everyone each person in the party made a single check, and then you compared your results to the numbers at the end. So you did the same thing both rounds.
Yeah, yeah. I guess why was those 2 rounds different from a normal skill challenge? I guess is there a reason for that?
It's because it's a scene, so they're individual scenes, and there's a bunch of different ways that you can do those scenes in a bunch of different orders. So rather than it being a traditional skill challenge, it's going past a scene, and you can actually have those scenes. Some of them be skipped, some of them can get answered early, can be answered fast enough that you can just skip the whole challenge. The other group decided to go on eagles and fly over the wall. So their version of that skill challenge was very different than your version because the scenes were different. And so if you see it on the DM side of things, rather than you need X number of successes to get here and here and here, you just need to do something to solve this problem. Like, if you did something to capture one of the, if you flew down on eagles and grabbed one of the gnolls and took him off, well, it would only take maybe 1 or 2 successful checks to get that done, and that scene would be done. The reason that the things didn't really change is you guys were just trying to get through the scene initially, so it was 1 check, and then once you guys had set everything up, it actually made sense in the way that it played out, that it was 1 person, everyone got 1 turn, and then the scene resolved itself. So that's just sort of the format of the secondary method of skill challenge, which is to do each scene until that scene completes.
Okay. It just was different, and I didn't know why it was different. All right. I don't think I have anything else to say.
Okay. I think Isdom, you're the only other one that's not done the adventure before.
Yep. So let's see. First thing, I kind of like the whole ballroom thing. I didn't think I get to do that in a D&D game ever. Kind of wish I had a little more time in that thing, or we had some more to do in the ball, because that sounded like somewhat fun for an intelligent class character.
Have you played Wanderer 3?
Nope.
Okay. Spoiler, that's half of the adventure.
Oh, god damn it. Ugh. Well, I know who I'm playing Wanderer series when he gets up there. Oh yeah, he's not smart. Damn it. As for the whole explanation of the planes, as we went through them, I can just imagine Isam just looking beside the ship and just taking all the primal energy in and letting Vini get some of that energy as well, because she probably wants it. I'm kind of surprised we managed to go through the whole adventure without actually going into combat per se. I'm really surprised about that. And I have to agree. I think it was mentioned before that I don't know if it was mentioned, but I feel like there was a point where we got really freaking lost, and it's not because we didn't know what to do, but rather because we didn't have a way to do what we wanted to do. So it kind of got out of control for a second. Thankfully, we managed to somehow squeeze out of fighting.
Well, I think it's a thing that's for my adventures, and it's very much a downside of the method that I do things, where I basically say, okay, guys, here is the challenge that is here. I'm not going to give you an options menu with a clear path. So you all have to be the ones that, kind of goes to figure out what the solution is. And sometimes you guys are going to come up with a relatively straightforward version of the solution. The last group had Osirian and Eucla in it, and the two of them being in it made it very straightforward, and then effectively they had Kenner to enable them
And Althea.
to skip stuff. Well, no, I'm saying like Kenner's rituals
right.
made it to where they could, all of the non-combat stuff, they basically quickly got between all of the stuff that was not combats, and they did the first combat really quickly, and then they went through the skill challenge stuff to get to the second combat, and then they just the other party flew eagles through the hole in the roof straight down to the tower, and then effectively jumped Rava and killed her before she got to do anything.
we jumped that we just jumped right into that fight right away.
So that was very, the complete opposite choice of what was going on here, but part of that was because you had Osirian, who very much belongs in the plane of war, getting to go into the plane of war and then doing what Osirian does. So I think Falrus was the ritual caster in this.
I have no recollection of.
Are you sure it wasn't Leaxus? I think it was Leaxus.
It might have been Leaxus then.
Yeah, because.
Oh well, then
I am pretty sure it was Leaxus.
Okay, I thought both were here, so that's bad on me. So, did you have any other feedback, Kiston? I didn't want to interrupt you.
Yeah, a few last things. I'm still ecstatic that my first time using multiverse is like, nope, none of that one, and not 20. I feel like we got away with something we should have got. I'm just so happy for that one.
That was an interesting bluff to make sure that bluff went off, and that was a good sort of exit to the scene in the way that you guys played that whole adventure kind of sideways, which I thought was a lot of fun for me as a DM.
I had a backup one in case that didn't work.
Nice.
So we were ready.
We were prepared.
Cool. All right. So I guess then the next one is Falrus. Feedback from you.
Okay, so I liked it. It was fun that there was no combat. It's not always you see that kind of thing. It was a bit, how to call it, hard for us because we. It seemed like we took a whole lot of time to discover things with no wisdom and intelligence. And no rituals, I guess. Yeah, what else? Other than that, I think everything was, really cool, and I really enjoyed that stuff. And I don't really have any, negative stuff.
Cool. Well, glad you had fun. I guess the next person would be to ask Hearth.
Yeah, this adventure was really interesting. There's a lot going on. I don't know if there's just a lot to do, or if we were excessively slow. But it took us a long time to get through this adventure, even though we didn't fight anything, which is often responsible for some of the lengthier sessions. I don't really know why. We spent a lot of time durdling in the last scene, I guess.
I will definitely say that when I realized you guys were going to skip the first combat, I didn't prod you guys to force you all into the next scene like I'd been doing in the beginning part of the adventure to get you to the plane of war relatively quickly. And then when I realized that the combat was coming less and less likely towards the end there, I kept allowing you guys to dawdle a little bit, to try to figure out and puzzle your way through the scene rather than trying to get you to get to the point of quickly get to the answer to get to combat. So I think that if you're like, oh, well, we didn't fight, but the session still took a normal amount of time, that's at least partially because I intentionally didn't speed up the pacing in places that I could have, because I think that and this is me having a question for you guys, I want to see if you guys enjoyed this. I think there's not a lot of times where you get in session the feel of being able to puzzle without being on a clock, where it's like, oh, we don't want to work with the puzzle of trying to figure out what's going on here and go into the lore, or go into any of these details, because we've been playing for 5.5 hours before we start doing any of the puzzling out, and we've already have a full combat under our belts and all this other sort of stuff. So I feel like having the session without combat allowed me to let you guys sort of explore a little more than I allowed last time, where they did 2 combat, so we needed to get through stuff.
Yeah. I mean, I think there is a lot going on in that session, and I feel like we really did skip through the Masquerade Ball, which, I mean, I was very eager to mingle with the other guests and find out what might have changed in the Winter Court since the last time I played and all that stuff. But, like, imagining trying to fit that in, along with all the things we put together. And even if we just, like, had a fight in the end of that with the last guys, which we were pretty close to doing, would have, I don't know, like, there's a lot going on in that session, and I feel like there were other options that I thought were actually fairly obviously going to be available. Like, we could just have killed our way through the first group and gone and found somewhere else, or we could have gone and joined the orcs. But it just didn't seem to make any sense to me for us to do those things. Which I think is as much my like in character thing as Hearth, right? Of like, Grumsh is just the antithesis of everything he stands for. Whereas, Bane is just a little bit evil, still fully lawful and hold to their word and all that stuff. I don't really have a lot to say that, like, oh, I think this should be changed, or this like would be better different. I enjoy wandering around in your worlds. And I enjoy your characters. Stuff. It did feel like there was like maybe a bit of the time was just sort of spent not necessarily productively. So like I don't know that we needed to spend all that time hunting down the guy. I don't know why that scene sort of dragged for me. Is that it didn't seem like any of us were particularly good at what we were doing in engaging him, and that we were all sort of stuck out of our comfort zones.
What do you mean?
I don't know. It just felt like there wasn't
when
any.
You say, I'm asking, like, when you say engaging him, who are you talking? Who's him?
Oh, the hobgoblin.
Okay.
He felt very. I don't know. He just felt like a side quest that I don't know. There was really any. I mean, we just handled it really well, and didn't seem like there was any risk to us. And the whole. I mean, I guess the joke is that the whole thing is kind of a bit underwhelming, right? And that he's not this impressive
the assassin's injured.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah. The idea is partially introducing Black Hands in a different way, because the concept there is that other groups that go against the Bay Knights, when they get to the final encounter, they have a reason to kill the Bay Knights because they've already set themselves against the Bay Knights. If they are for the Bay Knights, if they go the route where they go pro Bane and anti Grumsh, when they get to go after the assassin, because they work with the people to go and get into the fortress, they find out that this assassin has been corrupted and that there's this really messed up thing going on, and find out that's from Rava Blackhands. So the kind of concept there is that if they choose to sort of investigate more, they can sort of see, hey, there's something weird going on with this Rava character, and then that should inform the way that they treat the last thing. Because I think to a certain extent, if you get to the end part and you don't have anything with the Hobgoblin or the Corrupted Touch or any of the if I don't make a point of the whole Black Hands thing, if it's just one of her titles, like the other guy's the Hammer and et cetera, then you don't have a real strong reason not to just go, oh yeah, we'll ally with her and try to break into the tower and do some stuff. And the goal there is to make it more of a there's something else going on here. So that's the intention, and I hope that it came across that way.
To me, it just seemed like she was really cool. Like the fact that she got to like Corrupted Touch this way, I don't know why it wasn't like oh, she's clearly really evil. It was like, oh, that's pretty impressive. Nice.
If anything, it made me more like we should ally with her. Like, she clearly has her shit together.
Yeah, I did not. I also did not. Oh, she's clearly evil. Was not the impression that I got off of it. I guess.
No, I was like, ah, that's pretty powerful. Nice.
Yeah.
Glad she's on our side.
Yeah, and that's you
Hmm.
know, if that's the way you want to take it, then I think that's good. I do feel like there was a certain amount of hesitation from you guys when you saw what she was doing, which was the goal. It's not supposed to be, you guys are immediately against her, but it's supposed to be that's different and might be something we should think about.
Well,
though.
honestly, I was all on board to help them break open the vault trade until somebody reminded me, "Hey, we're not supposed to do this." So, I was at the beginning. I was like, "Oh, we're gonna help them break open the vault. Let's see what I can do." And then it was like, "No, you're an idiot. Stop that." So I stopped. But like that was that. So I don't know. It definitely. I was like, "Oh, let's help them do this." So.
Cool. Do you have anything else that you'd like to say, Ben?
No, I don't think so.
Cool. Will, Ryan.
Well, I was only here for a part of it. I was amazed how different it was. I can't believe we didn't fight those guys. I'm so glad we didn't. Hooray for Isdam's multiverse. That's what it all hinged on, I guess.
Yeah, I was a little worried about if we got into combat, like whichever of the two defenders, which I imagine is going to be Ashnard, when he goes and takes on the hammer.
Ugh.
I'm not saying that the hammer would have killed you.
I mean, let's be fair. I would have been a bit metagamey and know to try and lock down the movie people as opposed to like the hammer and the iron skin.
Mm-hmm. But
'Cause I do remember what the hammer did.
I definitely felt like I was going to have my work cut out for me to figure out who the hell I should stun. Anyway, but yeah, so that was a disaster averted, in my opinion. But I love that you always have whatever option players want to do available. I was surprised that we missed the Yanogu stuff on the first playthrough, but I guess it's because we weren't on the Bay Knight side.
Yep. Also, the first playthrough, and something that I think would be important to you from the beginning part of session, was that the group spent a good bit of time, and your character would have been there because we're retroactively adding it to the party. The group spent a good bit of time with Aegis. I think specifically Hearth talked to Aegis about how he fits into the greater scheme of things. And while Aegis didn't give answers with a lot of labels, he basically told a story about how while there's a bunch of stuff going on, one of the major players is this character, the Morthak. He calls Morthak the Watcher, and this old party of 4 adventurers. And his goal or his role in sort of the old, or well, for him it wasn't that long ago, but for the quote-unquote old adventuring party was that he was their safe haven. So when the shit would get too hard and heavy, they would take refuge at Aegis's place until things calmed down, and Aegis and Lord Hearn would work together to get them wherever they were going because they got the attention of some really nasty things. And at the end of everything, he talks about how one of the original 4, Bedvere, he goes off into obscurity and basically falls off the map, and no one cares about him anymore. And then 2 of the important players, Best Mahiz and Weave Thantarum, went to a place that is so far removed from everything that it's almost impossible for things to come after them. They went to Athos. And then the last of the 4, the Waste Walker, died. And so all of the people that were previous players are now removed from the board. And he's looking to see what the new players on the board, or the new pieces on the board, are going to be.
I think I vaguely remember that last piece because I remember you saying pieces on the board.
There's a couple people that use it, yeah. They use that terminology. Level 13 is the answer, Paulus.
Okay, thanks.
But yeah, I think that's all that you would have missed that you would have cared about from the beginning part of the session.
Sure. I'm sure I would have busted out my title, since I think Will is my highest ranking court member.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I'm guessing we don't get court ranks for this one.
You do not get court ranks for this one, no.
What can I have the list of court ranks for that? I don't.
It's in a handout. I'm almost positive.
Is
Yeah,
it?
it is.
Yeah, the Winter Court handout under Wanderer.
Oh, great. Excellent.
Yeah, Will's up to Baronet.
Oh, I
What
think I
are
know.
these court ranks?
Those are the ranks of the Winter Court.
No, I mean, like, what's the deal with them?
You have nobility. People that are at the bottom don't really have much of anything, but if you're a baronet or above, then you have lands and title. And the more into in a particular court that you get, the more sort of favor that the court shows you, the more kind of responsibilities that you have for the individual courts. Like, it's a meta thing that's the lower rankings don't make that much of a difference. Like Esquire, Knight, and well, Baronet's really not that important, but it's you at least have holdings as a Baronet. But the idea is that it's an introduction to the system that's not that important for right now, but is going to be a big thing in the Queen series.
Oh, so it's like a personal titles thing for the characters through
Yes.
different games. Cool.
Correct. So, did you have anything else that you wanted to say, Will? Or is that?
No, I think that covers it. Thanks.
And last but not least, Ashnard.
This was definitely a very different experience, as Ryan said himself, and I think it was quite interesting to see all of these different possibilities, because it was almost like a completely different game, with with the exception of that last little bit where we encountered the other party.
You know, it's funny because it's almost like I don't know if you've ever played any Star Wars games, but like it's almost like taking one playthrough as light side and the other playthrough as dark side.
Except it's not really appropriate because both of them are kind of the dark side, I suppose.
Well, I mean, as much as that, if you play in those games,
yeah, it's like taking one option or the other option and following that story path.
Right. If you go full light side, all of your choices are mutually exclusive with going full dark side.
Yeah.
And so it was interesting to see, you guys made all of the choices in the different way. So it was like you just said, all right, what did the last party do? Okay, what is the opposite of that? Let's do that.
I mean, that's the funny thing. It basically turned out like that, even though me and Ryan were the only two that were actually on the other one.
Yeah.
But
so
yeah,
I thought that was a lot of fun.
It was. I did also like experiencing the story again because there were new things to pick up. It's like some of those. It's like some rereading a story or rewatching a film, and you pick up on things that you didn't pick up on last time. And I think it's pretty awesome that you've got an adventure that has that kind of detail to it, where playing it again actually reveals more stuff and such. As far as the actual adventure, I mean, we didn't get into a fight, which Ashnard was kind of itching to get into, but I enjoyed it. It was fun to skill challenge our way through some stuff and basically feel pretty awesome because we're powerful guys, and this is just like a huge war of weaker guys, so we can just kind of do as we like. Some manner. The last thing would be mainly just I don't know. It felt like you could have prodded us just a little bit because we are coming in at about 6 hours at this point, and we didn't actually have a fight. So maybe just a little bit more prodding, but that just might be me. But like it was definitely, you definitely made the adventure that didn't have a combat engaging and fun.
Well, thanks for that. And I always feel like that's a really delicate balance.
Absolutely.
Of how much to push and how much to not push, and I feel like a lot of times it's not a problem to err on the side of being fairly pushy so we can resolve the adventure. So I feel like when I do get the option to take a step back and let the players either flourish and go do whatever the fuck they want and go off the rails, or just kind of have a moment of struggle and puzzling things out, I like to be able to do that, which is just super rare that I can. So I had a lot of fun with it. I will also say a couple of things to that, and this is for everyone. The feel of a lot of things in this series is designed to get you prepared for stuff that's going to be happening later. So, you know, the when you go in, man, this is really fun to just walk in and just wade my way into the combats. And you know, yeah, there might be things on the battlefield that could be a threat to me, but also like there's just armies of dudes that we're mowing our way through, and there's, you know, this feeling of being a powerhouse in the battlefield, not mechanically because you're not rolling in combat and stuff, but the story of being that centerpiece and having the other Bay Knights and having the people sort of use you as a rallying point and having that be sort of the way that the story is set up, that is designed for the later parts of the series. So if you like seeing that stuff, then look for when the rest of the series is getting run and try to see if you can get in one of those games. If you like more stuff in the Winter Court, look for other games that I'll tag with the Winter Court.
I mean, whenever I see one of your games, I just try and get in it anyway, so we're good on that.
Thanks.
Actually, in response to that, I would, I think that's what you were saying about how, you know, you feel the characters do feel like they're powerhouses. That is something that is kind of lost in the guild, because the guild format is basically, yeah, you have 2 encounters. These encounters are going to be about good enough for you. Whereas in a campaign, you can really stress that whole the kind of effect you have on the world. So it's nice to have that in the guild sometimes.
It's usually pretty hard to do.
So yeah, I agree. It is definitely hard to do, but it's nice to see it sometimes.
So, thanks for playing, guys. I had a blast going to the plane of war and then not fighting anything. I thought that was great. So,
yeah.
Thank you for running, man.
I appreciate you guys playing. I am, depending on how things work out for tomorrow, because I had an interview this morning that went very differently than I expected it to, and I've got to figure out what my plans are for things. So I might be semi-required to be in town for the rest of the week. If that is the case, I do want to run Wanderer 4 sometime this week. So if you guys want to play in Wanderer 4, which is, it's not 100% a sequel to this, but when I was writing Wanderer 3 and 4 is when Den wanted to add stuff in, and so I sort of intentionally linked this to Wanderer 3 and 4. So if Wanderer 4, which is another Winter Court adventure, is something that you're interested in, and I know Ryan wants to play in, then I want Ryan to play in it because Ryan missed the last running of it. Wanderer 4, to be very clear, is one, extraordinarily story heavy, and it is something that I'm going to be forcing people to move quickly through, and they're pretty much come hell or high water, there's going to be combat in Wanderer 4. And the kind of second piece of that is that you know, if I'm trying to say this the best way I can. If you want to play in it, I don't plan on running it very much because it requires 6 people, and for me as a DM, it is one of the hardest adventures for me to run. So it requires me to be in the right frame of mind and to be very, very in tuned to being able to run it, because I don't want to half-ass it. So if it is something that you are interested in playing, please let me be aware so we can try to get a group ready for it, and I can try to schedule around it, because I don't want to run it that many times because it takes so much effort from me. So that is my public service announcement if you'd like to play in some of the other adventures. So thanks for playing, guys. I will talk to you guys later.
Bye, everyone.
Thanks for running, Gary.
By the way, Gary, if you're still here.
User disconnected from your channel.
What is the cost of the reactivating the blessing of the stranger at the level 18?
So there is no way to reactivate the blessing. You can change what the power word is by doing the offering, but there's no way to just turn it back on.
Yeah, that's pretty much what I what I want. Yes.
You want to re-roll it, or do you want to turn it back on?
I mean, re-rolling it makes it turn it on back on.
No,
right?
It does not. So re-rolling it does not extend the life of the mark.
Oh, I thought it.
The only way that you can extend the story ward is by encountering the story ward again somewhere in the story. Now, there are lots of ways in the story, especially as we move into Epic, for you to turn it back on. and the end of Paragon to turn it back on, because you guys are going to be encountering the Wanderer and his people more. I will DM hand tip to say if you play Wanderer 4 that there's going to be a way to do it in Wanderer 4. So if you want to do that, there are lots of ways to do it, but just the paying money thing is for re-rolling the boon. It's for re-rolling the power word. It's not for keeping it on.
Oh, all right. Then I misunderstood it. Then. Alright.
Gary, I'm going to ask for your leave if not too much trouble. Given the little snafu I just made for myself about Thunder 1,